Okay, guys, it glitched and I had to do a part 2, but we're here. And thanks for tuning in. We're going to continue doing what I was doing.
After the U.S. eliminated a top cartel leader in Mexico today, Jalisco new generation cartel, Xi Jing. Isn't that like the guy from China? Like, no, it's a little bit different. Okay, never mind. Has retaliated by storming into Guadalajara airport with armed gunmen. They're now taking American tourists hostage at nearby highways and hotels. Uh-oh.
No mames. ¿Están bien?
Holy shit. Yeah, I can see, bro. Like, so everything's falling apart. People are going crazy. So, yeah, I saw some reports on the platform as well. The U.S. Special Forces may have also been involved. There's a probably, like, I mean, if I had to guess, I would say that, yeah, the odds are we probably helped them do this, like, just realistically. And, you know, we probably aided with intel or something like that. I mean, probably not. There's a good chance that we're never going to actually know that and have it be confirmed, but like at the same time, you know, I think it's possible. So here's the drone footage. So Puerto Vallarta, Mexico is a popular tourist destination where many Americans are currently vacationing, and owned property is under attack by Mexican cartels. Here's the drone footage of the aftermath. It's a war zone on the ground. The cartels have stormed the airport and are reportedly shutting down the roads and nearby resorts with the cartel gunmen. If you're an American citizen, shelter somewhere safe and stay inside. Yeah, what the fuck? Holy. God damn. There's videos where you can hear the shots being fired. Yeah, well, this is just a clip, right? So, my family's there right now. Yeah, I have a family member that lives in Mexico too, actually. You know, I'll probably check in later on today. I mean, you know, he's a smart guy. He's going to be fine. But, like, I mean, it's just probably at least, you know, but it's always unsettling. You see something like that happen. Absolutely. So, yeah, he's not dead. They're negotiating his release. Oh, really? Is that the case? And cartel does not know what they're getting themselves into. I mean, I will say that, I mean, again, like, I feel like in this instance, we probably, I mean, if the Mexican government is willing to, we should absolutely deploy military assets to make sure that this doesn't get worse. Because I do think that the U.S. has like a direct vested interest in Mexico not being run and like overrun by cartels. We have an immediate vested interest in this. Isn't it crazy how beautiful the country is? Look at that. That's amazing. And, you know, it's just sad that it's being, you know, run by people like this. It is. So lots of tourism. Well, it's more than tourism, right? Because like you look at, like, for example, like what do the cartels do, right? I mean, they do human trafficking. They send drugs over. And also, like, you got to keep in mind that, like, if they're destabilizing an area, keep in mind that what happens beyond that is that you also have people that are, you know, leaving the country. And so, like, they have those people come over here. Like, yeah, do that shit over there, guys. Like, stop fucking with us. You know, leave us alone. So, official sources have confirmed it, that ME-N-CHO is dead. Well, I'll pull that up in a minute, but like just looking at this is pretty shocking. So the entire place is turned into a total fucking a shithole, right? No doubt you get scoops, but keep asserting this is a U.S. strike, but all other sources are attributing to Mexican feds. Your sources, the U.S. did this. I mean, I don't think that the U.S. probably... Like, if you want my honest opinion, I think that there's a good chance the U.S. did do this, but we're never going to see that being the case or not. And I think that's really what's going to happen, right? Is that you have, you know, any of this happen, right? And, you know, it's like the public story is going to be different than what happens privately. So, yeah, it's not the U.S., it was Blackwater. I mean, maybe, right? It could have been one of our militia groups or, like, you know, private, you know, like a, you know, fucking, what do you call it, mercenary groups or something. I don't know. But anyway, let me go back and see if I can pull this up. Smoke rises from sieging cartel attacks and checkpoints around Puerto Vaquera following the elimination of sieging leader known as ME-N-CHO. Holy, look at this. What a nice place. Holy, yeah, look at this, a PvP server. Well, that's the thing, is like, I mean, this is a beautiful place, and, you know, turning it into a PvP server, it's just ridiculous. And let me see if I can pull up the other information about this, because biggest blow to organized crime ever delivered by the Mexican government. I mean, again, I think that it's a time, like, if this is what's going on and they're actually, like, doing this, they killed him because he knew too much. I think they probably killed him because they could, right? They thought that they had the assurance. They thought it was time to do it. I mean, the thing is, like, eventually something like this is going to happen with a lot of these cartel leaders and anybody else, right? It's like if you're a criminal or you're breaking the law or anything, like, you run the risk of this happening. So, yeah, that's really about it. And he didn't want to be extradited, maybe. Can you do a quick recap of what's going on? Yeah, sure. So, basically... let me see,
Hey, Lion,
Mexico,
I'm soldier. IRL, bro.
what's this
IRL. Shoot me in order, bro.
I guess cartel. I mean, I think that's probably the best way that I can look at it. It has to get worse before it gets better. Well, yeah.
You see where the target
obviously,
hits.
And so here's
Bullseye.
even more information about this. Like, I didn't even know it was this extreme. Mexican authorities have killed some drug cartel head, and the whole country is in chaos as terrorists launch coordinated attacks. And I
Beautiful
think that,
statue.
again, like, this
I've
really
always
goes
wanted
to
an
show,
updated one.
I mean,
Maybe if
there were
something
some
like this
people
in
that
Fallout
were,
76
you know,
would be nice.
critical of Trump for designating a lot of these cartels as terrorist organizations.
Instead of the
I think
dinky
that,
dino.
you know, now at this point,
And they really got to figure
there's,
out,
like,
like, they
nobody
just
that
kind of
thinks that
upgraded
they're
the
not,
old
right? I mean,
asset
like,
for this,
everybody, we
and
can
that's
all
not what I
clearly see
wanted
that
when they
this is what
upgraded
they're
that.
They're terrorists,
I mean, I'm going
right?
to show
This
you
is what they're
pictures of
doing.
real Joshua
So,
trees
yeah.
on my channel, and then you can
And,
actually
you
tell
didn't
me,
realize the
like,
Mexican cartels are pretty
they're
much run
30
Mexico.
feet
If you
tall.
take out one of
This
their
is
head
not a
leaders, it's gonna
30-foot
pop off.
tall thing.
Well, the
This
thing
is like
that, I mean, again,
12.
It's like what, like,
maybe.
I mean, do you
Like,
really think that the Mexican cartels
you gotta understand,
are,
like, these things are as big
more,
as telephone
militarily
poles.
situated than, let's say, the Venezuela
Those things
army?
over there,
I mean,
as big as
obviously they're
that.
not, right? I mean, of course they're not.
And
So
we're just,
if
you have
America
a
is able to
plethora
just
of all
capture
the same
Maduro
size,
with no
and this is
casualties,
not how this
the odds
is.
are, if we wanted
You
to go
have
in
to
there and wipe out
understand.
yes,
This is why we wanted a
if
remake.
you think that, you're delusional. You're actually
Because with this new
delusional.
game
Like,
engine, you don't
listen,
need to
the
use the
guys, I
same
mean,
data
the reason why the cartels are
asset.
powerful is because,
Do I have to
number
explain
one, they
this
have
to
a lot of
Todd
money,
Howard?
and number two, they operate through fear, and they're very good.
I mean, he
at
seems like a pretty
effectively
intelligent guy. He
Machiavellian,
seems to know what his
politics.
people
They're
want.
very
But
good
then
at this.
when they tell
And
you,
so
hey,
no
I'm
chance they're-
stopping,
yeah,
I'm
they-
not
no,
going
they
to play your
actually are
stuff
no
anymore,
joke.
and you just think it's a joke,
Wait a minute, like,
you know, and you go on doing your thing, you'll see what happens.
Like,
Hey, this is
cartels
my
are
last
stronger than
hurrah.
the
Like, I
Venezuelan
mean, I'm
army.
not gonna keep
Well, I'm
playing
gonna
this
just pull this
over
up
and
real
over
quick.
again. I'm playing this to explain
No,
what I
they're
like
not.
about
Like,
it
it's
and
not
what
even
I wish
remotely
that they
close.
implemented
Like,
into
it's
Fallout
like a mountain
76,
versus
or
a
if they
molehill.
redid New Vegas,
you
what
look
I
at
would like.
the Venezuelan
Stuff
army
like this
had,
hills isn't out here, bro. There's no
multiple,
sandy
fucking, like,
dune peak.
anti-aircraft
Fuck, get out of
missiles.
here, bro.
Dude,
Like, I
which
have no
Mexican-
idea what some of
which
this mesh
cartel
shit is,
base
man.
has
So they really needed to do a
anti-aircraft,
remake of
you know,
this.
missiles?
Sick. They did so much sick work
Which
with some
one
of this.
has
Keep
this?
some
Like,
of
they have
that.
jets. They've got tanks.
But like redo the terrain a little bit. Like you
What
just
is
I know you
this?
have so much more ability with this
brother,
Unreal
ask
5
Rock, 'cause
engine,
Cat Cooey
and you're just
disagrees
gonna
with you.
use it as
Well, I mean,
an
just think
opportunity
about
to
this
go
for 3
forward.
seconds. I think Venezuelans cartels
That's
are more
okay, but
organized.
why not double down? Why not, like, I just feel like you're losing out on a lot of revenue for people who actually want that and they're begging for
really
it,
think
and you
that-
just want to
So
do something
this
else,
is the
and it
thing
doesn't
that I
make
think a lot
sense
of
to
people
me.
don't get, right? The cartel, they are you
Like
think they're
this
more
right here,
organized
this
than
is
the
an
Venezuelan
okay
army.
cluster,
And
because these are semi. This is
Guys,
semi-different,
the cartels ran
but this is
Venezuela.
still
Yeah, it's a
it's
different
still taller
cartel,
than
though,
this.
and it's also they're doing
Because
it
when
with
you
the
think about, if
military.
I
It's
go
a
up to the
totally
one
different thing.
outside, it's
The
5
cartels
times
are stronger
as
than
tall as
cartels
me,
that take
and this
over
is only like
Venezuela.
maybe even 2.
Well,
These things are
but
2,000
yeah,
years old.
cartels don't
These
have that
joshua
part.
trees are over
The cartels are
2,000
very
years
good at
old,
guerrilla
and you're making
warfare.
them
I
look like
think
little
they're-
shrubs.
Honestly, I think that a lot of the
You
guys
have
that
to
run these
understand
cartels are
why
really
people
smart
want a
guys. They
different
are. They're
game.
smart people. Like through.
Like
I
I
don't
get
wanna
it.
get
It
into
looks
details, right? But,
good,
like, through a
whatever,
couple of,
Todd.
you
But
know,
dude,
levels
like
of,
I mean, it's
you
dated,
know, like
man.
separation. I've
You
known
have to
people that are
understand.
involved with this stuff. They're very intelligent, and they're
Like I like
you know,
how
like,
I'll take that
highly
for what I
focused,
can.
highly
I can press
Machiavellian,
up on the
and
D-pad,
very
and I
ruthless.
can actually
And,
get
I
a
think
decent
that they
change
know
in
how- they know
ammo
how to
right
do
away.
business. They do.
I don't have to go to a
Absolutely do.
workbench like in
So,
'76
yeah, well,
and figure that
that's
out.
for sure, right? I mean, I live in Texas, and so yeah. Anyway, let's go back.
I have it right here on me. I just carry the different type of ammo. It's the same gun. It's how you would do it in real life.
One of their own guys in the
No,
government.
put a different
and that's obviously
frickin'
what the goal is. But anyway, let's watch
receiver in
this.
it.
Look at that. Just setting shit on fire.
Anyway,
huh?
there's
Oh
my
God.
rant.
Yep. Look it up. You guys really, everybody really wants me to. What is a more effective fighting for? What is a stronger military force? Mexican cartels or the army? Okay. So we're gonna. Just a second. How do you spell it? No, we'll look this up. You guys are so certain about this. Venezuela, I can't spell. Like, I literally just cannot spell. Okay. All right, I don't even know why we're doing this. It's just such a waste of time. The Venezuelan army is clearly the stronger military force. Obviously. Duh. Of course. Like, it's just... I don't even know how would you even say this. Like, it's such a stupid thing to say. It's unbelievable. Like, duh, of course. Of course the military is going to be stronger than a militia group. Obviously. Holy shit. Anyway, none of that really mattered. Okay, we're
All right, let's get you. Thank you, and let's get you to a different location.
These groups. Uh-oh. People run away. Cartel is too smart for this. They only care about money. See, that's the thing, too, is that, like, usually the cartel never does anything like this. Like, I'm actually really kind of surprised they're doing this. Because, like, at this point, right, it's like now you're creating a permission structure inside of, because, and I'm not in Mexico, right? But this is probably what I think is going on in Mexico. And I'm making all this up, by the way. Just keep this in
so
mind.
I'm just going to dump some of my extra weight in here. It's not going to go anywhere.
I don't know if they do or not. But, like, basically, I bet a lot of people in Mexico view the cartel as a devil you know versus the American military and the United States of America. They might not like the cartel, but at least the cartel are Mexicans. And so really they don't want, like, there's probably a large amount of people politically in Mexico that don't want the United States military to come in and help.
Let's go give them hell, yeah?
Because it's going to look like a military incursion into their country. So that's logically what's happening.
I know he didn't come along. Where was that guy? Where is his
I'm talking about in reality.
Extra
So they're saying about
people.
Yeah, and so false flag. Well, I don't know about that.
You don't ever see legionaries this far west.
The reason why I find this to be surprising is that if they start terrorizing the people that are living
why I
in
called in
Mexico,
support.
I could see that culture shift. I could see people now at this point saying, you know what, I don't care about this. These people are attacking us. We need to make this stop. Kind of like what happened with Venezuela, where like a lot of people probably like, yeah, they might not have necessarily liked Maduro, but at least Maduro was a Venezuelan, national. And so they wouldn't want to see this person get kidnapped. But after things get worse and they get worse, then very clearly a foreign intervention is much more welcomed. So with the cartels attacking and blowing things up and bombing things, it makes me believe that it's not even the cartel. And I know this sounds crazy, but like every interview that I've seen with these guys from the cartel, it seems like they just want to make a lot of money and do whatever the fuck they want, right? Like, they don't want to start a war. They don't want to have to deal with, like, a fight with the Mexican government. They don't want to have to try to fight the United States. No, why would they want to do that? And so it's like CIA. Well, I don't know, right? I mean, but, like, it could be any number of people, right? And so they don't seem to have a good reason to do this. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't seem like it's in the cartel's best interest
All right,
to
we're going back to the
random
station.
acts of terrorism around Mexico. It doesn't seem like it's in their best interest, because it creates them doing that creates a permission structure around the military being justified in going after them. And it even creates a structure in, like the U.S. Delta Force going after them. Do you think they want that to happen? No, they don't. Even if they think they can win, they don't want to have that happen. They don't want to have to get in a fight and waste their time, money, and have some of their guys get killed. So why the fuck would they want it, even if they think they're going to come out ahead? So that's really what it is. It's some of these lesser smart ones going berserk, maybe, but like, I don't know, last-ditch effort? I mean, I don't even know. Like, it just, you see what I'm saying, right? It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. The leader was killed, that's why. So what? There's like, if you're that leader, do you really think ME-N-CHO didn't have like 50 other guys that were ready and they had like different pieces of like the leadership reins to take over? I mean, the odds are, like, think about it. The guy knows he's wanted. He knows he knows it's probably going to happen, right? One way or another. And also, like, even if he doesn't know that, like, there's very clearly, there's going to be betrayals. There's people that shoot each other. There's inter-cartel violence. There's plenty of this. So, yeah, they probably have a next in line. Of course they should have that. Look at the last 2 years. Already happened 2 other times. This is par for the course when there's a major shakeup within their org. Yeah, I don't remember like these random acts of like civilian terrorism, though. I think that's the big difference. Like something like this, I don't really see that happening. Yeah, look at all this. This is crazy. And this is the guy. So they did apparently kill this guy, right? And I don't know why she's saying the Trump administration did this. It seems like it's unlikely that's the case, or at least there's no information that that's the case. They create an atmosphere where they show that they can do what they want. Yeah, but like, I don't think that's really going to, creating an atmosphere where they show that they can do what they want, I think that's like the opposite of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? The more that they try to message that, the more that there's probably going to be a pushback. Not special forces. These are members of a drug cartel in Mexico armed like a military unit. What is this?
Culero. Y así, voy a andar patrullando.
Yeah.
Puta madre.
Órale, vente, hijo de puta madre.
Yeah.
A la verga. La toro, perro.
Tu puta madre.
Yeah.
Vas a pegar toda la verga, culero.
Gente inocente, sí, eres bien verga.
Pinche 20. A ver si muy verga.
Amazon gear? I don't know. I've just got a feeling that, like, those You know that helmet that what's his name had, Palmer Luckey had, he brought to like Joe Rogan's show, and it's like a helmet that like lets you see in the dark and things. I've got a feeling that they probably don't have those, right? And so it's just the kind of all the gear, no idea. Yeah, the thing is that helmet's useless. Surely it's useless. And anyway, let me go back. I'll look at the rest of this. ME-N-CHO, the leader of Mexico's C-Chain cartel, is killed in an operation led by the Mexican army. So cartels in Mexico move like militias. They're heavily armed and dangerous due to massive amounts of financial backing from criminal enterprises. Oh boy. And so what are they? I don't even know what they're saying at all in this video, right? I don't know. But is this video shows a portion. What is this here? The portion of the cartel. Is this it?
Yep, I already did that one.
So this is their military.
Pura gente, señor Mencho. Pura gente, señor Mencho. Señor Mencho.
Uh-huh. That's the cartel? Yeah, I didn't know because they had the lights. Man. Do you think the past year or so of squeezing on these organizations causes some unrest? I think it probably does. I think that the more difficult ways to... Like, this is kind of just what happens with anything, right? It's like the thing I've always said, when the well runs dry, people begin to eat each other. And really, I mean, they probably had, I mean, like, whenever Biden was president, I mean, things are probably great for them, right? Because, like, you know, they were bringing stuff over, people were going crazy, everybody was, like, you know, popping off, and, you know, they're trafficking people in and everything. It's AI. No, it just looks like basically a, you know, just like a militia, right? I mean, that's a lot of them, too. And before this is linked as an ICE video? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it seems like that's part of it. Hyper-violent cartel was heavily militarized and outgunned police and Mexican military. Oh, boy. And cartels are good at one thing, sneaking drugs into America. Yeah, I mean, they're very good at that. But I think also, like, Trump locking down the border probably made things a lot harder for them. So I bet probably in the process of that, they've, you know, probably struggled a lot. The news that the log is based in Portugal? No, I didn't hear about that at all. I have no idea.
I'm done.
They're being squeezed? Yeah, they're being squeezed, and I could see that happen. You know what you're talking about? The burning of civilian operations were done in response to possible capture of the leader. They do this to halt military from leaving with their leader. I'm sure they didn't know he was actually killed and taken to a hospital. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, like, I still don't really see why that would even happen. Like, they're burning it to try to stop them from leaving. They're just going to drive around the truck. Like, what do you mean? Like, if this is the military, do you really think, like, a burning car is going to stop a military vehicle? I don't think that happens. Like, what do you mean? And also, they have a helicopter, so why would they set a car on fire? It doesn't even make sense. So, yeah, this Sinaloa. Oh, I don't know about that. And, but this is an older video. It definitely is. And you can see this is basically like Al-Qaeda, right? I mean, they're using, I guess, Fords instead of Toyotas, right? A little bit different, but overall, this is pretty much what you can expect. Let me see what these other ones are. Cartels are fighting back in Mexico. Oh, boy. Here we go. So this is another one. Uh-oh. It's 15 Jalisco attacks. What's this here? Yeah, I don't know what this is. Prevent the leader of this person. 4 adjacent states carried a series of attacks. Yeah. That you think they did this to prevent it? Okay. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe as something that they did beforehand. Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. Killing ME-N-CHO is not going to solve cartel violence in Mexico. The narco business in Mexico is a private, discrete business at one point between wealthy, independent farmers. I mean, in my opinion, there's no, like, one guy that you can arrest and this stuff goes away, right? I mean, clearly, right? What is this?
If we declare war on the cartel, these dudes are not going to understand what the is going on. If we organize these tier 1 units against them, what I would be doing if I was down...
The thing is that I remember whenever this clip came out and it happened, and people were saying, oh no, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Then, after the Venezuela operation, and they're like, yeah, they just showed up and everybody started dying, and then we were bleeding through our ears. And then everybody was dead. Like, after that, I haven't heard anybody saying that ever again. Oh my God.
down there, like, be getting ready to retire right now. That's what I would be doing. Because if Delta Force was hunting me, bro, I would be so
2025. He knew. He knew.
terrified.
Is that a real thing they've proposed doing?
Yes, that is a real thing.
Who proposed that?
Trump had said something like, we're going to mobilize tier 1 units against the cartel. The only thing I thought was like, retire. If you guys got some money, man, I would like put that away, you know, like maybe move Jamaica.
Open
I don't
up a
know, go
restaurant.
somewhere. Yeah, buy a restaurant. Like,
Buy a
try to go
restaurant.
legit. Because,
Go legit.
dude, if those guys are hunting you, you're done.
Yep, there it is. And he's Special Forces himself. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's all here, I
And
guess.
the cartel with the discombobulator. Well, what you have to keep in mind is that, like, if you think about, like, you know, what they used in Venezuela, think about the fact that that's probably the tier 3 option. There are probably, like, 2 tiers of, like, weaponry that are above that. Do you really think that, like, in order to get, like, you know, some 2-bit dictator out of Venezuela, we actually brought out the big guns? Fuck no, of course not. No, we probably just used what we needed to do to neutralize an infantry, you know, unit, and then that was it. So, yeah, space laser shit, exactly. Like, I mean, we literally have battleships that shoot laser beams. Like, yeah, it's over, guys. Sorry. If they want to go after them, it's over. And Mexican military killed this guy, widely considered the most powerful cartel kingpin in the world. Oh, boy. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see what happens, right? These are some of the older ones, right? And, oh, here's another clip, too. And war in Mexico, explosions and attacks against civilians after they took down ME-N-CHO. Civilians are paying the price. The leftist government's covering it up. Is this person from Mexico? Let me read this here. And so, yeah, they didn't even use the Goy beam. No, they didn't even hit him with the Goy beam, man. And so what's the point of tier 1 and 2 units if tier 3 is being used only? Well, it's very simple, right? And so, like, for example, if there was ever, like, a serious military confrontation, like maybe against China or Russia or against Iran, and then, you know, there's Chinese and Russian troops there with their technology, then we would use those tier 1 and 2, like, resources, right? I mean, that's obviously the reason. And so, like, because if you're showing the way that is, like, for example, like the atomic bomb, like, people didn't really know how bad it was, probably, until we dropped it on Japan. And then after they saw that, oh, wait a minute. Hold on, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute, because you think, nah, they knew? I don't think they did. They said no more, exactly. And so, yeah. I said, no, thank you. Exactly. I mean, and the thing is that that's the reason why you don't use that. Like, that's what you think about it, right? Stalin was impressed? Yeah, I think everybody was. He said, what the fuck, right?
Su puta madre. Esto es Ixtapa.
No, they said, you bet you can't do it again. Then they capitulated? Yeah, well, then we did it again. And then they capitulated. Then they're like, okay, I get it. Yeah, look at all this. Holy fuck. I guess they must have blown up a gas station or something, right? As Rubio said, if they don't know, now they know. Yep. If they didn't know, now they know. And, yeah, there was this here. They knew what it would do. First one tested. Didn't know if it was going to start the atmosphere on fire in New Mexico.
Su puta madre.
Yeah, but, like, I don't think that the you know, like, Japan had, like, an understanding of how severe it was going to be. And it's not Mexican Army, brutal cartel, Jalisco, new generation cartel. This is the main one that they got there. They got his guy, or their guy. And let me go back. I'll see if I can pull up any more information about this. This, again, was 2020, right? So it was quite a while ago. This is the guy they caught. And let me see if I can pull up any more of these, too. Because, yeah, there's even more of these videos. Holy shit. Oops. Went back and forth. Suppose they're going to start killing civilians? Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Xi Jinping was the worst group? Yeah, I mean, I think that if they actually really want to get rid of the cartels, they have to press the attack, right? Because the problem is that if you go after these people and then you don't go, basically, there will be another ME-N-CHO. There'll be another El Chapo. Like they're gonna just find another guy to run the mission and to run the organization. Like you can't just cut off the head of the snake and then assume the snake's gonna die. It's a hydra. Now there's gonna be 2 more heads. Now there's gonna be more people. So like if you have them, you know, like disorganized or something like that, you've got to go after all of it, right? And if you don't do that, it's probably just gonna make them more extreme and more militant and more aggressive. Like I don't really see that happening. There's 7 of 10 major cartels, mostly all rivals, if not united, and not united. Well, of course they're all rivals. I mean, obviously. I mean, now, would they work together in order to try to, like, I could see cartels potentially trying to work together to, like, resist military influence, but, I mean, again, I think that's, like, inner politics stuff. I can't really be sure about that. I don't think anybody can be. It's probably, like, the information about, like, whether that's true or not probably doesn't exist, realistically.
Here we go. Round 763,423 or some shit.
They have in the past, yeah.
All right, we gotta go get the rest of the stuff here at the rest stop.
I mean, if I was them, I would make an alliance, right? I mean, that would be smart if that's what they do.
The accumulation of extracurricular activities.
Do you think they'll cancel the World Cup games in Mexico? No.
Including getting the eggs for Thorn. And looking for a couple more things that I'm going to need in Big Mountain in order to proceed, including a few levels. Because I am
like that's kind of what I would assume. They probably get rid of it in 3 months. If they really went after it, like super hard. But it depends on if they want to do that. I mean, it finds it to be unlikely. So you have to go after politicians involved as well.
In a place all about science,
yeah,
that's not very much.
Go after politicians that are doing it. I mean, honestly, looking at this is incredible. Like, this is a huge scale of violence. Okay. Like, I mean, I don't really know exactly, like, how much it really is, because, like, let's say you burn down, like, if you blow up, let's say, 10 gas stations, I bet things would probably look something like this. So it's harder to be sure, but, like, just looking at it, it looks a lot more substantial than what I would expect to see happen, right? So, yeah. Smoke is violence, basically. It's basically World War III slowly revving up. No, this is just a Mexican cartel that's getting, you know, like, that's getting attacked. I mean, I don't think there's really anything World War III related to this at all. Let's see if there's any more of these. Yeah, we saw this one before. What about this one? Nope. That's all guns? Holy shit. God damn. This is the main place Americans vacation and own second homes and condos in? Yeah, maybe. I mean, and that's the thing, right? Is that if they are doing that and, you know, like they're attacking this, maybe that's because they think that it was America that helped them, you know, help them get their guy, right? Help Mexico get their guy. I mean, that's what it probably seems like, right? And the Mexican government just agreed to send 30 cartel members to the U.S. to be prosecuted. That was a long time ago, right? And let me see if there's any more of this information to look at. But so, like, where's the Mexican military? What I'm assuming, and like, I don't know, but like, what I'm assuming is that they probably don't want to activate the military entirely, and I think that probably there's like multiple reasons for that. Like, I would assume that the cartels and opposition to the cartels is probably very politically complicated in Mexico. Like, there's probably an element of fear, and there's also probably an element of nationalism. So, because of that, I could see them not wanting to do it because it's kind of like a don't ask, don't tell thing. That's probably what's going to happen, but I don't know. And cartel's no joke. They're compromised, and I think also the big reason, the real reason why, is probably because there are people inside of the Mexican, the Mexican government that are, you know, like part of the cartel, or they're compromised by the cartel in one way or another. I'm not saying they're being paid by them, but something's happening, and it's pretty obvious. Cartels integrated into police force as well. Yeah, exactly. Like they're integrated in, because that's really, I mean, like, think about it. Like, if you were running the cartel, like, that's obviously what you would do, right? I mean, clearly. I'll see if there's any more information about this too. Major events are unfolding in Jalisco State, Mexico. Citizen leader is reportedly killed. They're reporting it was a joint U.S. Some are reporting it was a joint U.S. and Mexican special forces operation. Who knows? His reported elimination triggered immediate cartel retaliation across Jalisco. They're killing police, setting vehicles, buses, and structures on fire in multiple cities, including Puerto Vallarta and Guadalajara. Armed gunmen are attacking areas around Guadalajara International Airport, causing panic and major disruption. Road blockages and coordinated criminal activity spread across the region. Air Canada temporarily suspends flights. That's probably a good idea. U.S. Embassy issued a security alert urging Americans to shelter in place in Jalisco. Holy fuck. And NADAM restricting flights in a 10-mile radius. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Holy fuck, man. And YouTube videos of ME-N-CHO offering Hispanic streamers for insulting him online. Well, I mean, you shouldn't be doing that. I mean, like, yeah, exactly. I mean, this is, yeah, some guy in Mexico thought he was going to talk shit about the cartel and they killed him. Like, it was stupid to do that. Why would you do that? Like, really? And also, like, he pushed his luck, too. The thing is, you shouldn't have done this. Like, yeah, like, let's be real. Why would you do this? And anyway, yeah, guys, don't screw around them. Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you thinking about? And anyway, a citizen leader was killed. What is this here if I find it? And Sedena is a special forces or elite Mexican army unit specializing in counterterrorism, high-impact operations. So this is what it was. Amazing work by the U.S. Oh, I don't see anything about the U.S. It doesn't say anything about the U.S., does it? I mean, I don't really speak Spanish, but, like, I'm not seeing anything here. It didn't say anything at all about the United States. Like, what is this? It's in the post? Like, I don't see that at all. And U.S. intelligence, she's leaking attack? I guess so. But it doesn't seem like that. It literally said joint operation. Really? I mean, I didn't see that. Estados Unidos? Okay, let me see what this says. United States. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, Durante esta. I bet this is that it? I mean, I don't know, man. And so does it mention gringos? Yeah, you just post a picture in AI and have it translated? Okay. Let me see what it says. Open image. I'll have the Google Translate, okay? Save image as. Okay. And let me look this up. Where is it?
Let's see if they're finally selling
what
a frickin'
this say
anti-material rifle.
Just a minute. Let's see what it says. Here's translation. Okay, Secretary of National Defense reports on Operation Detain Ruben ME-N-CHO. Almost the military makes it known that through the intelligence work of the National Intelligence Center, the Attorney General's Office of Determinant FGR, and in coordination with Special Forces of Mexican Army and the National Guard, an operation was planned and carried out in Tlapa, Jalisco. The operation involved various aircraft from the Mexican Air Force as well as National Guard. I'm not seeing anything here about the United States. I don't see this anywhere here. Yeah, maybe it's on the second page. Let me open up the second page. Yeah, page 2. Yeah, let me see what it says. Do it for this one too. Okay. It's right there. It should be noted that for the execution of this operation, in addition to the central military intelligence work, it was carried out within the framework of a bilateral coordination and cooperation with the authorities of that country, the United States, with complementary information provided by the authorities of that nation. Well, there it is. So we did actually help get him. So we help plan it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I bet they probably don't have satellites and shit like we do, right? And so, like, yes, okay. Well, now it's certain. We did actually help them get this guy. And before it was uncertain, now it's not. And right-click the image and Control-C. Well, I don't know how that works at all. But let me see if I can pull this up. Where does it go? This is some other fucking bullshit. I can't show that. That's some bad shit. And the last part specified the U.S. Army Special Forces. Wait, did it? Let me go back and see it. The U.S. Army... Oh. The wait, what is this here? The op involved U.S. Army Special Forces and U.S. provided intel. Well, I don't know about I didn't know if they said that at all. I'm pretty sure they didn't, but either way, you know, like, they clearly had the United States help, right? Who gets the $15 million? I don't know. That's a good question, right? And so, 2009, the biggest exporters of fentanyl to the United States, involved heavily in international drug trade, present in all 32 Mexican states and most influential, in direct competition with Sinaloa cartel, have also been known to field technical type vehicles and drones. So these are the guys, right? And so, holy shit. Well, wow. Holy shit, man. And the cartel's trying to storm several airports. Yeah, I did see that. I mean, like, right now, if somebody else wants to link me some extra information about this, but right now it seems like that's pretty much everything that's happened. Bad translation. It's not talking about special forces, but special equipment. Yeah, again, it could be a bad translation or something else. And see if there were any bets on this happening. Maybe, right? I don't know. And Eric Daughtry post. Yeah, I'll see if there's any other posts that are like worth looking at here. I'm not sure. Oh, here it is. Here's another image right here.
I don't know if you can see that, but I can see the flames underneath that black smoke. Major flames there. Huge plumes everywhere. Another big one over there. Another one directly behind this resort we're staying at. Pretty much surrounded by this right now. Really intense scene happening here in Puerto Vallarta. Hopefully we're able to get out tomorrow, but the airports are shut down as it is right now. And as I understand it, military may be getting involved soon. Power may be cut very soon.
Wow.
So,
wow. Holy shit. Jesus. God damn. And you're fucked about, yeah, wow. I love how there's just a guy riding around on a fucking horse. Oh my, it's like Rust. And what is this? The cartels are now setting trucks on fire. Is this it? This truck doesn't look like it's on fire. Or it's not on fire. Now it's on fire. Yep, it's on fire now. I see that. Yeah, because look, you see that, right? I mean, yeah, that's, yeah, now it's on fire. And I threw it up. Well, they probably just put, you know, like a fucking, like a lighter fluid all over it, right? Or like gasoline all over it. And so this is them again. Mexican army took issue. We killed them. Trump's been pressuring military for action for months. Yeah, I mean, this is... Again, like, you remember maybe like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, that there were a lot of protests in Mexico, that people were angry that, you know, like, basically, like, they had to board up the parliament building and everything. And, like, a lot of that was because of this indirectly. So it seems like those protests, you know, in one way or another seem to work, right? I mean, like, it seems like they did work because now they're doing something. She's in on the drugs. Well, that's what a lot of people think. They think that she's either in on it. Well, and here's the problem is that a lot of the people I think are probably not in on it, but they're just compromised in one way or another. They don't want to deal with the cartel. They think that there's more important issues. They don't really care about it. Maybe they're afraid for their own safety. Because you've got to keep in mind that, like, I forgot which mayoral candidate there was, but holy fuck. God damn. Holy! They kill anyone who isn't? Well, yeah, there were a lot of political candidates that were killed by the cartel. They don't want to get decapitated? Yeah, exactly, right? What religion is Mexican president? I don't know what religion she is. People say that she's Jewish ethnically, but I have no idea, honestly. I really don't know. But total mayhem. What is this here? This is more of it?
Que nos van a quitar el pasillo. Sí, capi, sí, sí, sí. están suspendidas las operaciones. Hay hombres armados en el aeropuerto.
She's Jewish. I don't know if she's like. There's people that are like Jewish is an ethnicity, right? There's like being Jewish and being white, for example, are two different things, right? That's like Jewish people are Semitic race, white people are different, right? Or like Anglo-Saxons. And so like there is a difference there. So like I don't know if she's like ethnically Jewish or like religiously Jewish, both, neither, or what. I don't know. Jewish is not a race. It is. Look it up. Just look it up. I mean, like, come on, man. Oh boy. Do Reddit mods work for you on your sub? I got banned. Good. I don't know why you got banned, man. Like this is the thing. There's always people that come and they complain about the like why you got banned. I don't know why you got banned. I don't know what you posted. A lot of times things get deleted. Like any sort of like complaint, you got to message the mods. Like if you're coming into like my stream to like complain to me about it, you're just wasting your time. Sorry. Holy shit. So now everybody's laying down in the airport because apparently there were shots fired in the airport. Yep. I share my brain tumor story. Good to know you're a dick. Well, I don't know what happened. I mean, I had nothing to do with it. I mean, if you're going to try to make like this emotional blackmail thing, like you're wasting your time. I don't know what happened with your thing. I have no idea. So, I mean, you're getting mad at me. The thing is that if you're coming into my stream to complain about like my moderators, you're interrupting the stream and the content to complain about some other like personal issue you had on the subreddit. It's disruptive. And I mean, again, like there's a moderator, like there's a system to dealing with that. And so, like, if you're coming and interrupting a stream to do that, I mean, you're being a piece of shit, right? I mean, there it is. And it's wasting time. Shouldn't an airport be extremely safe? Yeah, it should be, right? Of course. That's the point of them going nuts if the other one's just going to take over? That's what's confusing to me, too, right?
You got over time coming over that one. Did you see you're being a piece of shit?
Question, gets mad of the only piece of shit is you, child? Okay, you're getting mad for some reason? Okay, I'm just gonna ban you. Like I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with any hostility or any sort of like aggression at me. So like if you're getting aggressive or you're complaining or getting mad, I don't want to deal with that.
Okay.
Sorry, like that's not. I don't allow that in my environment. Like I don't let people talk to me like that. I don't want to have people that act that way to me. It's clear that you're emotionally compromised.
No whammies.
I don't deal with emotional people. It's something that's very unpleasant and uncomfortable for me to deal with. So anyway, let me go back. I'll see if I can find the other, other comments about this too, because there's that gun. That's weird. I don't want to look at that. And yeah, there's more of this probably that's coming out. Yeah, I don't deal with emotional people. Dumbass assault carbine for way too I mean, honestly, like it makes me extremely like uncomfortable being around emotional people. I hate them. And let's see if I can pull up any more of these here too, because there's probably going to be more information about it too.
But this dude has
no. Okay. He posted another video. I'll see if there's another one too. I haven't checked yet. Same. Yeah, I can't deal with that. Oh, they're burning down the Costco. The cartels are actively destroying civilian. All right. Send in Delta Force. We gotta shut this down. We gotta shut it down. Send them in. We gotta get this before things get worse. Uh-oh.
No, we finally got a place to sell all this stuff. You feel me?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, that's what's really confusing to me is like, I don't understand why they're doing this. I don't get it. Like, I don't see how this is in their best interest. So they're just setting everything on fire. They're big mad? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just... Maybe, and still fearing the Mexican people? Yeah, but I feel like that's a bad thing. If the Mexican people are really afraid of them, then wouldn't that mean that they'd be more willing to, like, let the military go after them or allow the U.S. military to do that? I mean, I feel like that's... I think that would have the opposite reaction in my mind, right? So I don't understand that. Not the $1.50 hot dogs show you don't mess with them. You should leave them alone. I don't know, man. And so it just seems like that's not really what's going on, but who knows? Does it foreshadow if they kill the leader, what'll be next? It'll be much worse? Maybe, but like, I mean, I don't know if that's going to work, right? Especially if they ended up just getting one of their guys. So they also don't have a plan. I mean, I'd be shocked if there was no other plan at all. So where's the rest of this? You remember, they've issued major threats threatening to forcibly enter homes and hotels at 5 p.m. if their demands are not met. Oh my God. Mexican Secretary of National Defense has released their first statement. Is this the one that I just saw a minute ago? Let me go back and double check. Yeah, it is. Okay. Cooperation in the USA, common information. Yeah, this is the same thing I saw myself. And that's an escalation. Yeah, like if they're just going into people's houses and doing that, I could see this being like a huge problem. And let's see here if there's any more of this that's worth looking at. But yeah, this seems like a massive fucking crash out. Mexican police officers being gunned down throughout the cities. Holy shit. We can't show a dead body if there is one. Sorry if so. Jesus. I'm assuming that, like, I probably will just pause it there. And let me scroll down and look at the other ones. And there is. Yeah, I would assume so. I'm just not going to watch the rest of it. And this is the Costco right there. If there's any more information. Do you think Trump is to be blamed for this by labeling them as a terror group? They're now backed into a corner like a wild animal. They refuse to back down. Now I understand why they're blaming Trump for this. Well, I mean, like, I don't really understand this. So, like, so what's the alternative, right? Like, let me just kind of get into your brain with this, right? My God, Trump has blood on his hands. So why would Trump be in the wrong for this? I don't understand. I mean, like, because, like, I don't get this. Why? How is this Trump's fault? I mean, they're burning down the Costco and Trump caused them to do this? Why'd they burn down a Costco? They pull it up. Retard? No. We'll listen to what he's saying, right? I mean, like, who knows? It could be something good, right? For sure. Surely it will be. Cartels need groceries too? Yeah, like, where are they going to get hot dogs? Like, what the fuck? They love to blame deaths on, just like the death counter disappeared on CNN after Biden got elected. Well, I don't know about that. I didn't see that. I mean, don't tell me you typed all that out. You've been talking about this for a bit. Like, you've been typing for 15 minutes. You can't say anything? I'm just saying you should have handled this in a much better way. Like what? Like what? What do you think he should have done? Yeah, I'm just confused. Never mind, sorry. Yeah. There's no other way. The thing is that, oh, you can't call them terrorists because if you do, then they'll terrorize everybody. Ah, geez, guys, isn't that a little bit of a self-report, right? I mean, like, what is this? Like, because they are targeting, I mean, they're not, like, if they were just fighting the military and the police, I would say, yeah, sure, who gives a shit, right? But, like, if they're going after and they're targeting and attacking civilians, that's terrorism, it is. And, like, I don't see how it's anything other than that. So, yeah, didn't the Mexican army do this? Why the fuck is Trump being brought up? Well, because we helped them. We clearly helped them, and that's the reason why. As if they weren't terrorizing before. The country itself has corrupt parts and needs to be fully rooted out. Yeah, exactly, right? And it's too bad. How do we de-escalate this? Yeah. And this is National Guard elements attacked by cartel armored trucks. And this is also, yeah, we saw this one a little bit ago. This is whenever that truck hit them, right? And so they're probably going to push back on this for a while. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I would assume that. And where's the rest of these here that's worth looking at? Because there's probably going to be more of these too. Oh boy, there's two more. Holy. Wow. Towns are going into red alert. No leaving homes for 3 days. Oh my God. You always want to whine and complain about how someone in power does something, but they never think about the best way to do something effectively. Well, And this is, you're very right about that. Oops, just a second, let me turn this down. You're very right about that. And this is a big problem that a lot of people have whenever they're talking about like anything like this, is that whenever people complain about the method used, they never really have an alternative that has any sort of logical sense to it. It's like, oh, well, we can just diplomatically do this. Like, and it's based off of, I think this is the issue too, right? Is that these are people that live in countries that are like hyper-policed, hyper-safe, and there's no sense of this happening in their own country ever. So they can't even comprehend the idea that there are people who don't listen to and don't care about diplomatic solutions, and they make decisions based off of the threat of force and that alone. And that's what the cartel generally does. I mean, not all of them, but like that's what they will do if they have to. That's the way any of these groups do. So I think that a lot of people have been effectively defeated by peace, right? And so like, you know, like victory has defeated you. I think that's unironically what's happened inside of America, at least, is that a lot of people believe the false reality that like you can somehow like stop these people from doing this, or you can explain it to them. No, there has to be like at some point there will be a you know, like a massive amount of like bad action, right? Something bad will happen, and it's just inevitable, right? Audio recording of 2016 ME-N-CHO ordering your police officer to relax his officer. The officer quickly complies. Yeah, I remember seeing this back in the day. There's another one here. Children, by the way? Yeah, of course, the adults have them do that. You're scared of kids? Well, yeah, because kids get older and they turn into an adult. Like, it's like if there's a small snake, you want to get rid of the snake early on. That way it doesn't turn into a big snake. You stupid? Duh. Like, what are you talking about? Of course. You retarded? That was 6 years ago, by the way. Yeah, I'm sure it's gotten a lot better. I'm sure surely they don't do that anymore. Will Mexico now be refugees in the United States? I think we should help the Mexican government if they ask for it, and that way they don't need to have refugees, right? I mean, that's the main reason why. But let me go back. I'll see the rest of these here too. But yeah, it's been a whole lot. Turn a small snake into a big snake and teach it to consume your enemies? Yeah, right. And anyway, where's the rest of these? Where the fuck is this? Pull up the rest of the other comments about this too. We need a duh emote. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people, like, this is the big issue that a lot of people have, right? This is more gunfire that happened today. Damn, bro, he just sitting in his lawn chair. Remember when we got rid of Gaddafi? I'm gonna be honest, Gaddafi was a G. He was. I mean, he had slaves, right? But I mean, George Washington had slaves. So like, that's not, I'm not gonna rule him out for that. But I mean, bro, the thing, no, look at this. Look at this. Oh my God, this guy looked like a G. Look at this, real quick. God damn, bro, look at all that. He got that shit on. So we had to get rid of him, bro. He was dripped the fuck out. Look at that. He spoke about 9/11. Yeah, absolutely. Gaddafi got disposed. Now there's new slave markets. Yeah, I thought that. I don't know why we killed this guy. I thought he was all right. Gaddafi killed terrorists. He's a true G. Yeah, he was a real one, man. Uh-oh. Jesus. You know, one of the things about Mexico, I'll wait till it shows a little bit more. One of the things about Mexico that's always been like really kind of surprising to me is that like you'll have like it's the wealth disparity in Mexico is like so pronounced and dramatic. I think Brazil's like this too, where like you'll have some fucking like nice ass like $10 million yacht next to like a fishing boat that's owned by like some, you know, native Mexican, and you know they're trying to catch 3 catfish so they can pay for fucking food for the next week, right? And that's it. It's just crazy for me to see the difference. It is. China the same? Yeah, it's because like look at this. This is a shithole. It's a shithole. It's nothing like those other places. Yeah, look at this. I don't want to travel to Mexico. I mean, I wouldn't go there today. I mean, I've got plenty of friends, people I know go to Mexico pretty regularly, right? I mean, like, my dad, like, he was talking about, because, like, we knew this other guy, right? And he's Mexican. And so, like, and he would go back and forth to Mexico to get drugs, right? And so, that's really where it was. And so, because of that, I mean, like, he was talking about going out, it's fine, right? I mean, yeah, a lot of places are fine. Shit. Do a hair transplant in Mexico? Yeah. The wealth gap is crazy in Jamaica, too? Yeah, maybe you're right. It's risky as fuck. It's not. It's not a shithole that's common in Mexico? Really? Is that true? You know, I want to go on Google Maps, see what Mexico's really like. Because I'm actually really curious. Yeah, I want to see this. It's common? Yeah, popping off? Yeah, like, because I haven't seen this at all. It's a decent view. It gets worse. This is common in a lot of countries. I mean, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, goddamn. Hiding behind a pole? I mean, what else are you going to hide behind, man? Like, yeah. It's like a Batman movie? Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah. It is like a, well, wow. Look at that. Yeah, this is like the beginning of like a Call of Duty mission. It is. It's like Call of Duty. 50 cops dead already? I wonder what the military is doing. That's what I'm really kind of confused about. Why isn't the military being deployed? And like, why? Because like, in my opinion, like, if I was the Mexican government, I would have immediately put on national, like a fucking martial law. Like the moment that like this stuff started happening, like all over the place, immediate martial law. Like, what are you doing? Cartels are in the government? Yeah, but like, wouldn't you say they're also in the police too, right? I mean, I just don't know. Like, I mean, again, it's a foreign culture to me, so I'm not really sure about the details. Here's another one too.
No mames.
This in every country in the world except for small city states. Check out places like Skid Row or Appalachia. I mean, I don't think you can really compare this to Skid Row, right? I mean, like, this is crazy. It's a country of places, except there's wealthy places. A lot of China Gibbs and China Gibbs. What's a China Gib? Yeah, is that like Gibbs, like welfare? Like, I mean, like, I obviously know that term, right? But like, I don't know. Can you recap what's going on? So they killed the U.S. and the Mexican military got help from the U.S. Military, and they killed the main cartel leader of like one of the biggest cartels in Mexico today. And so like now the people from that cartel, assumedly, are like causing chaos around Mexico. Which, as I said, like I'm still very surprised that that's happening. It seems like it's a mistake to do that, but I don't know. I don't know what their strategy is. Skid Row. It's not that Skid Row. It's way worse. Yeah, exactly. Which cartel? ME-N-CHO or something like that. Like I don't know how to say it exactly. They're attacking hospitals. But we'll get to that if it's there. Sieging. There you go. Yeah, ME-N-CHO is jeans. I don't know how I read. Ooh. Let's help these scum get rounded up. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, it's really dangerous to have something like this happen. It's incredibly dangerous. So, like, yeah, I mean, I do hope they go after these people. I mean, for sure. Of course they should. Xi Jinping gets a lot of support from China. Is that right? Oh my God. There's just like cars on fire and shit too. So I guess like they don't have cameras everywhere the same way that we do. I think that's probably another big difference. Like for us, like there's like a million cameras everywhere. It's like ring cams, dash cams, fucking just everything. It's like PUBG. Yeah, they turn into PUBG exactly. How about we just exterminate them? I mean, I think that again, it might come to that. I don't really know. I mean, it depends on like it has to be the Mexican military that does it. I think like just politically, because like if the U.S. military goes in there and does that against Mexico's wishes, I think it's going to cause a lot of problems. Skrilla, it's unidentifiable. Yeah, I guess so. This is bad. I'm going Mexico in August. Dude, this will probably be over in like a week. Like probably over in like 3 days. Like you think they have the ability to keep this up for like months? Fuck no, they can't do this for months. And we may shouldn't intervene. I mean, I don't think we should intervene unless we have to, or unless they ask us to, right? Other than that, I don't think that there's any reason to do that. Oh wait, what is this? Mexico doesn't wish to exterminate them. They were offered help and turned it down. Yeah, but like, are they turning it down because they don't want it, or it's because they have to say no because they're compromised? That's the question. Not even if they're attacking and taking Americans hostage. I mean, I think if they're taking Americans hostage, then absolutely it's like on the table, right? Of course you should go after them. But like until that happens and it's like a big thing. Oh my, wait, holy shit! Wait, this video is insane.
So everybody is being told to leave the area right now. Here on the beach, the tiki bar is being cleared out. All of these things are.
The tiki bar is getting cleared out. I can see why. Yeah.
Everybody vacate the area and leave immediately. You can see the smoke. I don't know if you can. The smoke in the sky.
Yeah.
But, we were just walking on the beach and we saw smoke everywhere. And we're being informed that there's major cartel violence happening right now all over Puerto Vallarta.
Holy shit.
Apparently, they've captured a top-ranking cartel member, and when that happens, all-out war happens. A number of cars have been set on fire, motorcycles set on fire. In fact, there were some attendees of Anarchapulco who were in a taxi cab. Taxi drivers are apparently targeted by the cartel. They were
Why?
They had their car shot at. The taxi driver was murdered, and the car was set on fire. All of their luggage was being burnt, including their clothes and passports. In fact.
Wow.
So it's a pretty scary, dire situation right now. We're being told do not go out at all. Do not walk in the streets. Do not get a taxi or an Uber. Do not go to the airport. In fact, the entire
especially don't go to the airport.
May be shut down right now because of this cartel violence. I mean, we heard
this cartel forces access to heavy artillery. What's causing all this catastrophic damage? It's not catastrophic damage. It's basically just a car that's on fire that's created a lot of smoke. Like the actual damage that's happening is very minimal. It's just that whenever you set a car on fire, it's like a firework, right? I mean, like it looks massive, but it's not really that big.
Mentioning a while back that he's going to go after the cartel in Mexico. Is this the beginning of that? Are we witnessing it live? I don't know. But everybody here has just been instructed to leave the area immediately.
They burnt down a commercial airplane? I didn't see that.
Being,
I haven't seen that at all.
Out. And really intense situation going on here in Puerto Vallarta. So
yeah.
I'm going to continue to document this as we do. We're going to stay safe.
They're going to start opening fire on people in the airport and they're taking U.S. citizens hostage? That's what people are saying. I mean, I don't know if that's confirmed yet, but that's what people are saying.
It's all over the place. It's thinned out now in the last hour, but apparently, from what I understand, there's a whole bunch of...
Why shouldn't the U.S. get directly involved in the cartel pour drugs in the country? The reason why is that it's just a very messy situation when you have the United States military that's doing an incursion into another country, especially a bordering country, against the wishes of that country. Like, that's basically, like, it's a nuclear option. Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't ever take the option, but I'm saying that every other resource and every other option should be exhausted and tried before you take that extreme action.
Oh, it has.
Violence happening all over the city.
Does that make sense?
We don't fly out until tomorrow.
Like in Venezuela? Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully it's not going to be an issue for us, because as it is right now, the airports might even be shut down. I hear the military is getting involved. Some of these cartel have, in the past, shot down military helicopters because they literally own rocket launchers. So this is serious stuff.
Was that recording this location? I mean, like, let's be honest, right? Everybody probably knows, like, all the Mexicans there, they probably know where the white people are. I mean, like, it's the same as anything, right? Like, if the cartel wanted to go around and just, like, indiscriminately shoot white people, yeah, you go to the tourist areas and you go shoot them. Like, but I bet they probably don't want to do that, honestly, because then that would probably aggro the United States, or it would aggro China. You saw, like, some of those videos. There's, like, Chinese people, I believe, that were, like, at the airport. Cartels won't touch them. Yeah, I mean, it's a very, like, it's a known thing that the cartels generally don't want to involve themselves with the United States. Is that, like, from their mind, right? Think about it. We've got a good thing going here, right? We sell drugs. We do whatever the fuck we want. And we don't fuck with them, and they will not come down and put the Eye of Sauron on us and the goy beam on us, and we're just chilling, right? Everything's fine. And so it's a little bit of a, just like, leave us alone, we'll leave you alone, right? I mean, it's smart. I mean, wouldn't that be, if you were the cartel, that's what you would do. I mean, that's what I would do. I would not fuck with them at all. The goy beam, hit him with the goy beam.
The bar, the beach area, and smoke in the air.
Man.
Major situation here in Puerto Vallarta.
Mexican-American citizens been here generations, they could go after them too. Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't really think that there's going to be a whole lot of that, but, we'll see. The blockades and shootouts. The U.S. is their customer base? Yeah, exactly right. You move cartels to Mexico, the drug protection will probably have to move into the U.S. or Canada, nothing really changes. Well, it's harder to do drug production in the U.S., right? I mean, it's obviously a lot harder. There's a reason why they're doing it somewhere else. Honestly, like, I would expect, if I had to guess, that drug production probably happens deeper in South America. Maybe somewhere in, like, Peru, you know, like, I don't know, maybe Colombia. A lot of people say it's Colombia. You maybe have some of it happening in, like, some of the larger countries on, like, the edge areas that are, like, very, kind of non-populous. Yeah, but yeah, Colombia, Peru, exactly, right? I mean, Bolivia, I forgot about, yeah, Bolivia, something like that. So, like, I mean, you think about it, right? I mean, again, like, just think about it if it was you. Would you want to make cocaine in Arkansas? Fuck no. No, you want to make it in Peru. Duh. Of course. Yes, in the jungle? Yeah, duh. Do you agree the importation of fentanyl can be considered a bioweapon? Well, yeah, I mean, of course it's a bioweapon. I mean, obviously it's a bioweapon. It kills people on a mass scale. I mean, that's what bioweapons do. I mean, very clearly, I mean, sure. One of ME-N-CHO's sons was also reportedly captured? Really? Okay, I'll pull that up in a minute. It's more fertile in Colombia than Peru? In Colombia? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Trump responsible for the murder? Why doesn't he at least send the army to stop him? If Trump was responsible, what does Trump have to do with this? I mean, like, the U.S. military helping with, like, giving intelligence to the Mexican military of, like, where a drug leader is? I don't really think that's, like, Trump being responsible, okay? I think it's a little bit too much. You're giving him too much credit. That's my opinion, right? I think yeah, it's not really it. Holy shit. The fuck? What the fuck? What the hell are they doing driving a truck into there? Why did Israel do this? It's because they hate Jesus. Yep. That's the reason. Of course. It's always the same. This looks like New York. Well, that's what I was saying before, right? It's like you got places like this. This looks like a nice place in America. You see what I'm saying? Look at this. Which Jesus? There's a few of them in Mexico. It's Jesus. It's different. Yeah, we saw this one too. We didn't see this. I don't Costco. I don't Costco. Yeah, Costco. What the fuck? A port car vacation location made home yesterday after shit popped off. Yeah. Oh shit. God damn. God damn, shit's just on fire. Imagine you're the guy in the blue truck, you know? It's like, that's the kind of thing, like, you come out to your blue truck and, like, every other car around you is on fire, and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna stop by church. I'm gonna stop by and do a little donation, right? The employee cars, I don't know, right? And maybe they were burning them based off of, like, the most expensive looking cars. Who the fuck knows? And there's more of this too. We'll look at a few more. I want to look at some other stuff too. Why are they coming here if Mexico has places like that? Well, it's simple. Like, is that not all the places are like that? Like, there's some places in Mexico that are beautiful and amazing and they're just as nice as an American city. And there's other places that are effectively PvP servers where people are living on peanuts, right? And so, like, it's just, like, that's the way that a lot of developing countries are, right? So, like, you see this in Brazil, you see it inside of, like, South Asian countries too. You see it with, obviously Mexico. Like, a lot of these places, they have really, really nice areas. Like, India's like this too, right? But, like, the majority of India is not really very developed, but some places are very nice. And so, as soon as you step out of that, now it's awful. That's a tourist spot? Yeah, but, like, a tourist spot is like a wealthy area. Clearly. South Asia is way more chill. Yeah, I understand it's way more chill, but, like, what I'm saying is that in South Asia, the same thing is manifest, right? Where, like, you have, areas that are really nice and areas that are really not nice. And that's my point. And I think that the disparity is, like, gigantic, right? It's a huge disparity compared to, like, in the United States, or, like, you go to, like, the Hamptons or something and it is really nice. But, outside of, like, a few projects areas, right? And, like, ghettos here, it's generally a pretty nice country. Imagine how awesome Mexico would be if they locked up their 2%ers. I mean, every country has 2%ers. Every country would dramatically improve if they just lock up the people that commit crimes. Like, that's the reason why, like, for example, like, China, you look at China, it's a beautiful country and there's no problems, right? At least in the big cities. Like, and you look at, like, Saudi Arabia, there's no problems. You look at, the UAE, there's no problems there. You look at El Salvador, there's no problems. The reason why is, like, you just put the people that cause problems in jail and then the problems go away. That's it. The Karen's to blame for this too? Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly, like Japan. I mean, Japan definitely has, like, a bit more of a problem with it, but, like, yeah, I'd say overall it's true. Let's see if I pull this up. Oh, this is actually, like, the shooting. Wow. What the fuck? Do they have machine guns? Yeah, it's easy to get a machine gun. What do you mean? I do have to say that anybody that thinks that these guys have a chance against any legitimate military in the world, these are 4 guys that are using a Ford F-250 as cover, shooting fucking AR-15s. I'm sorry, guys. But the moment that these people go up against any of the probably top 100 militaries in the world, it's just, it's not even going to be, it will be over so fast you won't even know what happened. Yeah, the B team? Yeah, these are people in basic training could get rid of these guys. Exactly. All their trucks are armored trucks. They're armored trucks. Right. Has it ever occurred to you that militaries have weapons that go through armor? Like, that they specifically do that? Like, that's I mean, they probably thought of this, right? You think they ever thought of this before? Oh, they've got armor. We can't shoot them now. Armor piercing's a myth. I mean, I've seen, like, you shoot a 50 caliber machine gun and, it's going to be heightened military activity central Mexico. Oh, wow. This is in the Mexico highway. I don't be too sure about that. They can fight asymmetrically and unconventionally, guerrilla warfare, basically. They know they can't win a fight conventionally. Yeah, I think they'd definitely be a pain in the ass. I mean, that's true for sure. And it looks like this is the actual military here. Holy, look at them all. Wow. How long this will go on until Mexican or American militaries are involved? Well, it looks like they're involved right now. Yeah, I mean, like, Canada's 28th most powerful military in the world. I think these guys could give them a run for their money. The Canada? I don't know about that, guys. I really don't. I think that really it's like a, oh, here we go, it's a panic. Oh, wait, it's in a hospital? This is what people are saying. Let me just go through this, make sure there's nothing that's problematic that's worth looking at. Yeah, this is okay. Up A10 Warthog versus armored truck. This shit's a joke. Yeah. Let me see. I'll pull this up. Yeah, so they're gonna go into hospitals again. Like, what other group goes into hospitals? The IRGC in Iran. Like, it's like classic terrorist behavior. Like Vietnam guerrilla warfare with technology now. Yeah, I think so too. Don't underestimate the cartels. So I don't underestimate them. I'm just saying that, like, if you have the military is just as superior and it's a bigger force, right? But like, it's not about, like, they're not going to try to fight a war out in the open anyway, right? It's not like it's going to be fucking, you know, like a battle, right? Like World War I. But they have thousands of drones and grenades stored for this? I'm sure they do. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Let me see. I'll pull this up. Is this a? Yeah. Here we go. All right. Cinema? Yeah. Is that right? Well, the holes, what the fuck? Yeah. I mean, you think they spend $1 trillion a year for nothing? The armor's cardboard? Yeah. Like, I mean, you think they can't get through that? It would just be in a second. And versus an armored truck, bro, like, it's nothing. And I don't know if this is really, like, what is this? This is about a tank versus a Humvee? Oh my god. You've been just going kind of R&D? Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at what an AC-130 can do. Yep, the Toyota's upgraded. Just ran a war simulation in Canada, Mexico, Canada 1. I thought you should know. Surely that definitely, surely it's accurate, right? Can they have videos of tanks running over cars? I'm sure. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, again, like, if they go after somebody like this, it's just gonna, it's gonna be over, right? I mean, like, you look at these vehicles, and it would not even be, it would not even take a second to do, right? It's insane how fast and how powerful this stuff is. Look what the C-110 Vulcan can do. It makes circles around something, it makes it go away. Okay, I mean, I'll pull up one more, okay? And then I want to look at the other images. Okay, where is it? Honestly, the only other time I've seen something like this was in Armored Core 6. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, like, that's the only other time I've seen it. And where's the rest of these, if there's anything else going on? But yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, they're gonna be cooked if the military goes after them, right? Obviously, it's so fucking clear. And where's the rest of these too? It's just flares too, exactly. And I think they have the Firebird Mountain WoW. Yeah, exactly. Phoenix Aura. Yeah, bro, like, I think that a lot of people don't understand how powerful a lot of these, like, military things are. Like, they're completely fucking overpowered. Totally overpowered. Costco, and yeah, Costco, bro, blowing up the fucking Costco. And it looks like these are a lot of the same images, right? So we'll have to wait and see. But it does seem like they're probably going to push back as much as they can, right?
When a breach occurs at the highest levels, every entry point becomes critical infrastructure.
Breach protocol! Another day, another attempt on Trump's life. This time a shotgun-wielding maniac with a gas can breached the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago in the dead of night. The Secret Service did what they had to do. They put him down permanently, but here's what the mainstream media does not want you to know about this latest assassination attempt. Now, this is not just a random break-in, my friends. This is the fourth serious attempt on President Trump's life, and we're not even through the first year and a half in office. I mean, think about what this means for you and your family. If they're willing to go this far against the President of the United States, what do you think they'll do to ordinary Americans who support him? Less rhetoric has created an environment where violence against conservatives is not just accepted, it's encouraged. Treasury Secretary Bissett called it exactly right. This venom is coming directly from the Democrat Party and their media lies. They've normalized political violence, and now we're seeing the deadly consequences. And speaking of deadly consequences and being prepared for what's coming, you see, something's brewing and you can feel it. The problem, well, you never know the full story until after the crash, after the collapse, after it's too late. And here's the brutal truth. You can't protect yourself afterwards. You have to be ready now. All this uncertainty, the chaos, the warning signs might just be telling us that something massive is coming. While politicians play games with our economy and radicals threaten our stability, smart Americans are taking action, and that's why I trust Noble Gold Investments to help secure my financial future with precious metals. When everything else fails, gold endures. So do not wait until it's too late. Call Noble Gold today and protect what matters most. You'll find that number on the screen as well as the link.
I'm gonna throw some armor on.
Gold, but here's the
I didn't want to have to hit my new armor, man, but I mean, at this point.
Act of violence. Austin Tucker Martin, a 20-something artist from North Carolina, didn't just wake up one morning and decide to attack Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and a gasoline can. Someone or something pushed him to this point. His own mother reported him missing, which means this was planned. The Democrats' constant calls for resistance and their media allies painting Trump as Hitler does have consequences. Senator Marsha Blackburn reacting, "We're grateful for the swift and decisive action by law enforcement at Mar-a-Lago to stop this threat. Rhetoric matters. Democrats have a duty to do their part to prevent future attacks on President Trump." But no, I don't think they really care. They don't want to prevent future attacks. President Trump is dismantling their entire system, their entire game. He is the obstacle to their globalist takeover of this nation. That's why these things continue. We're going to get President Trump's reaction in just a moment, but let's hear Marsha Blackburn first.
This is the third time we have seen an attempt on President Trump's life, and we are pleased he was not there and are grateful for the swift reaction, and know that FBI, Secret Service, Palm Beach County are conducting this investigation, and I am certain in the next few hours we are going to know more about how this individual was able to breach that perimeter. And also, you know, Mike, we're going to know more about this individual and their political leanings and their reasoning. And I'm certain that the family is going to be able to provide some insight into this. I think it is also a reminder that rhetoric matters, and this continuing with the Trump derangement syndrome and villainizing the President of the United States without respect to the individual or to the office. This is something that people should think twice before they speak in that manner.
What questions would you have if senators get a briefing on this incident from federal authorities?
Yes, I think that as we're learning that the family reported the individual missing, and we're going to want to know more about what that report entailed to law enforcement and the mental illness, and if it is a severely mentally disturbed individual. We also are going to want to know about law enforcement and the breaching of that perimeter and the difference in the security when the president is present at his residence and when he is not.
Thankfully, the president was not on site when it happened. But her opening statement about the rhetoric sets up the analysis and how this political violence is being analyzed by law enforcement. GB News, what we are seeing is political ideology played out in political violence. That's a quote. Law enforcement litigation expert Dr. Sonny Slaughter discusses the U.S. Secret Service fatally shooting a man for unlawfully entering President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
Well, what we are seeing is political ideology play out in political violence, and apparently this young. Well, what we are seeing is political ideology play out in political violence. And apparently, this young man went missing off the radar of his parents from North Carolina. He's 21 years old. And for some reason, and we don't know yet because this is still a developing story, he decided that it was the smart thing to do to take a gun and gas can onto the property of Mar-a-Lago, and thank goodness the president was not there.
Dr. Sonny, there appears to be lots more targeted attacks, or at least publicized targeted attacks, with President Trump than perhaps there has been with previous administrations. What do you think we can read into this?
You know, I was thinking the exact same thing when we were going back and forth about my appearance today. A lot more targeted, but also very, very visible. Now, I've been traveling around with U.S. senators and members of Congress for years. And even when you think about the other attacks on previous presidents, they have been vast. But lately, what we are finding out in the last year or two is that more information is coming out about these attacks, and particularly those on President Trump. What we know is that attacks, targeted attacks, do happen, but what we are seeing is that they're communicated at a high rate now more than ever, and I don't know whether more people are paying attention or whether the White House has decided that this is important for people to know, and I think two things can be true at the same time, and both of those things are true. More is happening.
More is happening. Political ideology, as violence bridges perfectly to the hard details we're getting. Update from ME-N-CHO Ultra Mar-a-Lago breach. Suspect was a white male in his 20s, also carrying a gas can in addition to a shotgun. Authorities are asking local residents to check their security cameras to see if they see anything suspicious. Here is some early reporting.
Have with me from the FBI, Special Agent in Charge Brett Stiles, Special Agent in Charge Rafael Barrios from the Secret Service. Also, I have Resident Agent in Charge David Clancy. At 1:30 this morning, the security detail detected that a individual had made his way into the inner perimeter of Mar-a-Lago. A deputy and two Secret Service agents on the detail went to that area to investigate. They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun. He was ordered to drop those two pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the two Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene. I'll give you a picture of the shotgun and the gas can to have with you. So that's what we know now. The investigation continues. The FBI is the lead investigation.
Now here is a picture of the shotgun laying on the ground and the gas can. You can see it clearly there in the imagery from the investigation. Secret Service shot him.
We are back with the Fox News alert. We can now report, per U.S. Secret Service, that an armed man in his 20s was shot and killed by U.S. Secret Service agents in the local sheriff's department at Mar-a-Lago after unlawfully entering the secure perimeter.
Any minute now, we're expecting a press briefing out of Mar-a-Lago from the FBI, Secret Service, and local officials. So what we understand at the moment is that overnight, around 1:30 in the morning.
So you saw some of that press briefing, but the details about the male with the shotgun, the gas can, are the setup for the next. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent blames the latest failed assassination attempt on Trump inside Mar-a-Lago on the Democrats because of their increasing calls for violence against Republicans. Listen.
This morning. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. We had planned to have you on this program to discuss tariffs, but let me first begin with your reaction. Do you know if President Trump was in Washington at 1:30 a.m. last night?
Good morning, Maria, and good to be with you. I just spoke with President Trump. He spent the night in D.C. He was here for the National Governors Conference, gave a great speech to the governors last night. And, you know, Maria, I just want to say, why don't we look back here and think two would-be assassins dead, one in jail for life, and you know, this venom coming from the other side. Look at this terrible, profane Senate commercial in Illinois. I would call for them to take that down. Take that down, because it is that kind of venom that, you know, we don't know whether this person was a mastermind, unhinged, or what, but they are normalizing this violence. It's got to stop. I want to congratulate Sean Curran and the Secret Service for protecting the president and his family.
And how is it possible that this individual could have gotten as close as he did to Mar-a-Lago last night?
Yeah, for anyone who's driven along there, the perimeter is very protected. So you know we'll see. I don't know whether did he come along the beach? Did he? You know, I don't know, but I can tell you the Secret Service is running so much better now than it was in Butler. New leadership, and President Trump and his family, they're safe, but they shouldn't have to endure attempt after attempt.
And Secretary, will there be any further changes in terms of the president's security, the security at Mar-a-Lago post this incident?
Yeah, Maria, I'm not going to discuss that on TV, but you know, I think the perimeter around the president is as strong as it's ever been. But again, you know, this existential threat, this venom from the left, really has to stop. They've normalized this violence.
They've normalized the violence. Nobody goes to work hoping to draw their weapon. The goal is public safety. Former Secret Service agent Bobby McDonald tells Nick Ferrelli the death of the man on Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate would have been a last resort.
We need to say for the men and women involved, the law enforcement officers, there have been some controversial incidents over recent months, but it is reported that they gave this man every opportunity to give up, and instead he effectively went on the offense.
Look, our discipline has had some trouble over the last couple of years, absolutely, especially in the United States. But the men and women of law enforcement go out every day to protect their community. Nobody, none of us ever goes to work hoping to having to draw our weapon and ultimately discharge it and allow for a life to be lost. That is not the goal every day. The goal is public safety and making sure that within the Secret Service, our protectees and their properties are safe and sound every day.
That's not what they wanted to do when they went in to work that day, but that's how it ended up. Nick Sortor also breaking the news. Secret Service shot and killed an armed intruder while penetrating the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago, carrying a shotgun and a gas can. First images that we saw actually from Laura Loomer. She caught the images, posted them first on X, and then found that the young man was missing. Parents had called him in missing. And there he is. That's a picture of him. The suspect's identity as a North Carolina artist gives us the perfect setup for Trump's own reaction, from whom the shooter was to how the target himself is responding.
I don't know how long I'll be around. Got a lot of people gunning for me, don't I? Huh? But I will not forget them. I'm never going to forget them. I don't know how long I'll be around. Got a lot of people gunning for me, don't I? Huh? But I will not forget them. I'm never going to forget them.
You can hear it in his voice, man. He knows it. A lot of people gunning for him. That's why we need to pray for President Trump. We need to pray for this nation every single day. Pray for protection. God has his hand on this nation. God has his hand on this president. I believe that. What happened in Butler was a clear miracle. When his head was turned in just the right moment, dodging that assassin's bullet. It could only be the hand of God there. And again, the hand of God facing President Trump in Washington, D.C. when somebody else would go and breach the perimeter at Mar-a-Lago. President Trump knows that his enemies are all around him. But the angels of the Lord are around him as well. Let's keep praying for that. You see, the Secret Service saved America that night because if that lunatic had succeeded, he got past the perimeter with his weapon and his gas can, we'd be looking at a completely different country today. Thank God for the brave men and women who put their lives on the line to protect our president from these deranged leftist assassins. See, this is exactly why Trump won in a landslide. The American people are sick and tired of the left's violence and their hatred. Every failed assassination attempt, every act of leftist terror, every unhinged attack just proves Trump is the man they fear most. He's the only one standing between us and their radical agenda. The Secret Service did their job perfectly, but we can't rely on them to stop every attack. We need to stand up. We need to speak out and make it clear that political violence has no place in America. So my question for you, do you think that Democrats will finally condemn this violence? Or will they keep pushing their supporters towards more deadly attacks? Let me know in the comments, and while you're at it, check out the Next News merch shop to show your support for real America First journalism.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.
Another day, another attempt on Trump's life. This time a shotgun-wielding maniac with a gas can breached the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago in the dead of night. The Secret Service did what they had to do. They put him down permanently, but here's what the mainstream media does not want you to know about this latest assassination attempt. Now, this is not just a random break-in, my friends. This is the fourth serious attempt on President Trump's life, and we're not even through the first year and a half in office. I mean, think about what this means for you and your family. If they're willing to go this far...
When a breach occurs at the highest levels, every entry point becomes critical infrastructure.
Breach protocol! Another day, another attempt on Trump's life. This time a shotgun-wielding maniac with a gas can breached the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago in the dead of night. The Secret Service did what they had to do. They put him down permanently, but here's what the mainstream media does not want you to know about this latest assassination attempt. Now, this is not just a random break-in, my friends. This is the fourth serious attempt on President Trump's life, and we're not even through the first year and a half in office. I mean, think about what this means for you and your family. If they're willing to go this far against the President of the United States, what do you think they'll do to ordinary Americans who support him? Left's rhetoric has created an environment where violence against conservatives is not just accepted, it's encouraged. Treasury Secretary Bissett called it exactly right. This venom is coming directly from the Democrat Party and their media lies. They've normalized political violence, and now we're seeing the deadly consequences. And speaking of deadly consequences and being prepared for what's coming, you see, something's brewing and you can feel it. The problem? Well, you never know the full story until after the crash, after the collapse, after it's too late. And here's the brutal truth. You can't protect yourself afterwards. You have to be ready now. All this uncertainty, the chaos, the warning signs might just be telling us that something massive is coming. While politicians play games with our economy and radicals threaten our stability, smart Americans are taking action, and that's why I trust Noble Gold Investments to help secure my financial future with precious metals. When everything else fails, gold endures. So do not wait until it's too late. Call Noble Gold today and protect what matters most. You'll find that number on the screen as well as the link to Next News Gold. But here's the part that should terrify every American. You see, this wasn't some spontaneous act of violence. Austin Tucker Martin, a 20-something artist from North Carolina didn't just wake up one morning and decide to attack Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and a gasoline can. Someone or something pushed him to this point. His own mother reported him missing, which means this was planned. The Democrats' constant calls for resistance and their media allies painting Trump as Hitler does have consequences. Senator Marsha Blackburn reacting, "We're grateful for the swift and decisive action by law enforcement at Mar-a-Lago to stop this threat. Rhetoric matters, and Democrats have a duty to do their part to prevent future attacks on President Trump." But no, I don't think they really care. They don't want to prevent future attacks. President Trump is dismantling their entire system, their entire game. He is the obstacle to their globalist takeover of this nation. That's why these things continue. We're going to get President Trump's reaction in just a moment, but let's hear Marsha Blackburn first.
This is the third time we have seen an attempt on President Trump's life, and we are pleased he was not there and are grateful for the swift reaction, and know that FBI, Secret Service, Palm Beach County are conducting this investigation, and I am certain in the next few hours we are going to know more about how this individual was able to breach that perimeter. And also, you know, Mike, we're going to know more about this individual and their political leanings and their reasoning. And I'm certain that the family is going to be able to provide some insight into this. I think it is also a reminder that rhetoric matters. And this continuing with the Trump derangement syndrome and villainizing the President of the United States without respect to the individual or to the office, this is something that people should think twice before they speak in that manner.
What questions would you have if senators get a briefing on this incident from federal authorities?
Yes, I think that as we're learning that the family reported the individual missing, and we're going to want to know more about what that report entailed to law enforcement and the mental illness, and if it is a severely mentally disturbed individual. We also are going to want to know about law enforcement and the breaching of that perimeter and the difference in the security when the president is present at his residence and when he is not.
Thankfully, the president was not on site when it happened. But her opening statement about the rhetoric sets up the analysis and how this political violence is being analyzed by law enforcement. GB News, what we are seeing is political ideology played out in political violence. That's a quote. Law enforcement litigation expert Dr. Sonny Slaughter discusses the U.S. Secret Service fatally shooting a man for unlawfully entering President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home.
Well, what we are seeing is political ideology played out in political violence, and apparently this young Well, what we are seeing is political ideology played out in political violence, and apparently this young man went missing off the radar of his parents from North Carolina. He's 21 years old, and for some reason, and we don't know yet because this is still a developing story, he decided that it was the smart thing to do to take a gun and gas can onto the property of Mar-a-Lago, and thank goodness the president was not there.
Dr. Sonny, there appears to be lots more targeted attacks, or at least publicized targeted attacks, with President Trump than perhaps there has been with previous administrations. What do you think we can read into this?
You know, I was thinking the exact same thing when we were going back and forth about my appearance today. A lot more targeted, but also very, very visible. Now, I've been traveling around with U.S. senators and members of Congress for years. And even when you think about the other attacks on previous presidents, they have been vast. But lately, what we are finding out in the last year or two is that more information is coming out about these attacks, and particularly those on President Trump. What we know is that attacks, targeted attacks, do happen, but what we are seeing is that they're communicated at a high rate now more than ever, and I don't know whether more people are paying attention or whether the White House has decided that this is important for people to know, and I think two things can be true at the same time, and both of those things are true. More is happening.
More is happening. The political ideology as violence bridges perfectly to the hard details we're getting. Update from ME-N-CHO, Mar-a-Lago breach. Suspect was a white male in his 20s, also carrying a gas can in addition to a shotgun. Authorities are asking local residents to check their security cameras to see if they see anything suspicious. Here is some early reporting.
I have with me from the FBI, Special Agent in Charge Brett Skiles, Special Agent in Charge Rafael Barrios from the Secret Service. Also, I have Resident Agent in Charge David Clancy. At 1:30 this morning, the security detail detected that a individual had made his way into the inner perimeter of Mar-a-Lago. A deputy and two Secret Service agents on the detail went to that area to investigate. They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun. He was ordered to drop those two pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the two Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene. I'll give you a picture of the shotgun and the gas can to have with you. So that's what we know now. The investigation continues. The FBI is the lead investigation.
Now here is a picture of the shotgun laying on the ground and the gas can. You can see it clearly there in the imagery from the investigation. Secret Service shot him.
We are back with the Fox News alert. We can now report, per U.S. Secret Service, that an armed man in his 20s was shot and killed by U.S. Secret Service agents in the local sheriff's department at Mar-a-Lago after unlawfully entering the secure perimeter.
Any minute now, we're expecting a press briefing out of Mar-a-Lago from the FBI, Secret Service, and local officials. So what we understand at the moment is that overnight, around 1:30 in the morning.
So you saw some of that press briefing, but the details about the male with the shotgun, the gas can, are the setup for the next. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent blames the latest failed assassination attempt on Trump inside Mar-a-Lago on the Democrats because of their increasing calls for violence against Republicans. Listen.
This morning. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. We had planned to have you on this program to discuss tariffs, but let me first begin with your reaction. Do you know if President Trump was in Washington at 1:30 a.m. last night?
Good morning, Maria, and good to be with you. I just spoke with President Trump. He spent the night in D.C. He was here for the National Governors Conference, gave a great speech to the governors last night. And, you know, Maria, I just want to say, why do we look back here and think two would-be assassins dead, one in jail for life, and you know, this venom coming from the other side. Look at this terrible, profane Senate commercial in Illinois. I would call for them to take that down. Take that down, because it is that kind of venom that, you know, we don't know whether this person was a mastermind, unhinged, or what, but they are normalizing this violence. It's got to stop. I want to congratulate Sean Curran and the Secret Service for protecting the president and his family.
And how is it possible that this individual could have gotten as close as he did to Mar-a-Lago last night?
Yeah, for anyone who's driven along there, the perimeter is very protected. So, you know, we'll see. I don't know whether, you know, did he come Did he come along the beach? Did he, I don't know, but I can tell you the Secret Service is running. They are so much better now than it was in Butler. New leadership and President Trump and his family, they're safe, but they shouldn't have to endure attempt after attempt.
And Secretary, will there be any further changes in terms of the president's security, the security at Mar-a-Lago post this incident?
Yeah, Maria, I'm not going to discuss that on TV, but I think the perimeter around the president is as strong as it's ever been. But again, this existential threat, this venom from the left, really has to stop. They've normalized this violence.
They've normalized the violence. Nobody goes to work hoping to draw their weapon. The goal is public safety. Former Secret Service agent Bobby McDonald tells Nick Ferrelli the death of the man on Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate would have been a last resort.
We need to say for the men and women involved, the law enforcement officers, there have been some controversial incidents over recent months, but it is reported that they gave this man every opportunity to give up, and instead he effectively went on the offense.
Look, our discipline has had some trouble over the last couple of years, absolutely, especially in the United States. But the men and women of law enforcement go out every day to protect their community. Nobody, none of us ever goes to work hoping to having to draw our weapon and ultimately discharge it and allow for a life to be lost. That is not the goal every day. The goal is public safety and making sure that within the Secret Service, our protectees and their properties are safe and sound every day.
That's not what they wanted to do when they went in to work that day, but that's how it ended up. Nick Sortor also breaking the news. Secret Service shot and killed an armed intruder while penetrating the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago, carrying a shotgun and a gas can. First images that we saw, actually from Laura Loomer. She caught the images, posted them first on X, and then found that the young man was missing. His parents had called him in missing. And there he is. That's a picture of him. The suspect's identity as a North Carolina artist gives us the perfect setup for Trump's own reaction, from whom the shooter was to how the target himself is responding.
I don't know how long I'll be around. Got a lot of people gunning for me, don't I, huh? But I will not forget them. I'm never going to forget them. I don't know how long I'll be around. Got a lot of people gunning for me, don't I, huh? But I will not forget them. I'm never going to forget them.
You can hear it in his voice, man. He knows it. A lot of people gunning for him. That's why we need to pray for President Trump. We need to pray for this nation every single day. Pray for protection. God has his hand on this nation. God has his hand on this president, and I believe that. What happened in Butler was a clear miracle when his head was turned in just the right moment, dodging that assassin's bullet. It could only be the hand of God there. And again, the hand of God placing President Trump in Washington, D.C. when somebody else would go and breach the perimeter at Mar-a-Lago. President Trump knows that his enemies are all around him. But the angels of the Lord are around him as well. Let's keep praying for that. You see, the Secret Service saved America that night because if that lunatic had succeeded, he'd gotten past the perimeter with his weapon and his gas can, we'd be looking at a completely different country today. And thank God for the brave men and women who put their lives on the line to protect our president from these deranged leftist assassins. See, this is exactly why Trump won in a landslide. The American people are sick and tired of the left's violence and their hatred. Every failed assassination attempt, every act of leftist terror, every unhinged attack just proves that Trump is the man they fear most. He's the only one standing between us and their radical agenda. The Secret Service did their job perfectly, but we can't rely on them to stop every attack. We need to stand up. We need to speak out and make it clear that political violence has no place in America. So my question for you, do you think that Democrats will finally condemn this violence? Or will they keep pushing their supporters towards more deadly attacks? Let me know in the comments, and while you're at it, Check out the Next News merch shop to show your support for real America First journalism.
The system controls information. Information control is power.
They don't want you to see this.
The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.
This is my pocket soup, a homemade instant soup for work.
was paralyzed, so he's not going to be able to walk again. So I wanted to give him a different mode of transportation. And he was zipping around the house. You could see that he had this incredible will to live, despite what's going on with him. I am Shannon, and this is Harper's Story for Geo Beats. I run a rescue called Mojo's Hope, and we're a nonprofit rescue for animals with special needs. He was found outside in Alaska at about 3 weeks old by a Good Samaritan. We took him in and got him the care he needed immediately. But the injury, whatever happened to him, happened probably during birth or right after birth, so there was no way for him to repair and get better and be able to walk despite that. He's persevering. He's just incredibly full of life. I introduced the cart real slowly. First introduced the harness, introduced the cart, made it a very positive association because I believe fully in fear-free methods, never want to stress-induced for them because you don't want it to be a negative thing ever. You want him to enjoy it. He took to it in a week. He was like, this is it, I got it. He just loves climbs, zips, pounces everywhere. I have to have like bedding everywhere because he likes to launch off of things, so I have to be very careful with him. I call him lovingly my feisty tornado of love because that's what he is. He's extremely feisty, but he's also very affectionate and loyal. So when Cinder was here, Cinder helped raise him. She was my husky, and she doted on him. He's on special food, he has medications, lots of supplements. He's incontinent, so he's not able to go to the bathroom on his own. So he needs to be expressed and stimulated, which can be very uncomfortable for him, but he trusts me to do that. Cinder helped raise him. They were together for for 4 years. She passed in October 7, 2023. Cinder was an extraordinary animal, and losing her has been really hard on everybody in the home, and her absence is very profound. And when she was gone, he got closer with me because she was not there. He was always close with me, but just knowing that he feels that safety net with me and knows that how much he is loved, I would say it transcends time and space. We just don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. If you could look at the ones you love today and tell them what they mean to you and show that to them each and every day, then that will make the world a better place. Anybody could be.
The U.S. State Department is telling Americans in Mexico to The U.S. State Department is telling Americans in Mexico to shelter in place as law enforcement tries to regain control of cities that have fallen into chaos in the hands of the Mexican cartels. This is after the Mexican military took out a notorious cartel kingpin with U.S. support. And we're learning a little bit more about our role in all of that. Not a lot of detail, but we had one. The carnage, cars torched, roads blocked, banks and local businesses set on fire as those cartels are now fighting for power. It's like everybody else is in the middle of a gang war right now. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-host, Emily Campagno, and also joining us, Tomi Lahren, co-host of The Big Weekend Show and host of Tomi Lahren is Fearless on Outkick. Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business anchor and host of American Dream Home on Fox Business. And Griff Jenkins is with us, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Mexico's most wanted drug lord, known as ME-N-CHO, was killed in a U.S.-backed military raid. He founded a vast criminal network which has the highest cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine trafficking capacity in Mexico. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt applauded the move. And here's what she wrote. ME-N-CHO was a top target for the Mexican and U.S. government as one of the top traffickers of fentanyl. President Trump has been very clear the U.S. will ensure narco-terrorists sending deadly drugs to our homeland are forced to face the wrath of justice they have long deserved. Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joined me last hour on the Faulkner Focus.
This is exactly what they're doing in Puerto Vallarta. What they are doing is burning buses, lighting gas stations on fire, because they want to create terror for those who struck a nerve. This will create compression amongst those other cartels. We may see more violence stem from this, but what we're seeing right now is their capability for violence, and this should awake Americans up. This is why it's so important to close our borders.
The borders are essentially closed, and the drugs flowing across, Griff, have dwindled to nearly zero, thank goodness. Not quite there, but certainly the human trafficking. What is there for people on the left to catch on to at this point?
So this is a big deal, Harris, and it couldn't be a more dangerous time to be in Mexico because of what Sheriff Lamb was talking about. So a power vacuum was now created. ME-N-CHO was the top trafficker of cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl coming across in the Jalisco New Generation cartel. Now, remember, last summer, El Mayo, who was the leader of the Sinaloa cartel, was taken. The U.S. captured him. It led to a spike in 400% increase in homicides in Mexico. Now we're going to see it even more so because Jalisco New Generation is the dominant cartel. And they're going to start retaliating now against Mexican officials because of this. And don't forget, for 4 years under the Biden administration, they lined their pockets with money. That's why you see these stunning videos of the cartel leaders in armored vehicles that rival U.S. military firepower. They're going to retaliate against the officials, but then they're going to fight the rival factions that are trying to fill ME-N-CHO. And so it's really a lot of unanswered questions of really where and how they're going to retaliate against Mexican officials, and then the war that's going to go on with the cartel, which puts Americans stuck in Mexico at a very, very high risk.
Yeah, the list last night, Tommy, that some of us put out on social media of all the areas that were basically in lockdown, shelter in place, was pretty long. It wasn't just Jalisco and Puerto Vallarta and some of the other areas where we know Americans go, but it was a lot of different states within that country.
I think Americans need to understand something that doesn't feel comfortable, but anytime you as an American travel to Mexico, there is a limited amount of things that the American government can do for you there. Yes, they've put out the warnings, they said shelter in place, they can help you a little bit with the embassy, but when you decide to travel to Mexico, a lot of people think you go to a resort, you're going to be safe, nothing happens there. Well, I think they're finding out the hard way that that's not necessarily true. In 2017, a friend of mine from California was stabbed to death in Playa del Carmen. And that was just walking from bar to bar in a resort area. So I've been sounding the alarm on this for almost 10 years now, saying, if you're an American going to Mexico, have a great time, but understand the risks. And to the point about President Trump and his message, we saw it in the first administration, his message to Mexico was the threat of tariffs if the Mexican military doesn't do their part to secure the border. And then the Mexican military stepped up. Now we flash forward to administration 2.0. President Trump says, I'm not going to tolerate not only the human trafficking, but the drug trafficking. And now the Mexican military, once again, stepping up to do their part to secure their own country. That, in my opinion, is a direct response to President Trump and how tough he's been on this issue.
Talk to me about tariffs, because you knew we'd get there eventually, and Tommy got us there. You've got a new round coming, potentially, that the president and his staff have worked on to get beyond what the U.S. Supreme Court did. It sounds like, from what Tommy's saying, you may need those more immediately, particularly given the situation that's going on
a national security basis, which is the reason that he implemented those tariffs in the first place. Liberation Day, April of 2025. Fast forward to now. The steel and aluminum tariffs, by the way, are still in place. That's a separate issue than what the Supreme Court ruled on, and that is a big piece of it. Those are sectoral. Yes, like and Canada, that's why you've seen more and more auto manufacturing that is coming back into the United States. Again, is this a safety concern? Because before, the parts were going back. They were going from Canada to the U.S. down to Mexico and then back. Sometimes these components were going back and forth to Mexico. A lot of that is ending, and a lot of the automakers had expressed concerns for the safety of their employees in Mexico. The U.S. government has not only do you have this designation of a terrorist organization with Jalisco, but you also have them giving us a price tag on the cartel cartel industry as it exists right now in Mexico. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry on an annual basis because they're not just into fentanyl and into meth and cocaine and human trafficking. They're also, they steal oil from Pemex and then they sell it. They have extortion operations around the country, the different groups of the cartel do, where they extort the avocado farmers. They extort small businesses, nightclubs. It is an unbelievable. So even though the border has been effectively shut down, even though the fentanyl, to your point, production has really slowed down, in particular in the southern part, like in the Sonoran region, we've seen that. Still, this is not exactly a moment in time where the cartels are going to say, oh, we're just going to walk away from the billions of dollars. And by the way, they have crypto trading operations as well. It is so much more than what Americans, I think, understand.
Yeah, you know, Emily, as we look at these pictures from there and all the videos over the weekend, it's terrifying.
It is. Thank you for pointing out to the vast enterprise network that the cartels have been engaging in for decades. They are loath to and will not surrender $1 of that multi-billion-dollar illicit revenue that they've been getting for years at all. And they've been exploiting the northern border through our northern neighbors who don't have the same drug trafficking and human trafficking and illicit types of data, statistics, and tracking that we do here in the States. The green gold of the avocado farms, the oil seizures, those cartels have that entire country and its economics and ecosystem under a tight fist. And I'm worried that the news cycle covers this as Americans are in the danger that they are, but that it will go back to the thin veneer of safety that we've been enjoying as tourists for decades. We know that power vacuums beget violence and exploitation, and that's what's been happening this entire time. That's why there are those multiple factions, because back in the day, it used to just be one. Now Jalisco's on top, right? It didn't used to be like that, but this is what shifts. The last Mexican elections were the bloodiest of all time, and the amount of journalists that have been murdered, the amount of influencers on live streaming, the amount of targeted, what's the word I'm looking for, when the cartels are recruiting young people there. It starts at a very young age. They hold their families hostage. They have now music and you know, pop culture influences for these kids. It is a reign of terror. And to think, by the way, that the government is somehow distinct from the cartels is a very naive and foolish way of thinking. They are deeply embedded, and I'm not quite sure what our next steps are diplomatically, but it requires a very complex and nuanced approach to this country and to those cartels. I think that takes years of investments. This is not just a current administration diplomatic solution.
It's such a great point. I was just playing for Emily in the green room before he came out the narco ballad for ME-N-CHO. It's called Soy ME-N-CHO. It's like a popular song. They start young and influence it. I would just add to, you know, we don't know what's going to happen next. I think one thing that may help tamp the violence down is that President Sheinbaum has a lot of pressure to get this under control before the FIFA World Cup. Because the Mexican people love soccer. And if this continues, there will be questions about whether you can hold those World Cup matches down there. And so she's got a tight timeline.
On my very short walk from one set to the other, to this one, a few minutes ago, we learned that there were 25 members of the Mexican army that responded and took out El-Mencho, excuse me. And that's a high number if you consider that they're going in to get somebody and they take that kind of damage and harm to themselves. So Sheinbaum, I just have a question. They knew that we were going to help them. They knew what the plan was, and still, you've got a situation that is very explosive right now. Can she handle what's going on now across a lot of the country?
Well, in 25 guard members were announced. It was made by the Mexico's Secretary of Security. His name is Omar Garcia Harfuch. He was, El-Mencho tried to kill him in 2020, failed. He's now the top Homeland Security person, if you will. So there's a lot of motivation to revenge those 25 guard members that were killed.
May I say, just a plug, you know, if you're interested in this, you want to learn more than we have in this time here, listen to the podcast Borderland with Katarina Schultz. She has been on the ground there covering this for years. I trust her explicitly, and she frankly has been digging up all of those horrific details that make us uncomfortable, but that are so necessary for us to know.
For what we call the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
game turns into a chore or Lately, I was looking through my Steam library trying to find some universe to revisit, but every time I hovered over the install button, I felt anxious. I ended up back in Fallout 76 and it got me thinking, what is the exact moment a fun new game turns into a chore or a second job in a world of seasonal vibes, gear score treadmills, and pretty much mandatory daily grinds? I keep coming back to the one game the internet tells you to hate. Today, I want to talk about why I to revisit. But every time I hovered over the install button, I felt anxious. I ended up back in Fallout 76 and it got me thinking, what is the exact moment a fun new game turns into a chore or a second job in a world of seasonal vibes, gear score treadmills, and pretty much mandatory daily grinds? I keep coming back to the one game the internet tells you to hate. Today, I want to talk about why I quit every other MMO for the broken masterpiece that is Fallout 76. So whether you're new, battle-scarred, or just here for the drama, welcome. A little disclaimer here before we proceed. The games I'm talking about today are actually cool. I have spent hundreds, sometimes thousands of hours in them, and my goal isn't to trash them, but to look at the specific pain points that could stop me and you from ever hitting that install button again. I'm not praising Fallout 76 either, but there are reasons it is my most played game, and the first reason is... Let's start with this great thing, Once Human. On paper, it is incredible. It is a sleek, modern, beautiful theme park, the combat is dynamic, and the style is honestly to die for, but there's a catch that often kills it for me. The scenario system. I would say that Once Human is built for cardio training, while Fallout is built for stamina. Every scenario in Once Human is a race where the finish line resets your character so you can go for another race. Sure, you can keep some of your hard-earned progress, but your base, your gear, and your resources are essentially gone. It's what they call anxiety-driven design. It's made to force you to play right now because your progress can expire. And before you mention the permanent servers, trust me, I have tried them. The only 1.5 people I met on those servers, only days after the scenario ends, didn't even speak English. It was a digital wasteland and not the fun kind. And I get why they do it. It is the classic endgame problem. The scenario vibes every few weeks because without a reset, the gameplay loop breaks. Once you went from 0 to hero and got all the loot, there is nowhere left to go but to go down. Such a reset is a mercy kill for the game that doesn't know how to keep you interested. When I play such games, I keep asking myself, am I the crazy one? Do people really enjoy their progress being reset every other month? What do you think? Because Fallout 76 doesn't need a mercy kill. The game doesn't take your stuff away, so the goals shift. At some point, the game stops asking you to be stronger and starts asking you to be cooler. This crappy, high-pressure system simply doesn't exist there. Fallout above everything is a sandbox, and here I'm not a tenant, I'm an owner. If Once Human is a race, then Fallout 76 is a marathon where you can take a nap for a couple of months and then just pick up from where you left off. Here, you don't just hunt the best gear, you hunt the weirdest or the rarest. Do you even know how many years I spent looking for a bloody shovel with swing speed and reduced weight before legendary crafting was a thing? Is it going to solo the Scorch Beast Queen? Of course not, it's a bloody shovel. It was just a meme that me and my friends had for years, and when I finally got that natural role, I was genuinely proud. I don't feel limited. The game gives me the environment to do exactly what I want to do, whether it is building a camp, hunting for weird rare things, or making the build based on the Pain Train card that would perform surprisingly well. And speaking of being limited by the game's design, that leads me to the next point. Some games suffer from what I call class jail. Look at Elder Scrolls Online. I freaking adored the exploration in that game, but there's quite a big wall you hit as a new player. Once you pick a Dragon Knight, you're always a Dragon Knight. And it's not because you want to be, it's because there is no way to switch your class. You can change just about everything except your class and your skills. And if you do start over with the new character, congratulations, now you get to pick up every single Sky Shard by hand again. Or surprise surprise, spend real money to skip the grind you've already done. Fallout 76 is the only MMO I have played that lets you have a midlife crisis every Tuesday. Today I'm a bloodied stealth commando, melting everything in my watts range. Tomorrow I decide I want to be an unkillable tank, and on the weekend I'm a freaking archer. And seriously, archers, who hurt you? What are those absolutely filthy damage numbers? And the best part, I don't need to create a new character. I have 2 builds ready to swap at any time, and if you're on PCs, there are even ways to expand that with mods up to 24 slots. So basically, in Fallout the game doesn't define who I am. I do. And if I get bored of my playstyle, I just have to change my cards. But even if you can change who you are, most MMOs still treat you like a hamster on a very expensive, very shiny treadmill. A lot of MMOs are built on what developers call vertical progression. It is a fancy corporate term for a hamster wheel. I had a massive problem with this in New World. Really sucks to see this game soon to be dead. It is always an artificially stretched grind. It doesn't let you progress fast, it just feeds you the upgrades one drop at a time, so the grind never actually ends. We see the same problem in Once Human 2, by the way. The gear isn't just split by tiers, it has this blueprint calibration system that allows you to craft better gear in the future. And until recently, it also had calibration for the gears that you already crafted. It was absolutely exhausting, and I'm happy they cut at least half of that grind out recently. In Fallout 76, once you reach level 50, your gear has essentially peaked. There is no gear score 9000. A level 50 fixer is a level 50 fixer. You just slap some mods on it and you're king. And those mods aren't locked behind the 40-man ultra-hard raids. They are not too hard to find once you know where to look. And also because 76 is a horizontal game, I'm not grinding just to keep up with you, I'm grinding to show off to you. My power doesn't come from a number over my head, it comes from my build and my collection. I'm chasing a glowing Fastnacht mask so I can flex on everyone at the next event. In Fallout, once you're powerful, you stay powerful. The game lets you stop worrying about the numbers and start worrying about your outfit. Grinding for gear when it is not artificially stretched is generally cool, but needing a wiki on a second monitor just to understand why you're grinding is where I draw the line. So I want to be clear, I'm a huge fan of Warframe. I hop back in every other year because I'm into these horny ninjas and space aesthetics, and the community management is an absolute god tier meme generators.
This is Bop Pip.
But playing Warframe sometimes doesn't feel like playing a game, it feels like studying, because with over 1000 hours I still feel like I'm not through with the tutorial part. If you aren't checking a wiki every 5 minutes to see where an Entrati Lanthorn drops or how status duration interacts with armor stripping, you're playing it wrong. It is the only game I know that forces me to have the browser open on my second monitor at all times. If you don't live in the game or have a friend who does, best you can do is copy-paste the build you saw online and pray it works, because good luck understanding how it all interacts with each other. It is not as relaxing as I want it to be sometimes. Fallout 76, on the contrary, is refreshingly simple. It is readable. Psycho gives me plus 25% damage. Done. I get it. My brain doesn't hurt. Call me a filthy casual and I agree. In 2026, when life is already complicated enough, I just want to shoot a mutant with a rifle that does a little choo-choo when I reload and then just go about my day. And let's not forget the built-in aimbot that lets you enjoy the carnage while you're half asleep on your couch. It makes your adventures chill, and sometimes that's exactly what a masterpiece should be. And finally, let's talk about the biggest part of any online game, the humans, or in most cases, the lack of humanity. In games like Dune Awakening, toxicity is practically a core feature. I have put 300 hours into that game and I've had exactly one positive interaction with another player. And the rest? Well, you better check my other video out to see how that went.
Hi Hitler.
Don't quote me on the new patch status, but in the beginning, if you wanted the best materials, the game essentially forced you into zones where 10-man clans were just waiting to delete your progress for lulz. And look, I'm not saying PvP is plain bad. I put on my big boy pants regularly and ventured into the deep desert, and I took everything it had to offer. But when the general experience of interacting with other humans is just oof, you start to wonder, why are you even playing this game? Now let's see how Fallout 76 treats us. Bethesda actually tried to make 76 a hardcore PvP game back in the day. They gave us the tools, the game modes, and the mechanics to be absolute monsters to each other. And the community collectively looked at it and said, nah. PvP just didn't stick. Sure, there is a handful of bad apples, but the only toxic trait of Fallout 76 players is literally their obsessive desire to be helpful. And by the way, if you're playing on PC and you're struggling with mods or gear, feel free to hit me up in the comments. I can probably jump in and help you out free of charge. So, in the end, it all reached a point where some newbies have to stand their ground and refuse gifts. We are built different because the game's jank and early failures bonded us together. We don't have clans that gatekeep content. We have a bunch of camps and Steam packs that we are desperate to give to strangers. So is Fallout 76 perfect? Oh god, no. This game is held together by duct tape prayers and the ghost of a 20-year-old engine. Bethesda has a habit of deleting features we love. The servers occasionally decide to take a nap. But when I look at the rest of the industry, the vibes, the gear score, the class jails, I finally realize why I'm still here. Fallout 76 is the only MMO that doesn't want to be my job, nor does it want to be my child. It just wants to be my comfort zone wasteland. It is a broken masterpiece that actually lets me to chill the hell out. So if you're tired of the rat race in your current MMO, Appalachia is still here. The water is irradiated, the neighbors are weird, and sometimes it just works happen. But the rent is free and your progress is forever. And if you want games to be an escape and not a speedrun research project, stick around. We are building a sanctuary for the filthy casuals like me here. Thanks, and I'll see you later.
Here in California at this UPS store in San Diego, over 30 people are registered to vote as this is their primary residence. You have the right to have this as the location where you receive a ballot, but you can't have it as your primary residence. And all of these people do right here. For instance, this lady right here, Gloria, she's 100 years old and she voted in the 2024 election. In fact, the large majority of these people voted in the 2024 election, and some
whatever the fuck that was. Okay, that's good. Can you believe it?
I don't know what it's doing. It's actually figuring this out.
Here in California at this UPS store in San Diego, over 30 people are registered to vote as this is their primary residence.
Wow,
it's all right to have this as the location where you receive a ballot, but you can't have it as your primary residence. And all of these people do right here. For instance, this lady right here, Gloria, she's 100 years old and she voted in the 2024 election. In fact, the large majority of these people voted in the 2024 election, and some of these people even have the exact same P.O. boxes. I don't think too many people can live inside of a P.O. box. And what's
fantastic point, sir.
Concerning about this is right now on Polymarket.
Yeah, the last guy was pretty good. Make sure you give him a sub.
The stage to become the next Democrat nominee for the 2028 election. Meanwhile, there's massive voter fraud taking place. You actually don't even need an ID to vote here inside of California. And like I said, over 30 people are registered to vote inside of this UPS store alone.
So we're seeing them using our taxpayer dollars to fund the protests against using our government to actually have fair elections. It's honestly horrifying. It's the most horrifying shit I've ever seen in my entire life. It's unbelievable that this is real. Now, you think that that's bad? Well, apparently there's an epidemic of sexual abuse at California schools. It's unbelievable. Their estimate is that 17% of students are facing sexual misconduct during public education. All right? This is unbelievable. This is honestly horrifying and scary. So, to respond to one of my largest critics,
I'm not smearing, like, the left as a whole, okay? This isn't fucking Fox News. This isn't the Nuxanor channel.
The Nuxanor channel is based for smearing leftists as a whole. Because these guys are satanic. These guys, they promote every satanic policy literally out there. You name me one leftist policy that isn't satanic and I will stop. All right, these are pro-cartels, pro-rapists, pro-child castration, pro-abortion, pro-taking money away from people that earn it to use it on fucking infinite gender jutsu, all right? Quite literally, you find me one. I don't actually hate you, and I was just joking. No, that was literally a joke. But you find me one leftist political stance that's not satanic, and I will take this back, all right? Until then, I will not stand for this Nux discrimination, and I will sit here and defend myself with honor and dignity. Now, this clip sums up the Democrats perfectly.
Simple, powerful message that we can all agree on. Say it with me. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's right. Trump.
This is their entire party right now. I can't tell you a single thing that the left is fighting for aside from fuck Trump. It's literally their entire stance. It's their entire policy. There's nothing else that they actually care about. It's unbelievable. Speaking of Trump, it turns out Trump was right. Trump was claiming that after the January 6th he was debanked. Well, turns out he was. JP Morgan admits it shut down Trump's accounts after January 6th. The nation's largest bank, in response to a lawsuit filed by the president, confirmed his long-standing complaint about debanking. So, I didn't know this, alright? I knew Trump was banned from social media. They banned him from his bank account, bro. They banned him from his bank account. They tried to kill him. They tried to debank him. They tried to get rid of his money. They tried to sue him. They tried to jail him. All right? They got him on these 34 bullshit felonies. All right? They brought up ancient women that had rape allegations against him from 30 years earlier. All right? This is unbelievable. All right? That's why I personally, I complain that Trump isn't doing enough in regards to deporting more people. I think they all need to go. My stance is they all need to go. Because I'm anti-rape. Unlike the left, which is pro-rape. I want them all to go. And the craziest thing is, I will never back down from saying Donald Trump was chosen by God. And oh my God, am I justified all the time. I don't know if he's the guy or if he's just setting the way for the guy, but he brought back a nationalism into this country that quite literally I don't think is ever going away. And it's insane. So anyway, it's pretty crazy. We're actually finally seeing accountability with some of the retards, like Bill Gates. Bill Gates is like a retard, but he made everything. Like, it's crazy, huh?
Well, there was something else. Another article.
It's fucking insane. It's like all the retards are smart
came
here.
out today that said he's just
This is a weird multiverse, and the people who aren't smart in the other world are smart here.
A little bit ago, but I think it's important.
He's been indicted in the Netherlands for lying to the public about the COVID vaccine.
There it is. There it is. They're all going down. It's a bad day for the retards. It's a bad day for the retards. Now, speaking of the retards.
And of course, we're not talking.
They're constantly trying to steal elections, right? That's their whole thing. Now, again, it's pretty cool because even though, 85% of the country wants voter ID, the left is trying to make believe that it's a bad thing because they're trying to steal elections, right? Which is important. You see, they are willing to sacrifice a whole lot of women, all right? Because, again, they're the pro-rape party, not even because they like rape, as much as they want to steal elections, and they're more than happy to sacrifice a couple of women. All right? That's the left, essentially, in a nutshell, all right? They don't believe in the stop rape doctrine of Sir Dunkel. So, anyway, essentially, their new thing is talking about how voter ID is racist, and not
Expects
only
the
that,
SAVE Act to go well beyond ID, and it goes to which is also part of Jim Crow, the history, and that is when it comes to registration, you got to find your birth certificate.
Jim
If
Crow.
you know where yours is, I have no clue where mine is, or you have to passport, and 2/3 African Americans don't even have passports. So,
Passport, I was blocking on just that.
Right.
But not only that, how many people go out, get married,
yes,
and then square their married name with their birth certificate?
And that would be thrown out under that law.
Under that law.
literally not even true. It's unbelievable how they just show up and lie. So his argument is, I don't know where my birth certificate is, so under the voter ID law, even I wouldn't be able to vote. Now, this is retarded. Everyone has a voter ID. Everyone has a passport. Everyone has a birth certificate. I don't know anyone that doesn't. This is a nothing burger argument. And in fact, if you're too retarded to have ID, I don't want you to vote. I don't want you to vote. Voting isn't a right, all right? Voting is a privilege. It's not a right. Let's make this very clear, all right? The fact that you can vote is probably retarded and gay as it is, all right? And if you're too stupid, all right, to get your fucking papers in order, then quite literally, I don't think you should have the power over me to vote what I do with my life, all right? So this is unbelievable, all right? So anyway, Gavin Newsom's new thing is, well, I don't have a birth certificate, so how this voter ID law is so racist. All right, pretty incredible. Now, what if I told you that this is just the new thing everyone
Got me dying over here, dude.
No, you're not talking about voter ID. That's the way Trump defines it. But you're talking about...
You're not talking about voter ID. That's all Trump.
But I do know what's going on.
That is how
in
Trump
Washington,
defines it.
Is that some geniuses think that before you can... Maybe I have it wrong here. Register to vote,
maybe I have
you
it wrong here.
A passport or your birth certificate. Do you have your?
Do you have the
birth certificate?
At the moment?
Do you?
I do. I have.
Duh, because everyone does.
And some people don't. I don't have my birth certificate.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't have my birth certificate. I'm older than birth certificates, actually. I'm so old, birth certificates weren't even invented.
I don't even know what a birth certificate is.
Signed by Adam and Eve. All right, are we serious?
No,
Are we serious? You have a passport, though, so you can vote. So this is a lie.
Oh, my God.
They're all just
isn't
liars.
good.
Right? Even
Help.
He asked her as like a gotcha. So you have a passport and birth certificate? And she's like, yeah. Yeah, I'm a functional member of society.
This is terrifying.
This is crazy. This is insane. So they're trying so hard to make believe like, oh, I have to steal elections because of this. And the funniest thing is, no one is falling for it.
Oh my
Now,
God.
Zohran Mamdani, mayor of New York, who in my opinion probably won an election fraudulently, is stating that you need ID to shovel snow, but not to vote.
And we're utilizing 33 DSNY vans and 2
What an
DSNY
idiot.
buses to transport shovelers where they're needed faster. And for those who want to do more to help your neighbors and earn some extra
He
cash,
doesn't even
you too
support
can become
voter
an
ID,
emergency
but
snow
he
shoveler.
wants these
Just
people's
show up at
ID
your local
to shovel
sanitation garage
snow.
between 8
You just show up and they'll give you the job?
a.m. and 1 p.m. tomorrow with your paperwork, which is
With
at
your paperwork? Wow. Look at this Nazi asking people for paperwork. Unbelievable. And how do you get paperwork? Bringing photos, bringing original copy and 2 forms of identification, have a social security card. The modern Islamic Gestapo is here. All right, so let me get this straight. You need voter ID to shovel snow, but you don't need voter ID to vote for who's going to be in charge of our country?
I caught what he
This
slipped
is
up. It's
crazy.
okay. Whatever.
It's unbelievable. Like, these people are actually retarded.
You need ID to
and
get
they
a
just want to
job,
steal
but you don't
elections.
need
So
ID to vote.
So
Who's
anyway,
into office?
CNN
Who controls
actually
the nukes?
ruined
Yes.
this guy's life.
When you put in communist and yes, communist policies, that's what Zohran Mamdani is talking about.
He's not a communist.
It
He's a
never
democratic
works.
socialist.
He's not a communist. He's a democratic socialist. This guy's a Republican in Florida.
He says he's a democratic
I can't tell what the difference is.
Well, he can describe
Explain what the difference is.
He can describe differences for you.
All right,
The
explain.
socialism is not the same basis of communism in this country. You know that quite
The
well.
man
You
wants-
have an
the man
economic
wants to
background.
create.
So explain it. Explain the difference between democratic socialism and communism. Do it.
The man wants to create government-run grocery stores. He wants free transportation, both of which are impossible to do. Because
You know that communism is a trigger word to
how
try
is-
to undermine all of his policies. He's not.
Communism is a trigger word. You see, the difference between socialism and communism is communism is a very triggering word. This is the left in a nutshell, man. This is literally the left in a nutshell. They just manipulate language constantly in order to trick you.
He says he doesn't.
I don't need to undermine his policies. His policies undermine himself because they've never worked.
True.
Here's all I want him to do. Tell me where they've ever worked. They've never worked. He knows that. I know that.
Drew.
But what he's trying to do is promise everybody something that they can't have.
That's right.
And the truth is,
he just promises everyone free shit. All the retards vote for him. He probably
It's
steals
true.
a couple of votes on
It's
the side.
the same thing
That's
in third world countries.
Just like there's no free bus.
Here.
Because you know what happens when you have a free bus? There's nobody there to fix it or to drive it.
Yeah.
He knows that. I know that. You know that. America does know it. And it's unfortunate that the city of New York, my former home city, is probably going to have to go through this.
Pretty diabolical that this dude imported infinite retards with an average IQ in like the mid-70s, and he's like, "I'll give you all free things," and they're like
an inch. I got an inch jump.
That's essentially what happens in New York. It's pretty insane. Let's see how New York is doing these days. This is New York.
We did not act enough. If we acted enough, the headline behind me would read, Gaza has been liberated.
Motherfuckers are so pathetic. It's unbelievable.
Our work is not done. We must show up. Stronger than we did the first October 7th.
Bro just straight up saying we want to kill Jews in New York City in public. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Right, October 7th was a gigantic terrorist attack, for those of you that aren't aware. He's just saying we need to do it again. You know, it's honestly incredible. So, like, they'll cry victim when they lose a war that they start, and then they'll talk about how they're planning on starting another war, but this time killing more Jews. It's unbelievable. Like, the craziest thing is people actually fall for it. And you know what the craziest part is? The left actually supports these retards. I have one thing to say.
Stop raping, sir.
Stop raping, sir. October 7th was unacceptable. It was demonstrable. And if you look at Gaza right now, they paid the price. They paid the price for deciding. They fucked around, and now they're literally living in rubble. It sucks for them. They started a war, and they got fucked big time. It's insane. So, essentially, that's what these retards are screaming about. Now, no one tell them that Arabs have not won a war in the last 850 years, because it would probably demoralize them. But I think we shouldn't talk about that, honestly.
Louder than we did the first October 7th. Make it clear that we are not going anywhere.
Yeah, so essentially this is New York right now. You got a bunch of really angry, inbred retards screaming at the top of their lungs that they want to rape Jews, you know, and other things, I guess. And the left, the regular Democrats, are actually losing their mind in New York. This is a group of Democrats in New York protesting against Zohran Mamdani because he promised all these things and he's not delivering anything.
The mayor, with the greatest respect, in every campaign speech, in every debate where you engage, we opened our ears to listen. Now today, accept the words echoing from us now. Do your job as mayor and leave our taxes out.
Saving only 2 hours.
Oh, you voted in a communist and now he's taking all your money. I could not have seen this coming.
You're saying if we don't tax the rich, then I gotta increase property taxes. We are not a pawn in Southeast Queens. We are not part of your negotiation tactics. Zohran Mamdani, you are out your goddamn mind.
Yeah, so anyway, they voted in a retard. The retard all of a sudden, a communist that's broke and wants to take your money. And then they're all crashing out that he's going to take their money.
The United States will send the world's largest aircraft carrier to the Middle East to back up another already there, putting more American firepower behind President Trump's efforts to coerce Iran into a deal over its nuclear program.
Well, if you thought the United States was done cranking up the pressure on Iran, think again, because as you just heard, an even larger military force is about to bless the waves with its destructive capability, bringing an ominous presence to the failing negotiations with an Iranian regime seemingly bent on its own destruction.
The USS Gerald R. Ford's planned deployment to the Mideast comes after Trump only days earlier suggested another round of talks with the Iranians was at hand. Those negotiations didn't materialize.
And this morning, Iran's supreme leader issuing a threat of his own. Quote, more dangerous than that warship is the weapon that can send that warship to the bottom of the sea.
I would say they're bad negotiations because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable.
This is the end of the regime, and we see a lot of leaders from all over the world, on one hand saying that regime change is ideal for them, and then on the other hand claim it's sort of legitimate by potentially negotiating with it. We're saying enough is enough.
President Trump told reporters Friday he believes regime change in Iran would be the best thing that could happen.
For 47 years they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime,
So as these Iran negotiations drag on, people wonder how much President Trump is gonna let them drag on. And what nobody's talking about is that the longer these talks drag on, the longer this regime stays in power, which is why they want this circus to continue forever. And this Barnum and Bailey clown show is exactly what we're witnessing. Because while Iran's leaders talk about maintaining a status quo totally unacceptable to their oppressed population, they get to keep being the oppressors of the Middle East, an imminent danger to themselves and their neighbors and even the rest of the world when they set up shop in countries like Venezuela. And when the mainstream news is out there asking how long these talks are going to go on before something happens, it's pretty obvious the entire world sees what a farce this is. But you know who doesn't see this as a farce? The very people who know they've only got to wait 2 years before Trump's out of the White House. And with the right people controlling America, these guys know they could soon go from having a country collapsing all around them to once again strengthening their missile arsenal and tinkering with their nuclear program. Which brings us to the real reason more carriers are headed to the Middle East.
Don't flipping fuck up. Why is it so hard to jump in this game? Come on.
Out the Venezuela playbook once again,
You're glued to the fucking ground.
Which reveal how stubborn and unreasonable
man.
as they dig in their heels and negotiate for the very things no sane country wants them to have access to, which makes it look like these negotiations were set up to fail from the very beginning and could conclude with a military operation the world has never seen before, as the president just hinted at.
typically, Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. I don't think they want the consequences of not making a deal. They want to make a deal.
So, as you just heard, the president's made it clear this regime cannot absorb the consequences of not making a deal with us, while at the exact same time, they can't absorb the consequences of making one either, which is why they're now doing the exact same thing Venezuela's dictator was doing before he was removed at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Images of military drills by Iran's Revolutionary Guard in the Strait of Hormuz. The exercises, overseen by General Mohammad Pokpour, aim to prepare the guards for potential security and military threats in the strait, after the US deployed a large naval force to the area.
Right, saber-rattling, military drills, threats against the invaders, telling them we're gonna force them back and that we are not to be trifled with. That's what we're looking at here, but obviously this isn't gonna scare anybody. These speedboats can't do anything against a nuclear armada of submarines and ships. And what's fascinating is this is all happening at a time when this regime says that they want to negotiate, that they want to make some sort of a deal as long as it doesn't have any of the conditions in it. The United States says it needs to. This is very strange.
It's Iran and their proxies who threaten to retaliate against you for taking out stolen money.
Well, they haven't done that, and That would be a terrible thing for them to do, not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That'd be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated.
So they've threatened the president. They've said they're going to wipe out these carriers that are headed to the Middle East. These guys are digging in, and they're not going to go quietly. They're making that very clear. But as they threaten the United States, and as they threaten to make war, the entire idea of these guys being a peaceful country that just wants to defend itself and only wants a nuclear program for peaceful purposes kind of flies out the window. And experts say that if they got their hands on nuclear compatible equipment, the rest of the world will be in grave danger. And as you're about to see, the vice president has made it very clear that this leaves the United States with only one option. Have you ever thought about what really happens to the files and photos you upload to the cloud? Who can see them? Are they being scanned or even used to train AI? That paranoia is why I love Proton Drive. It's private cloud storage from a company that doesn't sell ads or access your data. With end-to-end encryption, not even Proton itself can see your files, your photo albums, your documents. They're locked away from advertisers, AI, and everyone else. And what's great is how Proton fits right into how I work and get things done. I automatically back up photos from my phone, knowing the location data is hidden. I can share large files securely with password-protected links that expire, and I love that I can even create private documents with their built-in documents and sheets, which allow collaboration with members of my team from anywhere, while I control all the access myself. Check out the link on the screen or in the description to take back control of your files, your privacy, and your digital life right now, something you can only do with Proton Drive.
The United States has certain red lines. Our primary interest here is we don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. We don't want nuclear proliferation. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, there are a lot of other regimes, some friendly, some not so friendly, who would get nuclear weapons.
Which ones are
after them.
friendly?
That would be a disaster for the American people, because then you have these crazy regimes all over the world with the most dangerous weapons in the world, and that's one of the things the president has said he's going to prevent. Now, we would very much like, as the president has said, to resolve this through a conversation and a diplomatic negotiation, but the president has all options on the table. And
all options on the table, did you hear that? But here's the question everybody's asking. How do you prevent these guys from getting their hands on the one thing the United States says they cannot have ever under any circumstances if they're allowed to have a research-based civilian nuclear program which is hidden underground underneath a military facility that nobody can ever inspect? How do you do that? What on earth is their program going to be used for if it's too tiny to turn on anyone's light bulbs? And if there's a deal made with Iran today that keeps this regime in power, how do you enforce that deal tomorrow? How do you enforce that deal if a rebranded Hillary Clinton comes out of hiding and takes back the White House, which is her plan? How do you do that with a sympathetic leadership in America? I don't know.
But the president has all options on the table. And, one thing about the negotiation I will say this morning is, in some ways it went well. They agreed to meet afterwards. But in other ways, it was very clear that the president has set some red lines that the Iranians are not yet willing to actually acknowledge and work through. So,
there it is. These talks have failed, man. There are red lines that these guys better not cross, and they won't even acknowledge them. Like, what kind of negotiation is this? There is no middle ground here. They won't. No nuclear program? Absolutely not. No ballistic missiles? Absolutely not. Like, there's dueling red lines here. And that's why these talks are going nowhere. But as they go nowhere, guess who stays in power? That's the tactic. These guys get on TV, they say they want to make a deal, and then their supreme leader threatens America. And that's why carriers are on their way to the Middle East again and are getting even closer and closer to accomplishing something. Because the country itself, Iran, the closer and closer they get to collapse, the more desperate this entire situation gets for the entire world who's watching this, wondering when it's all going to be over.
Seen all around the world, in Boston, in Munich, and Toronto, there's been heaps of people just coming out to protest against a regime that is, for all terms and purposes, for the people of Iran, illegitimate. But the main thing and the most important thing we're here to ask is, if I were to ask President Trump, Senator Rubio, Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, is what do you stand to gain from negotiating with a regime that is by all means illegitimate? What is there to be gained for the betterment of Iranian people since they don't have a representative at the table?
Right, the people of this country, they don't have a representative at the table. They're being ruled by a government that does not represent them. Obviously, that's why we've had protests here round the clock for 2 months. That's why people are taking to the streets all across the world. Everyone knows what a scam this government is, not just for its own people, but for the entire world itself, as they like to threaten folks. And unless it's your goal to prop these guys up and strengthen them somehow, I can't imagine what you're hoping to accomplish by talking to them endlessly over cups of tea while they secretly rebuild everything that was just destroyed. However, millions of people want to see change inside this country and outside of it, because everyone knows the people of Iran have no future if this regime has a future, as their ideas have set themselves against their own people in a zero-sum game, because they want to threaten their neighbors, they want to have dangerous nuclear weapons, they want to threaten America, and the people don't want any of those things. But if the regime is allowed to have them, the people are going to have to put up with it forever.
We're going to keep on working it, but of course the president reserves the ability to say when he thinks that diplomacy has reached its natural end. We hope we don't get to that point, but if we do, that'll be the president's call.
Well, the president said on Friday that the best thing that could happen would be regime change.
He's right.
In Iran. And we know that that's what the crown prince in exile wants to see as well. He's saying, don't do an Obama in this situation. Don't make some kind of deal where we release $6 billion from Qatar and let them go along with the ballistic missile program.
I think that's the thing that people need to remember. It's not like this regime has been on solid ground forever until Trump and recent sanctions came along. These guys have been on the verge of collapse before, but things were done to keep these guys afloat and to keep them in power. And that's why they're dragging things out. They hope that they can get leaders like that back in charge of America once again. If that happens and Trump's gone, if the country turns back to left field and keeps heading in that direction, they're gonna get to stick around. They're gonna get to stick around forever, and they know it. That's why they're buying time. Every day they get closer to the next election is a day that their odds of sticking around increase.
And I think it's very important for the American people to appreciate it's one of the most hostile and also one of the most irrational regimes in the world.
Yeah.
You can't have people like that have the most dangerous weapon known to man. It would be awful for our security. It would be awful for the future of our children. That is the goal of the President of the United States, and he's got a lot of options and a lot of tools to make sure that doesn't happen.
They say we don't have that. We just have a peaceful program, and there's no way we're ending our peaceful nuclear program. So it's very hard to see, and you're not even mentioning the ballistic missiles or the support for the proxies. Are those?
Yeah, those are the red lines they won't even acknowledge. But them having those things crosses a red line that the United States finds wholly unacceptable. And the little secret about all this is that you can't have a nuclear military program unless you have all the equipment necessary to have a civilian nuclear program. They're the exact same thing. And I think people would look at this differently if, let's say, Iran were offering to completely do away with their offensive ballistic missiles that they like to point to when they're threatening others and parade down the streets to show how powerful and dangerous they are, and if they weren't building their supposedly peaceful nuclear program underneath a hardened military facility nobody can access or check out. But to be honest with you, these guys have negotiated in bad faith with America and the rest of the world and their neighbors for so long. Even if they brought all of this out in the open, the risk would still be there that at the snap of your fingers, they could turn around and start using it for something else. This is a problem.
Well, look, everything is on the table. We certainly want Iran to stop being a state sponsor of terrorism. They're one of the world's largest state sponsors of terrorism.
And
there are a lot of ways in which they endanger America's national security, but the most important way they could is if they acquired a nuclear weapon, and that is the red line the President of the United States has consistently said.
And you know why that is? Because once you nuke up, you're there forever. Just look at North Korea. You know why nobody can get rid of North Korea? Because they have nuclear weapons, and they have the ability to send them somewhere. And the idea of mutually assured destruction is what regimes like this bank on to internalize and solidify their power forever.
Negotiation, deterrence, negotiation. So I think the ultimate truth, though, is that we've been tap dancing around here with Iran for decades. It was the same thing in Trump 1.0. And I think what the president understands is that the problem's not with the centrifuges. It's with the regime.
Right.
And therein lies the problem.
That's it.
How close are you going to get to the line in the sand before you pull the trigger? And that's the balance that the president's has to deal with every day.
Right, and that's the whole point of this, is that there are many countries out there that have a peaceful civilian nuclear program. Japan's got one. Is anybody worried about Japan getting nuclear weapons? No, absolutely not. And that's for a couple of reasons. Not only have they not gone about threatening people recently, their facilities are all above ground. You can check them out whenever you want. They're using United States designs for some of their reactors. So there are a whole bunch of things that need to line up in order for the world to accept that your country wants to have a peaceful nuclear program. And we don't see any of that with Iran.
Ayatollah is saying neither compromise nor surrender.
Yeah, why?
Confrontation with the United States. I mean, this is exactly opposite of what their negotiators are saying. I talked to the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi-Wan, a number of times, but in January and most recently in July, about what it would look like, negotiations. Take a listen. If you were to offer concessions to get back to the table, to talk, what would those concessions look like today?
We expect that the sanctions are lifted. Ballistic missiles is our means of defense.
This is not an accurate statement. Ballistic missiles are not how you defend yourself. Ballistic missiles are how you make the first move against an adversary before they have time to react. They are an offensive weapon which is used to heap sudden destruction on a specific target somewhere. And without them, you can't threaten America. You can't threaten Israel. Where do these threats come from if a ballistic missile is some sort of defensive weapon? Like, how do you even make a threat unless you have the ability to project force? You see, not having these offensive weapons is totally antithetical to every single thing this country and this regime have stood for the last 47 years. They want this stuff. They need this stuff, not only to save face, but to preserve their power and to protect them from outside influence, similar to how North Korea does, which is why they're working so hard to get a nuclear program going.
It is not negotiable.
But why not import enriched uranium as other countries do as part of the deal? Why not do it that way?
Oh.
Well, because this is an achievement, a scientific achievement.
Because you take it past the percentage. You take it to 90% or 60% and instead of 35%.
This is a really, really good question, and it really exposes what's going on here, because it's possible to have a civilian nuclear program without going about the process of enriching uranium. And when you enrich uranium, that's how you get the critical mass necessary to build a weapon of mass destruction. That's how you do this. If Iran says they want to have a peaceful civilian nuclear program, okay, but we're not going to do any uranium enrichment. We're going to have an above-ground facility. We're not going to have any missiles. We're going to have this facility, and we're going to bring in all of our uranium from, let's say, the United States. Had they gone about saying that several years ago, I don't think we'd be looking at the same series of events we're looking at now, and they wouldn't have gone and acted in bad faith, trying to rebuild this secretive program, which Trump just took out, proving that I'm not necessarily sure we can trust them. I'm not sure that it's a good idea to try and trust them with any type of nuclear program, because once you get one foot in the door, if it's your goal to act in bad faith, you're going to be constantly trying to sneak the other foot in there. If they are allowed to have a civilian program up and running and they're allowed to import uranium and have these things going, eventually they'll be able to say, you know, it's not fair that we can't enrich our own uranium. It's not fair. It's a human right. We want to have a scientific achievement. Just so we already have the reactors. What's the big deal? You see how that works?
No. We never go to 90%.
So basically, on the nuclear enrichment and on ballistic missiles, he was saying it's a non-starter.
Well, you got to keep in mind where we are at this moment. Clearly, Iran is in a weakened state right now. Given what has happened internally, the protests really had a negative effect. And I think the regime understands it's been destabilizing. In addition to that, I think there are economic pressures. And finally, when you now have the 2 aircraft carriers plus additional warships in the region, there's a military threat.
This is why so many people are saying that there will never be another opportunity like this. Now, he goes on to say that nobody wants to see war. I don't want to see war either. Hopefully this regime peacefully steps away and peacefully returns their country to their own people. If they are allowed to stay and they have proven to be a bad faith actor, which they have, I don't think anybody can deny that, how are we not going to be in this situation again in 5 or 10 years? We were just here when President Obama was in charge, and now we're back. It would be an odd ending to this if the status quo continued. I just don't see that happening. I think a lot of people looking at this don't see that happening, but what do you see happening? I'll see you in the next video.
Out of the Plesetsk Cosmodrome was not the 200-foot crater itself. It was the absolute, deafening silence from Moscow. For years, the Kremlin's propaganda machine shoved this weapon down the world's throat. They called it the RS-28 Sarmat. Western media terrifyingly dubbed it Satan II. It was supposed to be the crown jewel of authoritarian engineering, a 200-ton hypersonic doomsday leviathan that could bypass any American defense and wipe out an area the size of Texas or France. The public was led to believe this was a masterpiece of modern apocalypse, but the public fundamentally misunderstands the difference between a parade prop and orbital mechanics. Vladimir Putin tried to test fire his most feared nuclear missile to intimidate the West. Instead, Satan II never even left the ground. It completely obliterated its own launch silo. When I first saw the damage assessment, my blood ran cold, not out of fear, but out of sheer engineering disbelief. They did not suffer a guidance failure or an intercept. They blew themselves up in their own driveway. It forces you to ask a terrifying question. If the unstoppable flagship of the Russian nuclear deterrent cannot even survive its own fueling process, what happens when their panicked high command actually tries to press the button for real? Maxar's panchromatic imagery dropped into my inbox at 10:03 that morning. 60 meters wide, almost perfectly circular, with a rim of pulverized earth and concrete thrown outward like a child's tantrum. That crater was about 2/3 the length of a football field, in case the numbers don't land. The geometry is the tell. Craters from inbound warheads or flight failures don't look like this. Those are ragged, off-center, scattered with debris. What I saw was a clean-edged bowl 40 to 50 feet deep, with the launch pad and all supporting structures erased. No missile wreckage, no scattered boosters, not even a scorch trail leading away from the site. Just a void. Planet Labs had a before and after series. September 16th, intact silo, concrete apron, service gantry, all there. September 21st, nothing but a black wound in the Tiger, coordinates 62.889364 north, 41.759947 east, burned into the earth like a cosmic fingerprint. The launch complex wasn't damaged, it was removed. Not by a warhead, not by sabotage, but by something that detonated from inside the silo itself. I ran the numbers. The crater volume, about 8,000 cubic meters, puts the yield at 4 to 6 kilotons of TNT equivalent. That's not a fuel tank fire. That's hundreds of tons of hypergolic propellant going off at once, with the pressure wave eviscerating everything inside the shaft and then blowing out the silo collar. Let me stop here, 60 meters across. Internal blast, not external. In 2024, the Russian military managed to do to themselves what American war planners spent decades designing warheads to accomplish. And here's the part that should keep any engineer up at night: the symmetry. The blast was so perfectly centered, so total, that it could only have come from a catastrophic failure inside the fueling system. Not a guidance error, not a launch abort. A system that is, by design, one bad valve or corroded O-ring away from turning a strategic asset into a self-dug grave. Official silence from Moscow. Not a word, not even the standard excuse about weather or technical hiccups. But the world's clocks run on more than press releases. On September 18th, a NOTAM, a notice to airmen, locked down the skies over Plesetsk for a missile launch. It seemed routine at first. The military carves out airspace, signals something big is coming, and usually the launch follows. This time, the script broke. Within a day, the NOTAM vanished. No launch, no explanation. Just a quiet cancellation, as if the whole event had been erased before it began. That's the first crack in the story. You do not pull a NOTAM mid-window unless something has gone wrong, hardware failure, a last-second abort, or something no one wants to admit. Then, on September 20th, NASA's firm satellites detected a thermal hotspot right at the Sarmat silo. Not a scheduled vent or a maintenance flare. This was a sudden burst of heat, blooming from a site that should have been cold and quiet after a scrubbed launch. Years of watching these patterns teach you to listen for what is not said. A launch window opens, then slams shut. A fire flares up where no fire should be. Official channels go dark. The Russians called off the test, but something inside that silo kept burning. 2 days after the NOTAM was cancelled, satellite images showed the silo was not just damaged, it was gone. The timeline is brutally clear: abort on the 18th, fire on the 20th, crater by the 21st. Moscow says nothing. No warning, no admission, just a wall of silence. A veteran missile analyst put it bluntly: if you see a NOTAM disappear and a fire at the same spot inside 2 days, that is not a fluke. That is disaster. The only voices left are those who know where to look. For the crews at Plesetsk, silence is not safety, it is dread. Hypergolic propellants are the devil's bargain of missile engineering. UDMH and nitrogen tetroxide, two clear colorless liquids, ignite the instant they touch. No igniter, no countdown, no forgiveness. You could pour a thimbleful of each into a coffee cup, and by the time you blink, the cup is gone, the table's on fire, and you're breathing poison. Now scale that up: 190 metric tons, sealed under pressure, running through miles of welded aluminum lines and a thicket of valves and seals that have to hold year after year. Let me pause. In 2024, there are still countries, Russia specifically, willing to store this stuff in a launch tube under a forest, trusting their lives to rubber O-rings and Soviet-era plumbing. That is not deterrence. That is a suicide pact written in hydrazine. A propellant chemist once told me there is no such thing as a leak-free hypergolic system. There is only a system that has not leaked yet. He was not joking. UDMH and N2O4 are both small, aggressive molecules. The oxidizer, especially, is a relentless predator. It seeps into elastomer seals, attacks the molecular bonds, and transforms soft, flexible rubber into brittle glass. You start with a pliable O-ring, Viton, or nitrile, or whatever the catalog says is compatible, and after a few years you get micro cracks, embrittlement, and a surface that flakes if you so much as flex it. Lab studies show that at normal tank pressures, 30 to 40 bar, any trace of oxidizer on a degraded seal can nitrate the polymer, turning a hairline fissure into a pinhole. That is all it takes. One pinhole, one mist of UDMH drifting into an oxidizer-rich valve seat, and the reaction delay drops to milliseconds. The system is designed to auto-ignite at room temperature. There is no safety buffer, no warning. And that is before you factor in the heat. Even a few degrees rise in temperature shortens the ignition delay. A stuck valve actuator, a sun-warmed silo collar, or just the friction of a rushed maintenance cycle, suddenly, what should be a harmless trace becomes a detonating cloud. The chemistry does not care about your deadlines or your medals. It obeys only the laws of physics and probability. I have stared at enough post-mortem photos from Titan II and Soviet silo accidents to know the pattern. The seal fails, the leak forms, the fuel and oxidizer meet in a place they were never supposed to. And then, nothing left but a crater. That is the molecular menace. You cannot negotiate with it. You can only hope your engineering outlasts your luck. Fueling a Sarmat is not a countdown, it is a siege. The official manual calls it a 6 to 8 hour process, but that is only if nothing jams, nothing leaks, and nobody panics. Imagine standing on a steel platform 10 stories underground with 190 metric tons of UDMH and nitrogen tetroxide sloshing through pipes above your head. This is not a theoretical risk. Every minute, every valve turn, every actuator cycle is a coin toss against physics. And the clock does not care if your commanding officer is sweating over a Kremlin deadline. Let us put numbers to this. The fueling sequence starts with the oxidizer, nitrogen tetroxide heated to 45 degrees Celsius, pumped in slowly under strict pressure. Then comes the UDMH. The technicians check tank pressures by remote readout, but the final O-ring inspection is done by eye. No sensors, no ultrasonic probes, just a flashlight and a prayer. They are rushing because the Ministry of Defense has declared this test a strategic milestone. The deputy head of the Strategic Missile Forces issues a directive. No delays, no excuses, not with the NATO summit looming. So when a valve actuator jams during defueling, routine maintenance log time stamped and acknowledged, but cleared to proceed under time-critical pressure, they push through. They always push through. Let me break protocol here. 6 hours of fueling, one bad seal, and you are sitting on a bomb big enough to flatten a city block. 10% of that propellant, just a misrouted splash, equals a 4 to 6 kiloton blast. That is not a safety margin. That is Russian roulette with a warhead. And the only thing between the crew and oblivion is a culture that values schedule over survival. American crews would mutiny before fueling a missile like this under duress. In Russia, the fear runs one way. Orders come down, hands keep moving, and physics waits for its opening. The energy in that silo was not theoretical. It was measured in crater volume and the absence of survivors. Solid propellant changed everything. I spent most of my career sealed in a launch capsule under the northern prairie, staring at a red phone and a checklist, knowing that if the order ever came, our Minuteman III missiles would leave their silos in under 60 seconds, no fueling, no hoses, no chemical circus. The propellant was cast into the missile itself, a single solid grain the length of a city bus, stable as a brick of plastic explosive. You could leave a Minuteman in its hole for 30 years, crack open the silo, and the motor would light like it was poured yesterday. Shelf life measured in decades, not weeks. No need for pressure checks, temperature cycling, or O-ring roulette. Let me break rhythm here. We learned the hard way. Titan II nearly killed us, liquid fuel, hypergolic, a dropped wrench, and the entire silo was gone. We buried that lesson in concrete. The Russians are still gambling with chemistry, still trusting their lives to seals and valves. Not here. American doctrine is built around hazard elimination, not management. If you need a team of men in moon suits to prep a missile, you have already lost the war. Every Minuteman sits launch ready, its solid motor inert until the moment of ignition. No fumes, no leaks, no countdown stretching into the next shift. You get the order, you turn the keys, and the missile is gone before you can finish your coffee. That is not just engineering, that is sanity. It is why there has never been a Minuteman silo turned into a crater. Not once. The system is designed to wait, and when it moves instantly. No drama, no vapor. 50 years. That's how long American solid fuel intercontinental ballistic missiles have sat in their silos, fully loaded, waiting for a call that never came. Not one has ever blown its own launch complex to dust. Not a single Minuteman silo, from Malmstrom to Minot, has vanished in a cloud of its own propellant. That's not luck. That's design. That's a philosophy drilled into every engineer, every missileer. Make the system idiot-proof, sabotage-proof, time-proof. And it works. I've lived it. Thousands of hours in a launch capsule, deep under the prairie, staring at the same checklist, the same red phone, the same inert missile above my head. I never feared the hardware. The only thing that kept me up at night was the order, not the rocket. Let me give you a memory. It's 2:17 in the morning, winter in North Dakota. My deputy and I are running a simulated launch. The capsule is humming, the air is dry, and the missile is just there, ready. We pull the keys, run the sequence, and in less than a minute, the bird is gone. No fueling, no leaks, no moon suits. The launch tube is as clean as it was the day it was poured. Afterward, we eat cold sandwiches and joke about how the Soviet crews had to suit up for chemical exposure every time they prepped a launch. That's not a joke for them. That's life and death. Here's my verdict, and you can carve it into the concrete. American silos don't detonate. Russian silos do. That's the difference between a weapon and a liability. The crater at Plesetsk became instant iconography, shared, dissected, memed, and weaponized by every open source analyst and NATO desk officer with a Twitter account. There is no way to spin a 60-meter hole where your flagship missile was supposed to be. Not when the satellite images are time-stamped, geolocated, and circulating before the Russian Ministry of Defense can even draft a denial. The world did not need a press release. The world had the evidence, and the evidence was absence, a launch complex erased, not by enemy fire, but by the very weapon meant to terrify the West. Let us call it
These
what
guys
it is,
right here, they'll always be trying to kill me.
Broadcast in panchromatic clarity. The Kremlin had spent years parading Sarmat as the apocalypse machine, the answer to missile defense, the guarantee of national immortality. One test, one internal detonation, and that narrative crumbled. The so-called Satan II did not even make it out of its own grave. Instead, the only thing it obliterated was Russian credibility. Open source commentary did not just analyze, it mocked. Analysts posted side-by-side images, Minuteman silos untouched after half a century versus the Plesetsk void. The symbolism was radioactive. A deterrent is only as strong as its worst day, and here was Russia's, a doomsday missile that vaporized its own launch site with no warning, no explanation, and no missile left to parade. Every image, every silence from Moscow, every meme was a chisel chipping away at the myth of unstoppable Russian might. Deterrence is not what you claim, it is what you can prove. And in September 2024, the proof was a black hole in the Taiga. Sentinel 5P caught a spike. Nitrogen dioxide columns over Plesetsk, just days after the blast. Not a world-ending plume, but a measurable wound in the sky. Nitrogen oxides, hydrazine vapor, the chemical signatures of a hypergolic firestorm. That is what happens when you detonate 200 tons of rocket poison underground. The fallout does not just vanish. It lingers, invisible, drifting over the Taiga, settling into groundwater, seeping into the lungs of anyone unlucky enough to be downwind. There is no public casualty list, but the unofficial channels are thick with rumors, burns, respiratory injuries, a handful of texts sent to Arkhangelsk for decontamination. The Ministry of Defense says nothing. The workers know better. I have seen the reports from past Soviet accidents. UDMH exposure leaves you coughing blood, skin peeling, nerves on fire. You do not walk away from that, not without scars. 3 things stay with me. First, the data never lies. Nitrogen dioxide does not spike for no reason. Second, every time you field test a liquid fuel monster like Sarmat, you gamble with human lives, not just machinery. Third, this is the one that keeps me awake. The men who turn those valves know exactly what is at stake. They follow orders anyway. Because in Russia, the threat is not just the missile, it is the silence that follows the blast. There is no closure. Just a poisoned crater, a vanished crew, and the knowledge that next time, it could be worse. Right now, thousands of Russian warheads sit in silos, everyone stuffed with hypergolic poison and wishful thinking. I've spent decades staring at launch keys, solid propellant, systems built to last. But over there, it's a dictator's bluff written in leaking valves. The real threat isn't a missile launch, it's what happens when fear, corrosion, and silence meet liquid fire. No sane engineer would bet humanity on that chemistry. Your move, Moscow.
Oh, here's where we get the eggs. And this is not even a marked cave. Oh, you're not gonna come in here, bro? Alright. He's scared. I couldn't switch. You know, this is when you're in like PC and you can click a key quicker, but I can't. This control is messed up. I had to click it like 20 times. I know.
There's a congressman, congresswoman are at. Maybe we'll even go find Ilhan Omar and go talk to her. But then after that, they're going to show us what it's going to look like for tonight. So thank you all so much for joining. And you can also go ahead and cop a quality Leering hoodie in the pinned comment down below or in the description. And so David's here as well. And now let's go in and join the live stream. Everyone give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear good. All right, let's do this. Alrighty, let's do this. Alright, we're entering in. David's got the quality Leering hoodie on right now. David, we're here at State Union. Did you ever imagine that our days out walking around the streets of Minnesota would look like this?
I had no idea that we would open such a Pandora's box, not just around the United States, the whole world, that everybody now is looking for fraud, and guess what? They're finding it.
What's been the craziest thing that's happened to you since revealing all the fraud?
I think the response that has come from people that a lot of the people.
Let's get Kennedy here. Kennedy, this guy's funny.
Kennedy.
Congressman Kennedy. All right, is the stream back?
Chris Humphries, the basketball player, you know who he is? Yeah. I go stay at his house. I was a groomsman in the wedding. I walked.
All right, you guys, I think we're back.
The whole deal. And
dang it, the stream cut out, but now we're back.
Okay.
The stream was dead. Cut out Rise, we got to Kennedy. All right, it says we're back for everybody. All right, guys, for those just joining, we might be deleting the stream later on if the quality's that bad. No, it's all right. Okay. But we're here inside of the Cannon building. We got Adam from PBD right here, and we got Tony, and we got David. The last interview cut out, David, unfortunately. But Adam, what are you doing here?
well, I'm with the great Nick Shirley and the great David Hoke and the great Tony. I mean, this guy's got a Phase 4 camera. Oh. Fix him up a little bit. Let's can't have our guy looking like that. Green Beret, thank you for your service, man.
What's around here?
Well, it's awesome.
Are you going to be in the State of the Union today?
I'm actually speaking at the State of the Union. President Trump said he wasn't going to make it, so I'm doing it. Me and Nick Shirley.
I don't know if that's what the people want.
No, that's not what they want, dude. The people want more Nick Shirley, though.
Maybe.
Not even a maybe.
We got more videos coming.
You should. So what have you been up to? I saw you were in California.
We got another video coming out from California. Here at the State of the Union today. Tomorrow I go somewhere else, and then Friday I'll be somewhere else too. So.
Did you hire an editor yet?
Not yet. I need to hire one.
Shirley and I had a great time. I took you to your first Shabbat.
Yeah,
Shabbat dinner. I don't do this all that often. We started a small one. Then we went to that ridiculous house. What are your thoughts on that house we went to, by the way?
Very nice.
Ridiculous.
Never been to a Shabbat before. That was interesting.
What'd you think?
Food was good.
Yeah?
Food was good.
The people were okay?
People were nice.
Yeah.
You're like I don't have too many Jewish friends. You might be like my first Jewish friend. Living in Utah, I didn't grow up around any Jews.
Well, look at us now. Are we gonna film an interview too? Yeah, we can do so. Okay. Well, you want to flip it on this for a second?
Sure.
Come on.
Let's run it.
Shabbat. What was Shabbat? Shabbat. Shabbat's just.
What does it mean?
Yeah. What does
so
it mean
Shabbat
for a
is
Jew?
the Sabbath, right? So the fact that I'm speaking on behalf of Jewish people is ironically right now because I spend more time in a nightclub than on a Shabbat. In Miami, we went.
We did.
We go to live. We had a good time. This guy doesn't drink. He doesn't party. He doesn't smoke. He doesn't, interact with the ladies. He's class act. Right here,
Interact
but
with the ladies, just not at the club.
That's true. That's true. Remember, you had some personal situations you were dealing with, and listen, when you're a good-looking guy and you're a celebrity, the ladies, they're gonna slide in the DMs. But Shabbat is the Sabbath, So in the Torah and the historic Bibles, the Sabbath starts on Friday night and ends on Saturday night, and then obviously the Christians, our fellow Christians out there, they observe it on Sunday, but either way, it's a day to give thanks to God and gratitude. And if you're an religious, Charlie Kirk, he wrote the book Stop in the Name of God. You don't use any electronics, or you don't drive, you don't work, and you just spend that day.
We had a good time. I went to my first Shabbat. It was nice.
Yeah.
The food was good. People were nice.
Yeah,
had a good time.
That's pretty much what it is. We're trying to make Shabbat great again in this country, and that's what obviously Charlie Kirk was. So whether you're a Saturday person or a Sunday person, it's really about just a day of gratitude. And
Still think I'm going to stick to my religion, but I respect it.
Here's one thing that you'll learn about Jews. We're not trying to recruit. That's not our thing. It's like, good.
It was a good time.
Other people, like you're Mormon. You guys recruit a little bit. You guys go down there and you did a mission, I think,
Talk
in
to people, teach them a little bit.
You were in South America, I want to say.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
To Chile.
To Chile. ¿Hablas español bueno o no?
Sí, obvio
Okay,
que sí.
por supuesto.
Por supuesto.
Somos gringos, pero hablamos bueno. Tony?
Sí, así es.
¿También?
They're saying you're trying to recruit me now. They're saying you're recruiting me.
Here's one thing I know. Don't listen to the chat. They're gonna say whatever because it's probably
no. I'm sticking.
two people.
Hey, but let's
want
talk.
you to stick
Let's talk about State of the Union. Let's do the interview.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Where are we at?
Okay.
We got lots of people.
Let's see what's going on in the chat right now. What's up, chatbot out there? We got 1.6. Repent Jew. That guy sounds like a nice guy. Jesus is Lord. Respect on that. Fun fact: Jesus was Jewish. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Okay.
The Jews killed him.
No, well, the Romans did. But even though, hi Adam, I wish I looked like Adam. There you go. Anyway.
W's in the chat. Tony, we got Bob the Rob
Respect to
Ross.
everybody following Nick Shirley. Keep up the good work. I can tell that you have values and high moral ground if you're following Nick Shirley. And if you're not following the PBD podcast and Valuetainment, please do so. Future looks bright, baby.
They say you better be nice to me.
Have I ever not been nice to you?
Me and Adam always have a good time when we hang out. That's right. All right, do we want to do the interview?
Let's do it.
All right. How's it going?
With the Orange County Business Council.
Okay, very nice.
He's with me.
Representative
Nice to meet you, Representative Kim. Yeah, we're live right now.
Before you get started, hey, great job.
Oh,
really
let's
big
go.
fan. Great job.
Thank
Seriously.
you. These are my favorite when people give these.
Fantastic job.
Thank you.
Keep doing what you do.
These are dope. If you ever get a Challenger coin, I got a whole collection of these now. These things are sweet.
My name's Adam Saza.
I'm gonna make my own.
Nice to meet you.
We think you do great work. Young Kim.
Yes, Kim's actually, we've inspired her to go after the fraudsters, right?
Yes,
Tell
yes.
us more about what you're trying to do to take down the fraudsters.
I mean, obviously, we're all inspired by the work that you're doing, exposing all the fraud and ways in Minnesota. But tell me, I mean, Minnesota is like nothing that compares to California, and you are going after them too. California is becoming the fraud capital of America, and we have a governor and the Democrat-controlled members in Sacramento that just does not seem to focus on what is really needed or listen to the people in the state of California. We have Medicaid fraud, we have unemployment benefits fraud, we have the AI ghost students enrolling, we have SNAP benefits that has been stolen from the really needy families and individuals. I mean, again, this is just so many things out of many that needs to be addressed, but we're not doing it. And in the case of Medicaid fraud, I had to write a letter to the governor to answer to some of the questions as to how it happened and what are the steps that they're going to take a look to maybe reduce that. Instead of getting an answer, we're just getting a runaround. He hasn't even responded or acknowledged my letter. And then I'm Dr. Oz sent a letter following up on around the same time that I did. So now, the state of California is returning $1.6 billion back. Following up with President Trump's initiative establishing the Anti-Fraud Task Force, my bill, which is No More Scams Act, is going to be more important than ever because it's going to strengthen the Anti-Fraud Task Force by establishing the Anti-Fraud Task Force at the national level. It will be addressing all of the fraud, not just in the state of California or in the state of Minnesota. It's going to be all across the country. So I'm really excited about that. That needs to happen. That needed to happen, and we are doing it. And I am working very closely with stakeholders who are affected by this, such as my dear friend over here, Jeff Ball. He's the president and CEO of Orange County Business Council, and he's helping me to move that legislation, and we're going to expose even more fraud that's out there. So again, the federal dollars, especially in Medicaid, are not prioritizing the illegal aliens that came across the southern border. So let's prioritize where the money needs to be for the entitled.
Can I tell you a little bit of a secret? So I went to California. I have a video coming out in the next. It's gonna take me a little bit to get it out, but we went to some of these locations where fraud's being committed. We went to this one location. I go there. I missed by like 10, 20 minutes the time where they were supposed to have adults at their adult daycare. So I talked to the lady. I said, I'm coming back tomorrow. I come back the next day. The whole business is flooded with old people. And they even had the state surveyors there. And if the state surveyors only go once every 2 years, and ironically they were there the day after.
The day after you were there.
The day after I was there.
Probably shouldn't have told them who you were.
Well, the word got out that I was in California, and all of a sudden the fraudsters were running there, and they're hopping their BMW competitions. They had Mercedes, BMWs, Cybertrucks, you name it. They were all in all of them. They had Mercedes Maybachs. Have you ever heard of Maybach? They were in those. Fraudsters were
the tax returns.
Fraudsters, their business was booming down there.
Yeah. Well, appreciate that you're focusing on our state. It's the most populous state, and as Young said, we've got a lot of issues that we're concerned about in terms of how many of our government programs are administered. So, looking forward to seeing some of the outcomes from your work.
Awesome. Thank you guys so very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Keep
God bless you
coming
guys.
back to California and expose our fraud.
Well, you guys got lots of it, so.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah,
Got plenty to do.
very
Can I
true.
get a picture with you real quick?
Of course.
Here. You want to get in one too, Young?
Okay, let's get selfie.
Yeah, get in there. There we go. Awesome.
Amazing.
All right.
Amazing.
Well, let's get a photo
Oh,
together.
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, where are you? Okay. Perfect. Awesome.
Thank you. God bless you guys.
Nick.
Better than legacy media.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot of them around here. But
Hey, I'm a fellow special ops guy.
Oh, really?
A Navy SEAL, Green Beret.
That's what's up. That's what Tony
it's a
is.
brand new Congress, and you guys need to come to Virginia and find some Lyran centers there.
I hear Virginia's got a lot of
We got
crazy
Spamberger
stuff
in
going
there.
on.
I mean, it's hypocrisy, right? The Affordable Care Act, unaffordable, raised your premiums 26% every year, and then of course
26% every year?
Yeah, it gave insurance companies a 2,000% pay raise. It was
Really?
Obamacare. It was terrible, and anyway, it made everybody's health care go up. And then you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, increased inflation, and then we got our new governor, Abigail Spanberger, ran on affordability. The first thing they did is propose 50-some new taxes. How's that affordable? So they say one thing and do another, but
Yeah, I hear Virginia's like spiraling down. Like some weird stuff's
God's in
happening.
control, but I represent Virginia.
Has it always been a blue state?
It's always been like a 50-50 kind of a state. But I think why are the Democrats so opposed to the Save America Act? You know, every American believes that you should have a photo ID, well, at least 83%, and they're like, it's racist.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see them go on the Senate floor and spend 15 hours saying it's racist for you to have a voter ID.
And what do you expect to happen tonight at the State of the Union?
Well, I'm a big President Trump fan. During my race, they told me that you better not put a Trump flag on your pickup truck, so I put 2 on there, and we had a big win. But I'm the first Republican in the whole United States he endorsed for re-election this year.
Okay.
So I'm a big Trump fan, and I think he's got a heart for the American people. I think he loves all of us. He doesn't care your race, party, religion, or creed is. He wants a better future for all Americans. And every president, everyone running for president, every world leader talked about Ukraine, Russia, and all these conflicts.
Yeah.
He's the only one that said, I just want people to stop dying. And I think that says a lot about his heart. And so I'm a big Trump supporter. I think we're going to talk about bringing $20 trillion back into the country for young people like you, affordability. I have a bill that President Trump's been talking about called the American Dream Act. I spent 3 months talking to people under age 32. I said 2 questions. Do you own a home? And all said no. Does anyone you graduated college with own a home? They all said no. Then I ran into a 72-year-old. He's got 55 rental properties between $200,000 and $500,000. I said, well, he complains about how much work it is. I said, why don't you sell them? He goes, I don't want to pay capital gains. So I picked up the phone, I talked to President Trump, and I said, it's hard to be a socialist if you own property. And he said, you got that right, because socialism and communism take your property. So we talked about doing it, I said 2 years, he said 5 years. So the bill says if you're age 65 or older and you sell your property to a first-time buyer, which is 98% of the time, someone under age 32, you have a 5-year moratorium on capital gains. And these young people around here are coming up to me saying, you know what you're doing? You're giving us a future. Thank you for thinking about us. Because which generation do you think in America owns the most property? Baby boomers.
Boomers.
And which one has the most wealth? What your generation is doing is you're becoming lifelong renters. We ran into a 24-year-old. She bought a house. Her parents said, look, you got to buy a house. She goes, that's my travel money. But she bought a house. Now she's 30 years old. She is financially ahead of everyone she graduated college with. So to give you guys a future and less likely to have socialism, we're going to loosen up the supply of affordable homes. So I think he's going to talk about affordability.
There's a lot of people renting. I think for me personally, it'd probably even make more sense for me to rent than to buy. And
well, that's a terrible thing to hear because, you know, if you rent...
Because if you're renting, like for instance, my brother just bought a house and his mortgage is about $4,500 a month. But if you were to rent that same size house, it'd be about $2,500 a month.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you rent for 10 years and you leave, you have nothing. But if you buy, you build equity, you build your credit, and it opens up a lot of other doors. You know, birth rates are down in our country, marriage is down, and a lot of young people that I talk to on these college campuses go, yeah, I want to get married, buy a house, and get married in that order. They're like, well, I can't afford a house, I'm not going to get married. So I would like to create incentives for you to get married and have kids and have a future. And so the American Dream Act, I think, is a good one.
Amazing. Well, thank you for your time.
Thanks for all you
Appreciate you.
Can I get a picture with you?
Of course.
I might break the camera.
And what, your first and last name for the live chat? Introduce yourself.
Congressman John McGuire, Navy SEAL veteran and Virginia's 5th.
That's what's up.
Appreciate you, brother.
Let's get a photo.
Yeah, let's get a photo.
Awesome. Thank you for your service.
Awesome. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Awesome.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
You think you could come to Virginia by chance?
Maybe. If you give me some info on fraud, we'll be over there.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3, go. Okay,
Epic. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Are you going to be on the State of the Union or are you going to be on the floor?
Yeah, I'll be at the State of the Union tonight.
How many years?
10 years. How about yourself?
24.
Guys, the chat looks... Let's see. We had a big problem with the chat earlier before. I think we're doing good now.
Charlie 3rd and the 7th, all those guys.
Yeah, Charlie 7.
How old are you?
I'm 58.
I think after this we're going to go...
I feel like an 18.
I don't know where exactly we're going, but I figured we should do this live stream, show you guys a little behind the scenes action of what's going on. People are liking the red tie. Yeah, we went and bought this last night. Didn't have a tie. Came straight from California. Didn't have anything. Let's go see David and Stauber. We're talking. What's going on?
Good, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
House Republican Conference. We're
Okay.
shooting a couple videos.
Yeah, great.
So if you would like to head over there, we would love to have you.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, we'll head over there, talk to some folks.
Yeah, if you guys want us to come to Virginia, just let us know.
Yeah, let me know. There we go.
And then Miami.
In Miami. Love Miami. How's it going? Good to see you again. Yes, State of the Union tonight. God bless you. Look at David. Oh yeah. What are they doing? Oh, am I getting in on the interview? No, we're live. We can't pause. Oh, what? We got. How are you doing? Are you Congressman?
No, I'm just a guy on probation.
Just a guy on probation.
Yeah.
What's your first and last name? Introduce yourself. We're live right now.
Who are you?
My name is Nick Shirley, the CEO of the Learning Center.
How about Nick Shirley? Okay.
Yeah.
I see you got a haircut or something.
Yeah, I did get a little bit of a trim before I got here.
I'm Mike Collins. I represent the 10th District of Georgia.
Amazing. Mike, what are you trying to do to make America a better, more affordable place? A lot of people are worried about affordability here.
They are, you know.
We're live right now. We got a live chat, so that's what
Nick,
they're
I
asking
don't know
about.
how old you are, but I'm 58, and I've got two sons that are 33. And one of the main reasons I came up here in the 118th Congress was to make sure that they have the opportunities that I had, because y'all don't have it now. You, whether it's you've been taxed, regulated, or permitting issues,
It's tearing so bad. I don't even know.
Name it. And for decades, the left has just pushed the socialistic agenda on us to the point where y'all just don't have any opportunities out there. If I can take my experience, because I've been in the trucking business for over 30 years.
It's a good business to be a part of.
Second term in Congress. And if I can take that experience up here and make a difference so that you have those opportunities, then I'm doing my job. And I'm a very much a MAGA America First representative of it.
What do you expect to hear from President Trump tonight?
Oh, I expect him to say that big, beautiful bill that we passed last year is working, because it is working. And that's what I tell folks all the time. You know, I was in the private sector during the first Trump administration. I know firsthand what those policies did for me, my business, my family, community, and I wanted them back. So it was nice to be able to see that now, you know, no tax on overtime, which was included in that, no tax on tips. You know, your child tax credit went up. S corporations aren't going to be taxed higher than what a C corporation are. That's huge, because, you know, 43% of the businesses out there are small businesses.
That's what I am. I think I'm an LLC S corp.
The LLC S corp's the same thing. So you know, you didn't see
I think
your
I'm like
tax.
a title as LLC, and also I don't exactly know how I do it. My CPA does it, but LLC S corp when they file my taxes.
But you know, and I've had a lot of success in my first term up here. I've had 2 pieces of legislation signed into law by 2 different presidents. Yeah, the second one was that Lake and Riley Act.
Oh, amazing.
That was my bill. Yeah.
Congrats on that. Look,
Well,
what's the success? They just did a briefing the other day about that, right? The successes of that?
Signed into law on January 29th, and in 1 year, that one piece of legislation is responsible for taking over 17,500 illegal criminal thugs off our streets.
That's what's up.
Success.
Thank you very much for that.
Appreciate what you do too, man.
Thank you so much.
That was pretty good. Pretty good lick you hit up there.
Yeah, that was nice, right? We got my I call him my CFO,
Yeah.
David.
Yeah, well, that's good. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Let us know if we can ever help you.
All right, will do. Thank you very much.
Take care. Yes.
And we got the hockey congressman right here, Pete Stoddard. How are you doing? We're live right now.
Oh, we are?
Yes. You're the one who actually invited me to come here today. How are you feeling? This guy, he loves hockey, by the way. Look at that. You got that hockey, and today the USA hockey team's going to be here.
Yeah, they flew out of Miami, I think just a couple hours ago, Nick. So they're on the ground somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where, but they're going to be attending the State of the Union, and I hope to meet them and in person, congratulate them on a job well done. Both the men's and women's team, Olympic gold medalists. You can't get better than that, and we're very proud of them. And I'm happy that you're my guest at the State of the Union. You and David, what you did to expose the fraud in Minnesota, it was so important because that's real money being stolen from Minnesotans and the American people. You're now going over the country seeing it. So.
I know it's not my feed. It's so bad.
I just want to thank you for having the
talk
exposure.
about
The mainstream
like
media
defense
didn't do their job,
against
and certainly the laws
EMFs. Can't even get a
administration,
cell
has not
signal
done
in
their
there.
job. So, you two citizen journalists, and I will tell you that if Elon Musk, by buying X, he allowed that 150 million people to see your video, your 46-minute video on the fraud deck, and it was so impactful and so powerful. So everything had to be aligned and with Elon purchasing X
there is something
and not allowing it to be free, not censored, we were able to bring this forward and show the fraud.
Not doing it.
Just a tremendous job you and David have done. And the day and a half that you've been here, we've heard you tell the story. It's just amazing the hard work that you did. You want the truth and the facts, and that's what you're doing. So congratulations to you. And it's a pleasure, Nick, to have you here with me at the State of the Union tonight.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to re-ask you the question because we're going to make a full video out of this. I don't know if I'm going to catch you later, but this is Congressman Pete Stauber. He invited me and David out here. It won't be too invite me and David. And you don't need to answer that, but I just want to have that so I can put it in the video with your explanation. But it means a lot for me to be here as well. And I think what we did like a roundtable earlier today, and it was really cool because you had sheriffs, you had small business owners, you had people from 60, 70 years old, and you also had a 20-year-old at the table as well. So it kind of goes to show that you really can make a difference whether you're 20 years old or 70 years old here inside this country. Now with the power of social media, and especially with X, literally anybody can make a difference, and it can be seen and recognized by congressmen and by people in our government.
Yep, absolutely. Doesn't matter your age. You want to make a difference, you can make a difference, and you're a prime example of that.
Yeah, we're working. Hopefully, we're inspiring some other people as well.
You are. I know you are.
So it's been fun, but it means a lot to be here at the State of the Union, honestly. So it doesn't happen it happens once a year, and it's just a historic event that not too many people get the privilege to go to, because how many people get to go inside that room?
Each of us have one guest. I was able to get 2 tickets because a good Democrat friend of mine.
Yeah. So how big of a privilege is it to get invited to the State of the Union?
It's a huge privilege. I mean, we only get 1 ticket, right? In this case, this year I was able to get 2 because my good Democrat friend gave me his ticket. He said, Pete, if you have use for it, put it to good use. You and David, I chose you two because of the impact you made on our state.
So there's really about 500, 700 people inside when the speech is going?
About 535 guests, because there's 435 members of the House, 100 members of the Senate.
Wow.
So there's about 535 guests.
Wow, yeah, so there's maybe around about 1,000, maybe 1,500 people that'll be watching it live.
Yeah.
In there, so that's a big privilege. So I thank you so much.
Thank you very much for what you're doing. Keep up the good work.
I will. Thank you. Perfect. Let's keep going and see if there's anyone else who would like to talk to. Here, I'll take this. Yeah, we can go wherever you need us to go. Or just showing people behind the scenes.
I'm going to go vote.
Oh, you're going to go vote? Okay.
Yeah, they called the votes already.
Oh.
There we go. We got someone who just became a member. Tony, thank you for the donation.
Just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Bob the Throb Ross.
Yeah.
One sec. I got to put the... Yeah, 1 second. Pew. All right, you guys, I just put... David has the hoodie on right now. People want to go ahead and get one, so we put it as the pinned comment here in the chat. If you want to get a hoodie, go and get one now. It's never too late to become a leader. And how good are the quality of these hoodies?
Best hoodie you'll ever own, I guarantee it.
It's nice, like really nice.
Nick,
what's
the
up?
Best.
I'm going to introduce you. Nick Shirley.
Oh, we talked earlier today. How's it going?
You're not related to Craig Shirley, are you?
No.
The guy that's the Reagan biographer?
No.
It's like the only other Shirley that I ever...
Well, now you are. But maybe down the line. I don't know where he's from. There's not too many Shirleys, actually.
So they said that you're also LDS, right?
Yeah, I am.
So my sheriff is here from Palmyra.
Oh, really?
Which is the founder of
a lot of... A lot of history from
Palmyra, the Hill Cumorah, we're all in my district.
Oh, yeah, you got a cool district of the state.
Just the ones I brought in, like more, everybody wants to come in, but we're around our district.
Yeah, historic spot for the LDS church. Where do I get myself one of these? I like that. That thing's sick.
My pen?
Yeah.
Oh, you become
don't ask me. Don't give it to me. But where do you get one like that? You have to become a member of one of those? That thing's sick.
I love how Nick is like, if you don't have me, I turn the camera off. He said, he goes, where do I get one of those? And don't give it to me, as if...
Some people
sounds like the Quality Learning Center again.
I know. They give a lot.
That's why I ordered the shirt.
Somebody came up and gave me a coin. And I was like, oh, you gave me one too, but another person came up and gave me a coin.
You go, yeah? No. All right, we gotta vote. That is like, I love that thing so much. I put it online today.
Tell people how good quality they are.
I love the Quality Learning shirt. I actually bought them online for all my friends, and I put it on Facebook last night, and all my friends are like, where is that? I gotta have that thing. So it all goes to, it says at the bottom, I think, Shirley Defense Fund or something.
ShirleyDefense.com. It helps fund everything we do here on the channel.
It's amazing. No, I think it's amazing. I love it. And then I just think it's hilarious because it's just, the fact that this has got to be Providence that you found this thing. It's just amazing. It's so, as I said to you earlier today, you need to come to New York State because even the left-leaning Albany Times Union and other newspapers have said to New York, you have got major scam, fraud, abuse, waste going on.
I hear there's even billboards.
But they won't do it. They won't do anything about it in Democrat-controlled New York because they're afraid of losing their federal matching funds.
Well, Governor Hochul actually, because when Mamdani got of approval for, I think it was a lot of billions, whether it be 2 or 4 billion. I said, wow, shouldn't we be a little bit weary about this now that we just saw what happened in Minnesota? Governor Hochul actually reacted to me, and she tried to pretty much say, like, due to how intelligent you are, you have no right to speak about this, essentially. But so I was like warning against fraud, and then she was out, her office was trying to do like a Gavin Newsom thing where they try to make you look stupid and try to blame everything on Trump, and it's like a
If you
situation.
want to, find a way to make Kathy Hochul look stupid, I think this is the thing. Just go look at her social media posts, especially on X. We had, I think, 2 feet of snow, and she's got this wonderful video of her shoveling about 1 inch of snow. And she says, take it from me, I'm from Buffalo. She's shoveling 1 inch of snow, so maybe you could do sort of a comparison of the amount of snow she's shoveling and how much snow we actually got and how much fraud is taking place.
They don't require voter ID, but the shovel snow you need voter ID.
She also spread some kitty litter out and warned everyone. This is what you do: spread the kitty litter out behind the back. I'd say the memes are incredible in New York, but I mean, we're hoping we take her out and we finally have someone with common sense in the state of New York.
That'd be good. I thought it was super funny that you don't need voter ID there, but you do need 2 forms of ID to shovel snow in New York City.
That's a Mondami class. I mean, this is the leader of the Democratic Party, is Zoran Mondami. He should be giving a response tonight to President Trump because the Democrats, I served in the state legislature, they were revering and talking about Karl Marx, and I left in 2016. Since that time, they created the so-called Democrat Socialists of America, who are really Marxists. They celebrate Karl Marx on the floor of the Assembly in New York State. They talk about socialism. Remember, Mondami comes from this honestly when he said, the warmth of collectivism and that kind of nonsense. People have to wake up, and young people like you, I'm so glad you're doing what you're doing. But I lived in a communist country. I lived in the former Yugoslavia, and it was communist. Now, was it the Soviet Union? No, they tried to be non-aligned and sort of unique. But if you disagree with the government, you were shipped off to a camp in the Adriatic Sea. I know, I gotta go vote.
Go vote.
Okay, we'd love to take more.
Okay, perfect. We'll do that. Adam, it's always a pleasure. Going over to the Capitol or something. I think I have to go with them. Is he voting? Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Okay, sweet. Yeah, if you ever want to come by our office. Oh, nice to meet you. We'll be back. Okay, great. We'll do it. Perfect. Thank you very much. Noted. We have to go vote with the congressman, but we'll be back because we're doing a little behind the scenes for everything.
Can you bring me up?
Yeah. Epic. 3, 2. Awesome. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'll be coming back. Let me come back. First, we gotta go with the congressman. Where'd they go? Let me see this. Yes, sir. All right, let's go chat. We had some. Sorry, I know him. We had some struggles with the live stream at the beginning. We missed one-liner, man. Congressman always says, but now we're back. Now we're going over to, I think we're going over to the Capitol. I think Congressman Sauber's got to go vote with the legend David. Show you guys the process of everything. Don't worry, we'll keep. But look at this. I actually like being here in DC because you see how cool the architecture of these buildings. I won't get you in. I'll keep you out of the camera. No. So this is where all the congressmen, congresswomen's offices are at. You guys, while we're walking here in the halls, maybe we'll bump into Ilhan.
We can walk outside and then we'll go to the Capitol. And at the Capitol steps, we'll turn around and you guys can walk back because I got 5 votes.
Oh wow, we got a lot of votes. Yeah, those are cool.
That's a pin, so I'll probably go back.
Yeah, I love the pins. I love the coins. All right, we're walking out now. Can you pull up the chat?
Well, thank you very much.
Beautiful day.
So Nick, these are fucking retro. And
Alrighty. Onward.
We're back. Can we take the stairs so we don't cut out if we go through the elevator?
We're on this floor. This is floor.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Oh, sick. What time's everyone going into the place for the meet and greet?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock? So what do we have the next hour or so? Can we go back up to the, I think top of the Adam from DVD up there?
Yeah.
Can we go back up there? Go search for Ilhan. David wants to give Ilhan Omar a hoodie.
Let's go to the elevator.
Is Ilhan Omar's office in here?
No, I think she's in.
Okay. David wants to give her a hoodie. We have an extra hoodie for her. We don't know if she got the first one. How to get out of here? I think it's right down there. There's an exit sign. All right, we're gonna go back up to the spot so we can go do some more interviews, show you guys more. We're in the Cannon room building. Dude, yeah, David's a savage. You don't want to question David. Wait, can we take the stairs? If we go to the elevator, we'll crash the stream. Yes, we're back to the stream. I'm sorry. Well, you can take the elevator, man. You take the elevator. We'll walk. It's a beautiful day out. You guys have questions? You guys want me to start asking some of the people in here? Someone says, tell Trump to legalize cannabis at a federal level. Someone says, another friendly reminder, do not spam the chat. If you like what you're watching, hit that like button. Amen. Someone says, please interview Congressman Mike Lawler from New York. Give me a good question to ask him. I'll go find him. Where's Nancy Mace? Whew. We're about to break a sweat walking up all those stairs. All right, we're back. All right. Is this where we were at before? Perfect. I don't even show them what this looks like. This is pretty cool in here. All right, guys, this is where all the media's at. All the mainstream media. Can I walk right here? Let's see if we find Ilhan anywhere. No. All right, pretty cool. You guys just saw it there. All right, now let's go back inside of that room. How are you guys doing? Can I get your contact? You can get my email, yeah? Or my, who are you with? Italian television. Italian television? The best television. The best in television, Italian? I speak Spanish, I don't speak Italian, but I'll do it. Perfect. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'll send you a email. All right, thank you. Oh, yeah, I think the Chinese news network wanted to talk to me. We'll talk to her for a sec. How are you? Good, we're going to do an interview with the, what do you guys call again, the Chinese network? Sound of Hope. Oh, amazing. You're not allowed to broadcast in China? Uh-oh. Really? The Chinese communist regime doesn't let them have free speech in China? What a shocker. I've heard good and bad things about China. I think maybe I should go there and make a YouTube video. What do you guys think? Should we go to China for a YouTube video? And a quick shout out to Tony Tran, 1641 is a donation, and Lisa B. Frampton. Will you be replying to super chats later? How can I become an admin where we can post selfies of us wearing your merch? Oh, where can I post selfies of us wearing your merch? Yes, everybody who's wearing the merch today, go and take a photo and comment underneath my latest post on X of me and David. I want to see everyone wearing the merch in the State of the Union today. Dang, it's a real bummer the stream keeps crashing because we're at like 6,000. Now we're probably at 10,000 if the stream keeps shutting down. All right, perfect. Tony, can you hold this so I can do this interview with her? Awesome, we're going.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got so famous. Everybody knows you.
Yeah, a lot of people know me now.
So who invited you here today?
Today we're going to State of the Union, so that should be really awesome.
Invited by the president?
Not by the president, by Congressman Pete Stauber.
Oh, okay. So which?
Congressman Pete Stauber.
Okay, which state?
Minnesota.
Okay, yeah. So how do you feel?
Super good, super excited. Not too many people get to go to the State of the Union. There's only around 1,000 people or so inside there watching it live, so it's a great honor to have the opportunity to go there. And I think it shows that America, the politicians are actually listening, and you can make a difference, whether you work for yourself or you work for another organization. People are watching, and people in America can make a difference in their own communities and in their country in general.
Your story is very special because you personally disclosed something that and changed the whole dynamic of this political landscape. And in China, people still have difficulty to get free information or their voice couldn't be heard and so on. So do you have anything to say to our Chinese audience or listeners?
To the people of China or Chinese people?
Chinese and the Chinese Americans.
Chinese Americans, okay, different message then.
And also people in China.
People in China that are listening, I don't really know what life's like in China, so I can't really tell you much. But people here in America, just this is the greatest country to live in, and just I hope everyone respects our values and respects what we believe in because we became the greatest country in 250 years, and everyone wants to move here for a reason. So we're happy to have everyone who respects the United States of America and respects us for who we are and how we got to where we are today. So that'd be my message.
I feel like you use your right to do something very great.
Yeah, everyone here in the United States has equal opportunities. So it doesn't matter where you're from, where you were born, who your parents are. Each and every single day here in the United States, I think that's the most beautiful thing about being an American citizen is every single day you determine your own destiny. So you have the opportunity to sit on the couch all day, or you have the opportunity to go out and make a difference.
So tell us about what you did, as a personal citizen, U.S. citizen, and to post these scams and stuff.
Yeah, it was super awesome for me, and it was a great opportunity to show people what was happening. I'm super grateful for David because without David, none of this would have been possible as far as getting all the information about the fraud that's happening. So it's a great blessing, and I think it was just a need for people to be able to see the fraud be exposed in the way it was. So hopefully there's some more arrests coming soon.
Did you feel any pressure after disclosing this?
Yeah, lots of pressure. My life changed a lot since it happened. So
how do you deal with these pressures?
I knew it was going to come, so I just dealt with it as it comes. And you can't really plan for the unexpected, but you can plan for what you do think is going to come, and that's what I've been trying my best to do. So thank you so much for your time. God bless you. Thank you. All right, we're moving on in. How's it going? Yeah, of course. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah. Hey, thank you very much, Big FT. Thanks for doing the Lord's work. We appreciate you, and thank you, Randy. All right, guys, I'm going to get some Coke. We'll go talk to him after he's done with that interview. I'm going to get some Coke. Let's see who's in here. I think a lot of them went over to go vote. Adam? Get some ice. Less water. You gotta have ice with no water. There you go. Thank you. I've lately been drinking a lot of Diet Coke. Probably not been the best. No, I like Diet Coke. Yeah, I like it with the lemon. It's really good when you drink Diet Coke with the lemon. I put like 3 of them in there. I love that. How's it going?
How are you? I don't know if you have availability at some point today.
Yeah, we can sit down and talk.
Okay, when you get time, I don't.
Let's do it right now.
Okay, cool. Great. Thanks.
Always good to see you. All right, guys, we're gonna sit down and do an interview, I guess.
You don't need this one.
Well, just for the live stream to see it. All right, guys, we're kind of showing you guys behind the scenes of what's happening today. Don't have too much planned for this live stream, except showing you guys behind the scenes of what it's like before the State of the Union, and then tonight, I'll obviously go to the State of the Union. And then I may or may not release a full video, depending on what else we see later today. I think the U.S. hockey team is coming, so hopefully we get to hang out with them for a little bit, which will be epic. They just won the gold, so maybe that'll be in the video that we post tomorrow. But we'll just do some interviews, take it behind the scenes. Yeah, I'll be there at the Stadium. Oh, cool. Yeah, it'll be great.
You ever been in before?
No, I have not.
I haven't either. Never been in the chamber, but.
Yeah, I've never been here for the Stadium or inside the chamber, so it should be sweet.
It's bananas here today.
Really?
Just all these constituents. I'd forgotten that members of Congress, we've done these congressional events before, but they bring guests in to the State of the Union, so it's extra busy.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Great, it's something cool. Well, his work precedes him. He's got to be one of the biggest figures in digital media today. Nick Shirley, it's good to see you here on Capitol Hill.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Your first visit, kind of in an official capacity, I guess?
I guess so. Yeah, other times I've been unannounced and I've gone and done my own thing.
I have heard your name bandied about more in the last months than I do most anyone who's been considered a media pro in years. What do you make of your newfound fame, if that's what you want to call it? You probably don't call it that, but that's what it is.
Yeah, it's been different because before all this, people knew who I was as far as like my videos. I had a million subscribers on YouTube, but this one really hit all social media. Hit on X, hit on YouTube, hit on all platforms, and it really did go worldwide. I'm getting messages from people from Australia and the UK saying we had the same fraud happening inside of our country.
Why did you decide to engage on this front? And tell people, for people that don't know your work prior to becoming sort of the news household name that you've become, what were you known for primarily before?
Before this, I'd done videos on immigration, had spoken to illegal migrants that came across the border in the U.S. I did a lot of stuff on the election. I traveled to over 15 countries in the past year and a half making videos about current events. I've gone to the prisons in El Salvador, had gone to the favelas of Brazil, had spent times in the streets of Kensington, Philadelphia, the streets of Skid Row, Zombieland, and Cracolandia, and Sao Paulo. I had done a lot before this, and so
why?
I'm super interested to see how the world works and to see like what's the pressure points of the world and what's making people do the things they're doing. Because there's a lot of things happening, a lot of corruption, and a lot of people are dying from things like fentanyl crisis, or you're seeing a lot of issues arise in the West from illegal migration. And there's no really YouTubers that were documenting it and also kind of sharing their own opinions on a lot of things. A lot of YouTubers go make these kind of videos, but they never actually not pick a side, but they don't ever try to come up with any sort of solution. They kind of show it for what it is and never say, okay, well, maybe there are people inside the government right now who are trying to bring about some sort of solution, whether that be with fraud or whether that be with illegal immigration. I mean, I saw a lot of people get trafficked over from the United States border, so when Trump says he's going to close the border, I'm stoked about that. I'm going to support that. I'm not going to support the other side that's endorsing that.
Have you spoken to President Trump?
I gave a briefing to him at the White House for Antifa, That was cool.
Yes.
I did that and I got to shake his hand. That was pretty cool.
What's your impression, if I may ask, and I'm going somewhere with this question, you're 23?
Yeah.
I'm told, now I have a son who's 21 and another who's 20, just turned. I'm told that it is your group that helped elect Donald Trump in big numbers, but also it is your group that is falling, Donald Trump's falling out of favor with your group right now. Are you hearing the same, and if so, why?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are upset with the Epstein files, and they're upset with like the affordability. And everyone has the right to be upset with the Epstein files, and I'm still trying to figure out my own opinion on that because there is so much bad going on with Epstein files. Yet Trump released the files. They're taking a long time to release. They took a long time to release them. He said he was going to release them, but then also Joe Biden and the Democrats could release them for 4 years. They have complete power. They could release them, and I think everyone who says that Trump was a good friend with Epstein, I don't think that's the case. He was one of the first person to ever report Epstein and his lane to the FBI, and so I think you're seeing kind of a lot of media manipulation. And I'm thinking Trump's waiting because a lot of Democrats didn't even believe in anything about Epstein beforehand. So I think Trump he could be playing us all as far as letting it play out, so that way all the evidence comes out and then comes down the hammer.
It is pretty clear.
Because now they're arresting people in the UK, Norway they arrested people as well. People are stepping down. So I think arrests will need to happen, and that will kind of restore the faith of people here in the United States once arrests do happen with Epstein. But if nothing does happen, everyone's going to lose faith.
I mean, no one can doubt that if Donald Trump were implicated in these files, someone would release them before now. I mean, they're trying to murder the man, for instance.
Exactly. They try to murder another Blanco.
Right. So it's hard to believe if there was something on in the man himself, they wouldn't have gotten to it by now.
Exactly.
But why do you feel inclined at your age to involve yourself the way you have I assume on your own. I don't know if I may pry. This is the thing I talk about with digital media folks all the time. They do a lot of work, but I don't necessarily know who's funding it. There is money in it, right? There is big money in it. There can be. I'm not suggesting you, but you know what I'm saying? Like, people should consider who they're consuming and what may fund what they're consuming.
Exactly. So like for me, for instance, I started making videos more politically based after I returned back from a 2-year mission to my church, and I had $0. So when I came home back from that trip, I worked for an entire month. I power washed houses, and my goal was to make $10,000 in cash. And so then I took that $10,000 in cash and used that to funnel my YouTube channel for the first 3 months until I could actually make a profit. Because you actually don't really make money on YouTube until you can start getting millions of views.
Yeah. But did you always with the goal in mind you were going to grow your YouTube?
Yeah, I always knew I was going to make a YouTuber.
Wow, always. That was always your goal?
Yeah, since I was 15, I made a video pretty much every week since I was 15 years old. Even when I went on my mission trip, I was still making videos, interviewing people about Jesus in Spanish. I'd upload those on Facebook. But so I've always had this like inkling to make these YouTube videos, and now it's kind of turned into what it is today. And I know why.
Is that what drives you, Jesus?
Well,
yeah, I mean, else now?
Well, I mean, I have faith in Jesus, and so I try to live my life in a way where I please Jesus.
Oh my God, come on.
All right, we're back. We are back, I think.
No.
All right, we're back. You guys, I'm being upset. Your stream keeps crashing on me. I think we're going to talk to Adam from PBD, and then we're going to head out and go down. I think we should be good for the rest of the day once we go down. You guys want me to just keep streaming for the rest of the day? Keep going in and out, the numbers keep fluctuating, but we'll be good. I think YouTube, the quality of the streams look good. The camera looks really good. Don't talk to Adam, he rambles too much. Let me go roast him. Camera looks really good. Of course, Adam's talking to some of his fellow Jews. How's it going? Let's go take a look, everybody. Let's go take a look. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm doing great. How are you? Wow, look at that. That's lovely right there. How are you doing? Is the Dallas thing that you're from?
Ready to go see you. Where are you going to be?
Pete Sauber? Calling Pete Sauber?
I'm Beth Van Dyke.
Okay, nice to meet you.
I represent the 24th District of Texas.
Okay, amazing.
And this is Terry Hines.
How's it
Terry
going?
Davis. He is the assistant field office director of the ICE facility in Dallas when I got shot up.
Oh, whoa.
So he's my guest for the state of Texas.
Wow, thanks for being here. Thanks for doing what you do. Appreciate it.
I mean, thanks for doing
Oh, yeah.
phenomenal work.
The CEO of the Learning Center. Got my CFO over there somewhere, David.
Why did you go to Minnesota?
I heard the fraud was so bad there because I went there a few months before, made a video about how Somalians were, like the population was growing, how Islam was growing, and then people were like, oh, you're here to make a video about the fraud. I said, well, what fraud are you talking about? And this lady called me for about 2 hours explaining about all the fraud that was taking place, and then from there, I had worked for months to get information, and David came to me with all the information. So therefore, then we made the video. It's awesome. What do you want to know? What are you working on here?
I'm on Ways and Means. So we're working on hopefully a second reconciliation package. We're also working on
what does that mean, second?
So well, we want to make sure that the bills that we have passed, that we're trying to put more money in people's pockets. We're working on tax bills to be able to do that. The one big beautiful bill we actually worked on for 2.5 years. We're working on some trade deals, hopefully, and we're working on healthdown. Hopefully, we're gonna have a bill.
There's a lot of healthcare fraud.
There's a lot of
healthcare.
healthcare.
Crack on that.
Dude,
you promise me to crack on it?
You need to support my bill.
I support anything
so
that cracks down
the GORAC Act actually looks at third-party audits of all of our departments.
Okay.
If we have third-party audits, we're not relying on ourselves to be able to do it. So it's the GORAC Act. We'd love to have your talk about it. It's a really important bill, and third-party audits of all of our departments.
Okay, great. Well, I think I'm going to talk to Adam real quick. Pleasure to meet you. God bless you, and continue to do great work.
Hey, they want me to say quick. I'm ready to find.
How you doing, Eddie? Nice to meet you. Oh, I think I've seen you on. Are you from Florida?
Yes, I am.
You're the one who said the thing about the dogs, right?
There
it is.
There she is. Sir, thanks for all the work you've done.
Of course.
You're doing real work. It just turns out that you don't have to be elected to move the needle.
We the people.
Anything I can do to help you, I'll make sure you got my number.
Okay, yeah, do you have a card?
Yeah, it's all bent, but that's my cell phone.
Perfect.
So text me your info, and if I can do anything to help you, let me know.
Awesome.
You're doing the Lord's
What do you
work.
expect to hear tonight?
Well, I hope the president does 3 things. Hey, Dad, watch out here. Come on. I'm sorry, my dad's.
I love how you're walking it. Did you hear about in the UK how I believe a person went to prison the other day because she crosswalked and then they complained that the dogs were getting too close to the Muslims?
They have been trying to ban dogs in parts of the UK. It's a real thing, and look, different religions can believe different things, but in America we've had dogs for 250 years. We're not going to stop now. But you asked about tonight. I hope the president does 3 things. Talks about how bad it was. Talks about how much better it is, and talks about the threats that we still have. I mean, you've talked about the Somalian fraud in a big way in Minnesota. As you're proving, that's just scraping the bottom of the barrel. It's going to turn out a huge percentage of what we spend in welfare across the country as a fraud, and it's going to bankrupt our country if we don't do anything about it. And for Democrats, the fraud is not a bug; it is a feature. It is their goal. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Well, thank you very much.
You got my number. If I can do anything to help you, let me know.
Oh, likewise. Thank you very much, sir. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Awesome. Thank you very much. That's Dan.
Also the
How do you say your last name?
Van Dyne.
Van Dyne.
I'm also the caucus chair for the creators.
Okay, great.
The creators caucus. So we're looking at people who are doing exactly what you're doing.
You gotta go find them.
Well, we're trying to protect them from really bad legislation.
Oh, yeah, that's important. That's important. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Hey, buddy, Carter George. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Thanks for the work you're doing. Keep
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. We gotta go. Awesome. All right, let's head out. How's it going? Good to see you again.
Are you here, smile?
Do I ever smile?
Yeah.
I always look like I'm just like.
You're always just so serious. You
I'm so okay. I got you.
I'm here. He's here. We got
you. Have a good time. We got smiles. How's it going?
right, yes, finally the stream's back. Keeps bouncing in and out. David, are people loving the hoodie?
Loving it.
Yeah, people love the hoodie. Well,
Everybody said they're going to order one.
oh, good, good.
And Representative Meeks came up from Iowa and told me that she's introduced a bill in Iowa, and it's called the Walls Act.
Really?
It's a bill that automatically triggers an audit of any spending increases that go up over a 3-month period.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
It's crazy to think that a lot of stuff wasn't happening before.
They fully credited us for doing this, and they said we started a movement across the entire nation with the videos that we made, and they said the people of America just owe us a great deal of gratitude. And I said, well, we're just happy to get the word out there, and so people can start to look for fraud. And I just want it to stop. Just get it to stop.
Amen. David, you're a good man. David's also pretty funny. Yeah, 'cause like a lot of things, for instance, the fact that people can receive money from the government and then they can go and wire that through money wiring, like what's it called, Union. The fact that that's allowed for somebody to take it, to take tax dollars.
To Saudi Arabia or Kenya, which is not part of the national banking community, so nobody knows what happens to that money. But they never go direct back to Somalia because they don't want that direct link.
Yeah, nobody wants their fraud to get exposed, or they create these networks where they can literally transfer the money and make it untrackable.
Right.
And they don't like us because we shed a light on it.
That's right. And the genie's out of the bottle and it's never going back now.
Nope.
For America, that everyone has been awake to the fraud and everybody's looking for it now.
Amen.
Oh, god damn it.
How's it going?
I don't want to get killed again. Fucking
Okay, cool.
damn.
Which is actually more likely for me.
All right, so we're going to go into one office and chill for a bit.
Plasma.
You're going to like meet and greet? No, good. David and Nick, the DN. All right, we're going in, everybody, into this office. Go hang out for a little bit. Hey, let's go. Someone's been a member for 8 months. Thank you very much.
Actually
Someone's been a member for over a month now. All right, we're going into the office. Can I live stream in here or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go in here and chit chat for a little bit, I guess. All right, we're in one of these offices now.
K2KIA.
Okay, yeah. All right, we're chilling. Let's read some of the chats in here.
So I'm going to take the hoodie off, so I'm going from Superman back to Clark Kent.
You're going from Superman to Clark Kent. Oh, someone said Skittles. Want some Skittles? Honestly, I'd like to go to the Wi-Fi back. Wi-Fi's causing some problems.
Chinese probably hacking State of the Union.
I think we're good. We're back now. Sorry, I think when we switch rooms, the service goes from one place, the Wi-Fi routers bounce around. Wait, we missed Tony's amazing life advice. All right, Tony. Tony. A little background on Tony. He's my bodyguard, but he's also a freaking legend. Green Beret. Has served in lots of places. Fought the narcos. I don't know how much information I can give out about you, but Tony is a legend. Taught me how to shoot a gun actually too. That's pretty fun. Give the people some life advice.
The biggest thing is that knowing and understanding and how to have a relationship with God is really what grounds people like Nick, like Dave. Just in general, I think it's just so much taken for granted that you're not able to understand what common sense is until you're able to ground yourself in who you are. First of all, as an American, and that creates a whole a whole world of seeing things with a clear lens and see what people truly for who they are. And I think that helps. And it's what we receive here right now, just because you get ready to go into the State of the Union, but you see where everybody's coming together from different walks of life, like you were saying, in different ages, but it's really the same core. It's for, we the people. It's for in God we trust. And that's really what it boils down to, and just how much evil we've been seeing and been witness to, that it's not to understand it, and it's not to take it for granted, but if anything, it's really to eradicate it.
Mm-hmm. Eradicate evil, right?
That's right.
Because you've been all across the world, you've been in combat, you've gone to war. How evil can the world get? You've seen evil at levels most people haven't seen it.
The thing about even in war, but evil, you can't take it personal. And that's where your faith comes in, and that's where my faith comes in. That in many ways I can be and embrace so much and take it personal, where I can just give it to God. When I give it to God, I'm able to deal with evil. If I try to handle it myself and it's not of me, or I try to make it of me, then I'm not able to reason and have common sense approach to deal with the evilness. And it's been happening in Minnesota, California, New York. I mean, it's either in God we trust and we the people, or there's nothing. That's really what it boils down to.
Yeah, I guess in simplest terms, I guess we could say what we believe in is we believe in God and we believe in the people. If you can't believe in God and you can't believe in the people, who do you fall back on?
That's right. Everybody comes here for the American dream. What is that based out of? And faith, Christianity, really what it boils down to. And no one else can tell you that. No Bible, no other scholar can describe that but God. And when you learn to understand those things, then nobody can persuade you, manipulate you, or coerce you to do evil.
Very true. Wise words you're saying, Tony.
Well, God's been, I've experienced God in a very personal way, and I know you have, and I know we all are, and Dave too. And it's really having that relationship with somebody that you can honestly trust and feel that love. Then no one else can feel it. Otherwise, you have a void life and no purpose, and a lot of lack of life and emptiness. You're gonna just be seeking for what? For your own self-satisfaction, and then destroy yourself, and then destroy people that should not be part of that. And that's what we got to, start reckoning with evil right now.
I don't want to put fear into people, but it is a very evil world we do live in. I mean, you do have people who literally, for instance, for me, for exposing fraud, and for Dave exposing the fraud, people literally want to come after you and want to kill you. I mean, I've had people at gas stations come up to me. I had a very interesting experience in California. So I'm at this gas station, and I see this guy. He comes driving by. He's like, no way. He gets out of his car and he yells, "F you!" At that same time, somebody comes up to me, shakes my hand, and whispers. He says, "You have no idea how many people are praying for you." And so at that moment in time, I was able to see the pure evil, and then also God. And you could see how the devil, he's a lot louder and he's a lot more flamboyant. Meanwhile, the way God works is a lot more smooth, humble, and quiet. He's not. God's not gonna be yelling, "Come here, come here, come here." He's gonna be saying, "Come, come."
It's weathering the storm. Right now, that storm is here. It's just what we're gonna do about it. Who are we? Are we Americans or we're not? And that's just it. Learn to be an American. What does that mean? Have independence. Live your life how you want it to the fullest, because nobody's gonna give it to you, and we're for sure not gonna give it out for free.
And it's time. It's time for us to just see that, the perspective of the, your perspective. That at your age, you're able to do so much with Dave, and the age differences are there, but the common sense and the wisdom is not. It stays there, and that's what really I'm able to see in everyone that I met here just in the last couple of days, and even when we came here last time. It's just the common sense approach, and then we're not stupid.
Yeah, because I think like when you look at political world right now, especially in the United States, there's some people who are fighting for things that have absolutely no common sense. No common sense. And so like I feel like whenever I go to anything where it is like a political event and there are conservatives or Republicans, everything they say has a whole lot more common sense, a whole lot more Christianity, a whole lot more belief in God in it than anything I see on the internet from the other side.
And what you're expressing in Davis,
I experience it firsthand. Like I get to see it in the streets, at the protest, and then I also have been blessed with the opportunity to come to places like this, and you get to talk to politicians, and you're able to see like, wow, a lot of these people are just God-fearing human beings who want the best for their country and are trying to do the best in that. So it's very interesting to see those two.
And that is true love. True love when you have nothing to gain, but just be able to encourage somebody that they matter. And we can't let that just go, without doing anything. We have to do something, and now is the time to do it. Because in God we trust, in Jesus Christ, have the relationship. I can't make you, we can't make you, nobody can make you. But you'll be able to stand up if you have a little bit of faith in who God is in your life.
Amen. I'm gonna let Dave, do you care taking over the stream for just a second while I go to the bathroom? You and Tony can talk, and you can talk about your experiences. All right, sure. Talk. You can check out the live chat right there. You have about 3,500 people watching you guys. I'll run to the bathroom really quick because I think I'm gonna run to the bathroom before.
Well, I don't know that I can adequately fill in for Nick, but I don't know that anybody can. No. It's been just a phenomenal experience here at the Capitol. We literally are treated by royalty. And the recognition and the thanks that we've gotten from folks from around the country is it's overwhelming. It's very, very much an emotional experience. And they're crediting us with opening the Pandora's box of fraud so that now everyone around the country is looking for fraud in their states. And I don't think the genie's ever going back in the bottle. I think once we got them out and now everybody sees what the fraud looks like, they know what to look for. And so my advice is this fraud, at least in Minnesota, was so massive and so overwhelming that it was like trying to wrestle a greased hippo. And you can't get your arms around it and then it wiggles free. And so I just said, well, look, I'm going to focus on one area because if I can sink my teeth into one area of the fraud and fully expose it, then it's going to radiate out and it's going to reflect back on the other forms of fraud. And so we started with the child care. And we exposed all these child care facilities with no kids ever. I've been watching these places for over 7 years. I've never seen a single child there. We talked about no footprints in the snow. And then the second video, we went to the transportation companies because my contention has been that this fraud is like a wheel. And the transportation companies, the small transportation companies are the hub of the wheel. Child care is a spoke, the autism centers are a spoke, the adult daycare is a spoke, the interpretive services is a spoke, and all these things revolve around transportation. And I haven't been able to get from the state of Minnesota. I'm still working on the numbers for transportation, but I think that those numbers are going to come in well over $1 billion a year to these companies, about 800 companies, and they don't transport anybody. I've never seen them transport a single person. I've seen thousands of them driving around the Twin Cities, and I've heard from a lot of...
Let's see. It's just one sec. Yeah, this is...
All right,
we're back. All right, okay.
So one last thing to what Dave was saying. One thing you got to remember. This is not about race. This is not about any religion. Evil has no color and has no religion. It's just pure evil. That's what we're going against. It doesn't matter what... You ask me where I'm from, I'm an American. That's it. That's all you need to know. And what are you? Are you an American? That's all I care to know.
Amen. Tony, freaking man right there. All right, you guys, we do have to end the live stream right now. Thank you so much for watching. The Leering quality Leering hoodies are still available. Go ahead and get them. Pin comment down below. People, if you're wearing them during send me photos. It's going to be a great night. Thank you guys very much for watching. And David, the legend, thank you for being here as well. And we're going to go ahead and end the live stream. Like I said, go ahead, like, follow. Thank you all for the super chats, donations, everything like that. Appreciate you all. Thank you all for very much watching. And we're extremely blessed and very humble to be here tonight at the State of the Union. So God bless you all. We'll see you all very, very soon.
Tourist hotspot. You said 25 National Guardsmen are gone so far? That is sad. Which is crazy because we should be able to see this, but honestly, what is it? Active cartel map shows us how much activity has been happening over there and how it's slowly heading more northern. I'd like to show you this, like from Toronto Crime Watch, them showing this is a video. I'm not going to show you the video because so many of these videos will get taken down if you see it, because they are definitely, this is the cartel coming in on trucks with weapons. This is the National Guard getting ambushed and them being ended. And crazy right now, the U.S. State Department saying the combat between these groups have injured or ended innocent bystanders. U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents have been kidnapped. So this is the U.S. State Department essentially saying, we have been caught in the crossfire. I know people that vacation to Mexico. I actually know guys that I used to work with that would go down to TJ almost on like a monthly basis to go hang out at the bars and do you probably know what. I've never been, but this is something we should be concerned about. I should be able to show you this stuff, but I also don't want to get nuked from orbit while trying to tell you about what's really happening out there. We're not going to play those videos, but it's really impacting us. There's stuff happening that I had to blur out because the AI bot will detect this as something it's not. They say, looks like the Mexican military, right? No, that's the cartel's special forces unit. If you really want to truly understand the current state of Mexico, notice how the bad guys have no problem showing their faces on camera while the good guys hide behind masks. It is scary on how that is. And you say, yeah, you're an Army veteran? I knew a guy that was a Marine veteran from Mexico, and he talked about how they tell Marines, especially Marines stationed over in what is the Camp Pendleton down there, especially Mexicans that are American Marines, don't go too far into the country down there, even to party, because they know you by your haircut, and you can sometimes be kidnapped and forced to work in their special forces unit. Like, they know a Marine by their haircut, and especially if they're a Spanish-speaking Mexican, they will want you. It's kind of scary. But then Savior says, don't worry, the Mexican army's here to save everyone. Oh wait, that's not the army. This is the special forces of the New Generation Cartel. And obviously, I'm censoring something out, not because I'm trying to protect their identities, because I don't care, but because I want to be able to show this to you guys, but also not break the rules, because insanely, allegedly, we can't confirm this, but there's videos out there. This is just an image. I'm not even gonna risk having this thing accidentally play, but they're saying they've been getting rid of people out there. So definitely something we need to avoid, because it is getting scary right now.
The U.S. State Department is telling Americans in Mexico to shelter in place as law enforcement tries to regain control of cities that have fallen into chaos in the hands of the Mexican cartel.
And here's the sad part, is I almost don't even feel comfortable. I almost have to hide part of this here, because I don't want something to pop up that Fox can show you, but Decaf Decoy cannot.
Cartels. This is after the Mexican military took out a notorious cartel kingpin with U.S. support. We're learning a little bit more.
I was not aware that quite yet. This was U.S. supporting their federal agents, federal forces, taking out the cartel leader. This almost sounds like a little bit like what happened over in Venezuela not so long ago, but yeah, things are getting spicy.
About our role in all of that. Not a lot of detail, but we had one. The carnage, cars torched, roads blocked, banks and local businesses set on fire as those cartels are now fighting for power. It's like everybody else is in the middle of a gang war right now.
Including U.S. citizens. Okay, so nothing bad happened on that thing. I was just being cautious. But yeah, the other cartels don't like this heat. I honestly don't know. Would they even want to accidentally get an American citizen? Because it would almost seem like that would drop down the hammer, and they just want to skirmish with their own government that may or may not be owned by them. Hard to say, but I see this over here. I think this is the second video from this same guy. They're Canadian tourists stuck on the top of a hotel over there, told you shelter in place. You say I seem too paranoid, but you haven't seen the 2 live streams that disappeared because they were taken down. You didn't see those. But again, not quite the vibes you want when you're traveling over there. Like, yeah, this might make you kind of feel more secure, but I also want a vacation in a place that doesn't need this right now, because oddly, this kind of looks like AI. Let me know if you guys think this video is AI, because they say, you know, this is far away, the fires are far away. This is like right where you are. Oh, wait. Vacation views in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. I mean, we've seen this videos on the ground level, so that means this seems real. But again, AI is going too far. I don't know. But it's crazy because you got Dan Dix over there. He's giving us lots of good insight as to what's happening in Mexico because he's on the ground floor. And it's actually kind of scary to think. I think he's a journalist, but he was just there originally on a vacation. Looks real. Press for Truth. He usually has a watermark, but there's no... I'm not cutting it out. It's just not here.
That is the lineup at the concierge desk here at the hotel. People are waiting for hours and hours and hours. Obviously, a whole bunch of flights have been canceled. There's a massive, massive backlog at the airport, and
pretty disconcerting.
There were dozens and dozens of people there waiting in line for hours and hours. I'm going to have to see if I can rebook the room at this hotel as well, because my room has also, my flight has also been canceled, and there's no...
And the sad part is like, a lot of people go down there for X amount of days. Who knows if you're just gonna run out of money when you're down there, or you just stream with Luke Rutkowski. That's awesome.
No word of when I may be able to fly out here. Could
be afraid too. That's
a
good.
day, it could be a week. I have absolutely no idea. So we are currently, my wife is waiting in the line. I'm going to try to figure it out. And I'm going to try to continue to do as much coverage as I can. I've got some interviews lined up that I'm going to go do right now. But please stay tuned for the coverage, guys. If you do appreciate this. We've got a lot of brand new expenses popping up. So if anybody wants to pitch in to support my efforts to be here to cover this, you can go to pressfortruth.ca/donate. But the best thing to do is just to share the videos and stay tuned for more coverage coming soon. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but it's potentially going to be a while. Pray for me as well, guys. Thanks.
Scary stuff because he's not the only one over there. Like other people are talking about, he's like reporting live from Mexico about 25 minutes from Puerto Vallarta. Oh yeah, wait, this is not. I think that's her Instagram account, but we can't see it until it moves.
Live from Mexico, about 25 minutes from Puerto Vallarta, where there's a massive cartel war happening right now.
Okay, oh yeah, so we can't. I thought this was more her talking, but no, this is just gonna be the highlights of it. It's gonna be bad, but yeah, you have American tourists in Mexico not taking this seriously enough. Guadalajara is shut down.
My daughter and I are in Guadalajara. We are safe.
Oh, this is. Why?
My daughter and I are in Guadalajara. We are safe from the narcos blockade. The cartel has kind of shut down the whole city.
It's scary.
It's been an interesting day. When we first went downstairs and it was first happening, my daughter and I saw nobody on the street, and somebody said that the owner of the Airbnb said that we should, stay put, but we're not good rule followers. So we were starving and we went and walked to find this restaurant.
And that's the thing, is like people were blaming them, they're not taking it seriously, but sometimes over there, like, there's misinformation. Like, what was the other guy we saw? It might have even been Dan Dix that thought it was Trump taking on the cartels at the time, and then later on they're like, oh no, it was the Mexican forces that took out the leader. They actually didn't mean to take out the leader. I think they said they were transporting him, and all of a sudden he was gone. I don't know exactly what happened. Again, was kind of a rumor, and then now we're finding out that the American forces actually assisted. America assisted the Mexican forces in taking out that cartel leader. So it's like there's a lot of rumors. You don't know what to believe. And honestly, after COVID, sad to say, a lot of people don't trust the authorities because who knows what's happening, especially in another country. You don't know who's the valid arbiter of truth right now.
Nobody's on the street, except we did pass this one couple who had some food, and
we just assisted them with intel. That makes sense. So we weren't actually there. We were just letting them know where we think he was. So essentially, them doing, I guess, not even our bidding, because it's what they want as well, but what we also want. I don't know.
This one couple who had some food, and we asked them where they got it. We get to the restaurant. They said we had to come inside. They were closing the restaurant, but they'd make us some food to go.
That's
my
nice.
daughter decides it's a great opportunity to do a photo shoot, so I'll share some of those. Anyhow, we're good. We have no idea when we're going to get out of Guadalajara.
Scary.
But it's always an exciting adventure with my daughter.
Okay, so yeah, they're hanging out or whatever. Honestly, making the most of it. She can be huddled inside her room, shaking and quivering and being afraid and wearing her N95 mask, or she can just be like, you know what? We had to get food. We tried, it is what it is. Obviously, people are trying to escape. This is over here from Yegwave. He's got a lot of good footage. I don't know where he's getting it from. But, yeah, Yegwave has a lot of updates on what's happening over there. People on the tarmac just having to flee. I saw a video that had them, say they were trapped on the tarmac in the airplane, just trying to figure out what if they're going to be able to take off. But I think that video got deleted because it was old footage misattributed to this scenario. But scary stuff. Saying naive morons, but then again, you don't really know what's happening because, okay, yeah, they're trying to escape, but then this article over here that is just everybody's freaking out about, not freaking out about it, they're just giving them grief, is the Daily Mail, the official account, the UK outlet, wrote this article saying tourists complain about being stuck at luxury resorts in Mexico amid cartel violence in whatever. They keep on saying spoiled tourists. It's like, yeah, maybe they're rich tourists and they're not used to being exposed to this level of violence like the natives. But honestly, what a way for Daily Mail to frame this very, very scary scenario that's happening over there. People just walking on the tarmac. This isn't just people walking on the tarmac. This is not your regular, hey, we're walking to the airplane to board. This is them, I think, fleeing the airport. Yeah, it's sad, but it's like, yeah, oh, it's just spoiled tourists. But no, at some point in time, they might run out of money and be, kicked out on the streets. Or the idea that, what happens when they run out of food? Like, all these supply chain lines are down. They can't just go to the grocery store. They're afraid. The hotel runs out of food, or they run out of money to buy food. It could get pretty serious pretty fast. But the Daily Mail just says, they're spoiled tourists.
So we are in PV, and we are in lockdown in our hotel. Now, we weren't expecting not to have any food, and all the stores to be closed, and the restaurants to be closed, and and last minute, literally, we went out, and there was only one grocery store, one little market street, and all of the zona romantica that we can find, and the only thing we could really find was rice and plantains. So guess what we're having for dinner tonight? See, arroz blanco.
And here's the thing: it's not a hardship. They're eating still. But what happens when they don't have rice and plantains? It can get pretty bad pretty fast. And then you're forced out into the streets to not starve, and then you're exposed to the cartels, and then could you possibly be one of those, the American citizens that have been injured, ended, or been kidnapped? I mean, this isn't just, hey, spoiled tourists. No, this is gonna get bad real fast.
Eat plátanos. That's all we're doing, but we're staying alive.
Bananas and rice? Yes. You know what? Funny? It is bananas and rice, yes. We're not trying to laugh at them because it's getting pretty bad. Like, what is this? This is a grocery store they set on fire. And again, I don't think I can play this video because there were 2 workers that just escaped, and I think one of the employees that escaped the grocery store on fire was on fire themselves, and they had to flee. Again, not gonna play this one, but yeah. Running out of food, nowhere to go, don't want to get kidnapped, and as GeoFarm shows you the cartel activity, it's slowly moving north. Now, that one video over in Tijuana shows it on that side of the border, but how quickly could this become our side of the border? Yeah, the Costco is on fire right now too. It's pretty bad, but cartel activity, they're setting everything on fire over there. Yeah, they're leering the hard way. Very scary. Again, what is it? They're hijacking these semis, setting them on fire, and just leaving the people stranded in different parts of the country. Like, this is getting wild. This is, Puerto Vallarta, or everybody's calling out PV, but PVP, Mexico. Essentially, they're trying to leave a tourist area, and this is they're escaping a war zone.
I often said how easy it was immediately after October 7th, how easy it would be for somebody in Mexico, one of the cartels to lob missiles over. It wouldn't even take much GPS tracking. It wouldn't take much at all.
Saying narcos digging up parts of the highway in Mexico, actually tearing the road, instead
and
of
they have
the
much.
cars to block lanes, they're actually breaking the road. Now see this video, grain of salt. Using tractors to dig up the ground. But look at this. What is it? No, don't play the video. The community note says, this video shows trenches dug up in November 2020, so 6 years ago, by residents and self-defense groups in, ME-N-CHO. Someone tell me in chat how to pronounce that. Is a not current narco activity destroying highways. So, it could be one thing like, oh, why are you freaking out, Mario? It isn't the cartels destroying the roads today. It's even worse because they've been fighting them. Okay, ME-N-CHO. Okay, thank you guys. What's up, Uganda hater? ME-N-CHO. Okay, thank you. ME-N-CHO saying, for 6 years, they've been fighting the cartels and they've been going to desperate measures to do it. This doesn't make me feel more confident saying, oh, it's an old video. This makes me more terrified to say, of the 6 years that this has been going on, it's only gotten worse, and the citizens are
You don't need it.
Because you see this video.
Just lay down.
What is it? The U.S. Southern Command has just released new footage
Down.
showing a devastating strike on a confirmed narco-terrorist vessel in the Caribbean.
There we go.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, how long until the Democrats start crying about this? Because, yeah, they blew it up. They've been doing it a long time. Democrats, for some reason, became pro-cartel. They're fishing boats. Yeah, they're fishing boats that have been loading with substances that have been causing overdoses in America. And since they started sinking these boats, ODs in America have gone down. This is a win. This is us saving our borders. But you kind of wonder, is the reason that we see videos like this, where this is 6 years old, they're doing the same tactics, they're losing essentially their war against them. Is it possible that their new Presidente is essentially against America fighting the cartels, or the U.S. fighting the cartels?
Guerra contra el narco no es opción.
Okay, so obviously it's going to be in Spanish. Not many of us speak it, but returning to war against the narco is not an option. Okay, so they don't want to fight against the cartels. First, because it is on the outside the framework of the law. Okay, again, they keep on saying
It's not outside the framework of the law. That's stupid. To fight people who are drug cartels? Are you fucking kidding me? You're not a president.
deadly substances.
That's a sham. I don't even believe that should come from a president's mouth.
On due process on a guy that's bringing in gallons of fentanyl against someone that didn't use due process on coming into the country, so I don't think they need to get due process on the way out of the country. But again, they keep on saying, but we got laws against this. But the criminals are protected. But we have some Obama leftover federal judges that will reverse those things on behalf of other countries. Or the oddly liberal Supreme Court saying you cannot tariff other countries. It is very bizarre on how everybody in American government, or now Mexican government, wants to represent or operating on behalf of our enemies. All the right ring with their mouths and words of rule of law. Defend the war against the narcos. The war against the narco is outside, so she's referring to America. On several occasions, it is permission to get anybody without any trial. And in Mexico, nobody or very few are in agreement. It's outside the framework of law for America to come in there, I'm guessing. To increase the amount of ends in Mexico and the level of violence. These are so-called
level of violence.
It's going towards fascism. Again, that key word they keep on saying. Everything I don't like is fascism, and more.
Just despicable. I don't want it.
Here's the thing. I don't really trust the mainstream.
Come on, Decoy. I'm gonna fast forward if you can just
so
too
I know a lot
much.
of people are accusing her of
5
being
minutes?
aligned with
I don't know if I could take 5 more
cartels
minutes of
and not the
this.
citizens. But if I don't speak Spanish, I gotta rely on translations to know what she's saying. I can't make any definitive statement. I really can't. But this is possibly why Democrats in America, the president of Mexico, sees this and doesn't like it, defending American lives. And we've been having this essentially the same war for the last 6 years. And we'll probably more, but the same war for a very long time. And seemingly, I wouldn't even say no progress has been made. I would say they've been losing ground. Because the scary part is terrible saying, the city of Guadalajara, Mexico is the host city of the World Cup in 2026 with a population of 5.6 million and currently looks like a ghost town because there's essentially a war going on. When is the World Cup happening? It's happening right now. Does anybody know? But yeah, no, it's completely empty right now. And even I can't play this video right now. It's this summer, June. So in June, they've been fighting this war for essentially 6 years, longer. And they still have not gotten a hold of this. And they even had, what is this? This is a La Liga Mexico match. No, not La Liga. La Liga's, I don't watch much soccer, but they say was halted because there was a shootout near the stadium. The game resumed after police secured the area. The World Cup in 2026 is going to be hosted in this country in 4 months. Fans from all over the world are flying to this. I don't know because I can't play this video. But you see them, they hear the rounds going off. They flee the stadium or they flee the ground. There's also nobody watching. Spain is La Liga. Thank you. Yeah, so this is Liga Mexico. Yeah, no way is a World Cup going there if it's like this. I think we all underestimate how corrupt FIFA is. Because, what is it, Qatar or Qatar? I forgot how to pronounce it correctly, whatever, but Qatar essentially had I didn't go too much into it, but they had some major humanitarian issues with hosting the World Cup there, and they still went through it. So I imagine the money's still there. If Qatar could have it, Mexico could still have it. They don't care about the safety of their players, because remind it is I think NFL was it NFL that had that had a game in Brazil, and they were telling the players, do not go too far off of the where the NFL's holding their game, and then some of them were actually getting harmed near the stadium. As long as the big wigs still get their cuts. Yeah, NFL needs to cancel their game. It's NFL in Brazil. Well, maybe I'll just confirm that right now. NFL Brazil game. Yeah, 2025, there was a game over in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. Yeah, tourism's already down. It's about to get worse because you see this, the scene from apartment in Mexico. You literally went there to go to a tropical paradise in Mexico. Cheap drinks, cheap adventures to go on, and just amazing climate. And then you essentially feel like you're in the middle of the Middle East in a war. How bad does that have to get? I mean, that's a sad thing. Is how much are the Democrats going to be on behalf of the cartel? Like, are they going to be on behalf of that leader, saying America didn't have the right to give intel, so the Mexican government can take out that leader? Like, are we really going to be that regarded? Someone get Ja Rule in here. Exactly. Get Ja Rule. I need to know how I feel.
Ja Rule. This is what I mean.
New York City police officers were ambushed by mobs, and the new socialist mayor has yet to say anything. Wow, this is terrible.
A planned snowball fight in Washington Square Park on Monday is now drawing sharp criticism after some people began pelting multiple NYPD officers with snow. Tim McNicholas is live in our newsroom to explain. And Tim, what are you hearing?
City, this snowball fight was planned on social media and drew a large crowd to Washington Square Park.
This is crazy.
A similar snowball fight happened during the last big snowstorm just weeks ago, but this time around, Commissioner Jessica Tisch says some people went too far. She's calling it disgraceful and an illegal attack on officers.
Yeah.
Video is circulating online show how multiple cops were repeatedly pelted with snowballs. The detectives union says people who threw the snowballs at cops should be prosecuted. The Police Benevolent Association agrees.
But these crowds were massive, and that reveals the real problem facing the city right now.
In New York City yesterday, there's a video captured of punks basically hitting cops one after the next. They even go as far as running up to the cops with chunks of snow and smashing it. And these cops do nothing. They say nothing. I guess they feel as if they can't. The mayor doesn't have their back.
They can't.
They'll be the ones who wind up getting sued, and nothing is done. First of all, my entire family is cops, going back all the way to my grandfather. If this would have happened decades ago, when they were all cops, I can tell you right now, all the cops would have walked off the job today by now if the cops saw that the mayor was doing nothing to protect them, especially in this sort of video that we just see there.
Can you imagine if that happened?
So I say to the cops, I have the utmost respect for you all time. I donate to cops. I always am of the blue. But this is one of those times I'm saying, hey man, you are just, you're burying more than your pride. Let New York City just watch what it's like without having cops. Move to Florida. We need cops. We'll take you. Go to other states. You don't need to do this.
And the crazy part about this is starting pay for the NYPD, it's less than $60,000 a year to live in one of America's most unaffordable cities. These police can't even afford to live in the area where the people came out of their apartments and went after them.
A little bit more pride in what you do and who you are, because you're not even policing anymore. You're only policing yourself.
Right, that's right.
That's really what it is. You're a cop to police yourself, because this mayor and all the politicians in there, they don't want you. They don't need you. They wanted to defund you. Never forget
They still
that.
do.
You're subjecting yourself
still do.
to stress and maybe harm for what? You need to move on. If you're a parent and your kid, and I don't care if it was an 18-year-old or a 27-year-old in that video, if that's one of your kids, you are a bigger
100%. But where did these people that attack the police get the idea that that's okay? They're getting it at home. They're getting it from their parents. They're getting it at their schools. They're getting it at their jobs. It's all around them. That's the attitude here in New York. And you know something? The mayor, by not saying anything, he's just doing what the voters who elected him want.
This was disgraceful. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a game.
ICE is
it was
hard.
a vicious attack, an assault on two New York City police officers
Mayor Mamdani also reacted on X, saying, "I've seen the videos of kids throwing snowballs at NYPD officers in Washington Square Park. Officers, like all city workers, have been out in a historic blizzard, keeping New Yorkers safe and cars moving. Treat them with respect. If anyone's catching a snowball, it's me." Governor Hochul just posted on X as well, saying it's never acceptable to throw anything at a police officer. No major injuries were reported, but police say at least 2 officers took themselves in for treatment. We're also waiting to hear back from the organizers of the snowball fights.
NYPD recruitment. Okay, I was wrong. $60,000 a year, but the average rent for an apartment here is around $4,500 a month. And look at this, after 5.5 years of service, you still can't afford to live here. And what, to get attacked by the very people you're supposed to be protecting and serving? This doesn't make sense, and this is unsustainable. A red flag that a lot of people say could mean the end of the city. Something the mayor was recently asked about.
So I've said 2 questions, Mr. Mayor, one on police and one on sanitation. On police, as you know, there's been some pushback about your decision not to hire the 5,000 cops.
Yeah, they're not hiring 5,000 cops now.
But my question is this. Given the fact that your budgeted headcount is 35,000, and you can't even fill that because of attrition, which is like 250 to 300 every single month, what are you going to do to try to convince people that they want to work in New York City as a police officer? Because you actually have a problem with filling the headcount that you have now, and your reaction to the fact that there's pushback on the 5,000.
Okay, so before we get to his answer, she said 300 police leave the force every single month, which is true. We cannot keep the cops we have, and he just started. And many people say that he ran on an agenda, and the voters that put him in office certainly have an anti-police agenda. But listen to this.
I'll say that we've seen an issue with retention in our department over the last few years. And I've said time and again that for too long, the city has added additional responsibilities onto the NYPD. We see at this point the NYPD responsible for responding to about 200,000 mental health calls a year. And part of our vision
but that wasn't the
in
part.
establishing a Department of Community Safety is to start to take that responsibility of mental health crises and task mental health responders with that work, and to ensure that police can focus on the work that they signed up to focus on, which is tackling violent crime across the city.
And the snowball fight and the mayhem, you have to understand, none of this meets the definition of the types of violent crime that the mayor is talking about here. These are just people playing with snow, they're unarmed, yes, they were climbing on a roof, yes, they were possibly destroying property, trespassing, doing all that, but no, we don't need the police for that. That's why we need this Department of Public Safety. So when you hear people say, hey, the whole police force should just quit, I mean, there are people who want to see that happen so they can get this public safety department faster.
The work that's already been done, which is tackling violent crime across the city. And I'm also appreciative of the work that's already been done by my police commissioner within the department of starting to bridge that gap. We're seeing larger and larger classes also being hired towards that end.
That you want to improve their quality of life by saying...
But we just said that we're not going to hire 5,000 cops. So what do you mean larger and larger classes? Like, I get it, we've got a budget crunch, but the budget is so astronomical, there should be no crunch.
Zoran Mamdani ran on a promise to make New York affordable.
A mandate for a city we can afford.
Last week, he unveiled a budget that is, in a word, unaffordable. New York has been fiscally profligate for so long that the headline number, $127 billion, produces little shock. But for perspective, these are similar to the annual expenditures of a mid-sized nation with all the expenses a country requires, like Greece or Thailand, devoted to governing one city.
Because it's fraud.
New York City's budget has ballooned in recent years. Michael Bloomberg's last budget, adopted for fiscal year 2014, totaled about $70 billion. So in little more than a decade, the budget has nearly doubled, growing faster than inflation and faster than the city's economic growth. There's nothing to show for it. And much of it has happened as the city has been losing the one thing that makes big government easier to finance. People.
Yeah.
New York City's population fell sharply amid the pandemic, with a 5% decline from April 2020 to July 2022. More recent city reports show a rebound, but the city remained below its 2020 baseline as of 2024.
And some people are saying the population loss here has only just begun. Fresh start, same system, banks win, you pay, fees and calls piling up monthly unless you fight back. PDS debt has already helped hundreds of thousands cut their debt and put money back in their pockets, not the banks. And whether you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, PDS Debt has custom options to help you get out of debt. They go beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation and craft a personalized plan designed just for you. There is no minimum credit score required. They're here to help you save more and start putting money back where it belongs, in your pocket. PDS Debt is A-rated by the Better Business Bureau, boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. Why? Because PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Plus, PDS Debt understands your specific scenario. They've seen it before and will help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. Plus, every month you wait costs you more money in interest and fees. Best time to start was yesterday. The second best time is right now. Do not wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you right here at pdsdebt.com/cash. That's pdsdebt.com/cash. If I were in debt, this is exactly what I would do right here. pdsdebt.com/cash. Now, let's get back to the video.
The arithmetic is brutal. A larger bill is divided among fewer payers. Per person, the imbalance
Taxes have
is
to go
stark.
up. They have
Using the Lincoln Institute's fiscally standardized numbers, New York's general spending in 2023 was more than 30% higher per capita than Los Angeles, and more than double Houston.
Wow.
And what do New Yorkers get for
Nothing.
this? Look at New York City schools, the largest school district in the country.
worst schools in the country.
The city's education budget has climbed while enrollment has shrunk.
What a scam.
The DOE budget has risen from roughly $34 billion in 2019 to over $40 billion, while the DOE says per student spending is projected to reach nearly $35,000
That's
in
like a
fiscal
college
year 2026, among the highest in the nation. The outputs, graduation numbers, test scores, and reading levels are at best middling, often comparable to places that spend a fraction of what New York does. Now come the taxes, because every political...
But that's how people can vote for somebody that wants to come in and tax the rich. They've been taught nothing. The people throwing the snowballs in the park and attacking NYPD officers went to these schools. They graduated and they believe that the police are the problem. They believe that America's the problem. They believe that if you're successful and you start a business and you're able to buy a home, that you should be punished for it because you cheated the system, you've disenfranchised people, you've helped no one. That's literally what they think. And the mayor is a representation of what the people here think.
For high earners, the combined state plus city income tax reaches 14.776%. Add federal taxes and the combined marginal rate can exceed 50%, reaching roughly 55% on certain investment income.
And then you're
Yorkers
paying
pay
rent.
tax rates comparable to European countries that provide in return universal health care, free college education, and amazing infrastructure. New Yorkers get some 300 miles of sidewalk sheds.
300
On
miles of
business
sheds.
taxation, the city is also off the charts. The Citizens Budget Commission reports that New York City business activity faces the country's highest combined corporate tax rate.
And that's gonna go up too. Now look, taxes. What a boring conversation. But you gotta understand something. Every single person that wants to go out and attack the police, they're gonna need money to fund their lifestyle. They're gonna need money for their rent. They're gonna need money for their groceries. And you know what? If they're not starting businesses, they're gonna be working at one. And if those businesses get punished, they've got less money to help people afford life in the city. So all of this is an unaffordability crisis that the city is facing. And raising these numbers impacting your businesses, impacting your homeowners, impacting your achievers, if you want to call people that have come here and accomplished something. That's just going to drive them out. It's going to push them away. And then who's going to hire the people in the park attacking the cops? Maybe the police force will hire them.
17.44% once state, city, and regional layers are stacked. Mamdani wants to hike income and corporate rates even further, or else he says he will raise property taxes by almost 10%. Property taxes already made up more than 27% of the cost of home ownership in the city as of 2022, above the national average. New York is really a prime example of a problem Democrats seem unwilling to confront. Blue cities are out of control, promising more, spending more.
But that's because this is what the voters want. You know something? New York City's actually lucky that we got Zoran Mamdani. At least he sounds reasonable when he goes on his socialism tour talking about all the free stuff we're going to get. We could have got somebody who doesn't sound so reasonable and believes the same things or even more extreme versions of the same things, because that's what the voters here want.
If the state legislature does not pass his wealth tax, a flat tax on those earnings those earning more than $1 million,
a flat tax,
he vows instead to impose a 9.5% property tax.
It's the first flat tax we've ever had in America.
More than 100,000 commercial
It's just only for
buildings.
rich people.
The Partnership for New York City is a business advocacy group representing more than 300 top businesses. We're joined by Steve Phillip.
Yeah.
He is the partnership's new president and CEO. Steve,
Don't come here and start one. Don't do it.
New position here. What are you hearing from New York City's biggest businesses? Well, let's call them New York's biggest employers about either of
they're
Mayor
leaving.
Mamdani's tax plans.
They're trying to get out.
Well, so we have 800,000 employees collectively within kind of the partnership umbrella. So it's the largest employers that you would think of, names that you know. And people are generally concerned. I mean, the administration has been in place for 2 months, and we've had conversations around income tax increases, corporate tax increases, now property tax increases. So, you know, if you're looking for a place to invest, you tend to look for places with certainty, and the environment right now in New York City is anything but certain.
No, it is certain. I disagree. It's certainly headed in the wrong direction. There are certainly going to be higher taxes for somebody, and if you have a business here, it's certainly going to be harder to attract people to come to New York and want to work at your business, because whatever salary you offer them, well, the local government's going to take a cut of that, and then when these people go out and try to find an apartment, the rent's $5,000 a month. If they buy a home, the taxes just went up. Good luck hiring people to work at your business here. You can't even staff it. You're going to be paying through the roof in labor, and your employees are going to get nothing for it. They're not even going to come.
Well, look, I think that there is real concern around, you know, New York City policies moving far and far to the left and being less competitive relative to Texas, Florida, and other states.
That's what the voters want.
For the first time, you see more financial service jobs in Texas than you do in New York. People don't realize that. And many of the CEOs, we represent the largest corporations. It's only the large corporations, and many of them are saying that their plans for growth and expansion in New York are really put on the back burner now as they explore elsewhere.
No growth. You hear that? No economic growth. That means no jobs. That means no expansion. That means no new opportunity. It does mean that those three things are going to happen somewhere else. And what that's going to do is that's going to tell people, hey, don't go to New York unless you want to be part of the mob that attacks police in the park. This is the only part of the country where you can accomplish that. If you want to accomplish something else that might actually benefit your future, well, you're going to have to do that somewhere else.
Like I said, I think a lot of the rhetoric at a city hall is concerning. It's still early days, so hopefully, you know, we get to right the ship over the next couple months. But
how's that going to happen?
You know, we're kind of wait and see.
How
right
can
now.
you do that when the voters want this?
Tax hike plan, you could look at it as a threat, or you could look at it as, in essence, an inevitability.
Yeah, there it is.
Because there is a hole, and by June, he, by law, needs to balance the budget. Are you bracing your members for something like this?
Well, look, he originally said there was a $12 billion gap, and we said the same day that we don't think there's a $12 billion gap. And then a couple days later was revised to $7 billion based on Wall Street overperforming. We think that $7 billion is going to shrink further as collections come in April, and you'll see that gap be relatively small. But, you know, obviously the rhetoric is concerning. And, you know, there's a bigger picture that, you know, Texas embraces the energy industry. California, despite being regulated very very heavily, embraces the tech industry, Massachusetts biotech. You know, when you think about financial services here in New York, the success is often met with skepticism.
Right, because those are the people who have cheated the system. Those are the people who are part of the problem. You see, if anybody who does anything that is remotely connected to the right side of history, those people are all the problem. They're the status quo. They're the part of America that's kept us down forever. When that is where the engine of success in America has come from. The engine of success in America doesn't come from lawlessness. It doesn't come from attacking the law abiding. It doesn't come from attacking police. It comes from accomplishing things. And if this city doesn't want to accomplish things, if it wants to be a place for those who are determined to accomplish nothing, unless it's illegal, we're going to have big problems. What do you think about that? I will see you in the next video.
Was one of the greatest scientific geniuses in history. He's probably best known for inventing things like the modern alternating current or AC electricity supply system, the Tesla coil, and a supposed death ray in the years before World War II. Though he's also known as one of the most eccentric scientific geniuses in history, especially when it comes to his eating habits. Now, later on in life, he'd really go off the deep end, but even when he was younger, he would only eat at a handful of restaurants, demanding that 24 napkins be given to him so that he could wipe down each individual piece of silverware before going to the kitchen himself to oversee the preparation of dishes like this roast duck with celery, served with a glass of wine and a pot of coffee, which he wouldn't drink, but merely smell. So thank you to Wild Grain for sponsoring this video as we endeavor to eat like Nikola Tesla, this time on Tasting History. Nikola Tesla was a rather tragic figure, often being taken advantage of by less brilliant but more business-savvy men throughout his lifetime and even after it. But before he became the milk-drinking vegetarian who slept for only 2 hours a night that newspapers of the 1930s and 40s loved to write about, he was actually a wildly successful inventor and the toast of New York City. Now, much of what we know about his early life, these kind of better years, comes from his good friend John O'Neill, who wrote a book about him called Prodigal Genius: The Life of Nikola Tesla. And in it he talks about not only his career, but also his personality and some of his more quirkier habits. And he says that in the 1890s and early 1900s, Tesla was known for being an impeccably dressed man walking around New York City, often wearing tails. And he was so fascinating that everyone wanted to invite him to be their dinner guest. And he would also often throw dinners and have, the elite come to eat with him. But when he wasn't either throwing or attending these dinners, Tesla always dined alone, and never under any circumstances would he dine with a woman at a twosome dinner. At the Waldorf Astoria and at Delmonico's, he had particular tables which were always reserved for him. They occupied secluded positions in the dining rooms because when he entered either room, he was the cynosure of all eyes and did not enjoy being on exhibition. At these solo dinners at two of New York's swankiest restaurants, he had a peculiar manner of his dinner setup, and partly this was because he was a severe germaphobe. And I guess he had always been a germaphobe, but it got really bad when he peered into a microscope to see all of the microbes that were living in the water that he drank. And this was right when germ theory was really gaining acceptance, so it's understandable. But on top of that, he was incredibly fastidious. When it came to his tie and gloves, he would get a brand new pair every week. And when it came to his collars on his shirts, he would only wear them once before throwing them out. So it's no wonder that that kind of behavior extended to the dinner table. A fresh tablecloth was required for every meal. He also required that a stack of 24 napkins be placed on the left side of the table. As each item of silverware and each dish was brought to him, and he required that they be sterilized by heat before leaving the kitchen, he would pick each one up, interposing a napkin between his hand and the utensil, and use another napkin to clean it. He could then drop both napkins on the floor. Even for a simple meal, he usually ran through the full stock of napkins. Flies were his pet abomination. A fly alighting on his table was adequate cause for removing everything from the table and making an entirely new start with the meal. I'm going to guess Tesla never attended a barbecue, but he was a big meat eater in his youth. He preferred to have steak, filet mignon, and he would very often have 2 or 3 at one sitting, and then he moved on to preferring lamb, and he would often order what was known as a crown of lamb or an entire roast saddle of lamb, both of these being portions enough to serve 8 to 10 people, but he would get it just for himself, except that like when it came to the saddle of lamb, he would only eat the very center portion, and this extended to his signature dish, roast duck. He required that it be roasted under a smothering of celery stalks. This method of preparing the duck was of his own devising. He very often made it the central motif around which a dinner was designed when entertaining friends, and on such occasions, he would go to the kitchen to superintend its preparation. Duck so prepared was nevertheless delicious. Of the duck, he only ate the meat on either side of the breastbone. So I figured I would make this roast duck smothered in celery stalks. I'm not entirely sure how you smother something in celery stalks, but I'm gonna give it a go. Now, since it was a dish of his own devising, we are unlikely to find an actual recipe, but since he spent a lot of time at the Waldorf Astoria, I figured I would make a recipe from the cookbook by Oscar of the Waldorf, which came out in 1896 when Tesla would have actually been eating there. The hotel was then owned by his friend and investor John Jacob Astor, and Tesla loved it so much that eventually he moved there, living at the hotel for 20 years. Now again, we don't have Tesla's exact preparation of the dish, but the cookbook has a good place for us to start with a recipe for roast ducks. Truss the birds, rub a little butter over them and dredge with flour, salt, and pepper, and roast in a hot oven for 20 or 30 minutes. If preferred stuffed, peel, core, and quarter some apples and fill the body with them, removing them when the bird is done, as they are not fit to eat, the flavor being too strong. So we'll try to do that along with a smothering of celery. Now, it was said that Tesla himself would superintend the preparation of this dish, but he wasn't actually doing the cooking because the guy was very busy. He didn't have time to do all of that. And I totally get it because sometimes I get too busy and I don't have time to do all the cooking and baking that I want to do, which is why I really love today's sponsor, Wild Grain, because you get fresh baked goods, but really all you're doing is superintending the preparation. See, Wild Grain is the first Bake from Frozen subscription box gathering breads, pastas, and artisanal pastries from small bakeries around the country and delivering them to your door. They've done all of the laborious prep work, all of the making of the little pastries and the sourdough, letting it go through its 20-plus hour-long slow fermentation process, and then when you get it, all you have to do is pop it in the oven, bake for 20 to 25 minutes, and your entire house smells like a bakery. Whether that be delicious breads or croissants or the best chocolate chip cookies I have ever had, I'm absolutely addicted to them. And Wild Grain even offers a number of gluten-free options, vegan baked goods, and new protein boxes with things like waffles and biscuits. So to give Wild Grain a try, then just click my link in the description, wildgrain.com/tastinghistory, or scan this QR code and use my code TASTINGHISTORY, and you will get $30 off of your first box plus free croissants for life. And now, let's get to our duck, for which you will need 1 duck. Then 2 apples, 2 tablespoons or 28 grams of butter, 1 tablespoon of salt, 1 teaspoon of pepper, a half cup or 60 grams of flour, and a lot of celery, 20 or 30 stalks, or enough to smother the duck. So start by making sure that your duck is nice and cleaned out. They often put like the neck and giblets and other things inside, so make sure you get all of that stuff out, and then we will stuff it with the apples. Now these should be peeled, cored, and cut into little pieces, and then you want to get as many into the duck as you can. Then take some kitchen string and tie it around the legs of the bird, trussing it to keep all of the stuffing in. Then take your knife and make several slices into the skin of the breast. You want to do like a crosshatch pattern. Make sure not to cut into the meat itself, just the skin and the fat. This will let the bird baste in its own fat as it cooks, and you can also give the legs some slices as well. Once trussed and sliced, rub the duck with a liberal amount of butter. You may not need the full 2 tablespoons, and then rub it down with the salt and the pepper. Then pour the flour onto a plate and set the duck on it, rolling it in the flour and sprinkling it with the flour on top, coating the duck entirely. Now, I have never cooked a duck like this, and I'm pretty sure it's going to make it so it doesn't have a crispy skin, but that's what the recipe says. So if it were to have a crispy skin, I think that would be completely undone by the fact that it is smothered with celery stalks. Again, whatever that exactly means. My version is this. I cut off the ends of the celery along with the leaves and make sure that the stalks are nicely cleaned, and then set the duck in a roasting tray and build a little house of celery around it. The celery, I think, will drip its juices all over the bird as it cooks, and also as it cooks, the celery should wilt and kind of fall all over the duck, thus smothering it. At least that's my hypothesis. And we will learn if my hypothesis is correct after we place the duck in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 205 Celsius, and roast until it is done. Now, the recipe says that it should be 20 to 30 minutes. These must have been very, very small ducks. Otherwise, that meat's going to be raw. 30 minutes ain't going to do it. Now, you don't want to overcook a duck, but especially with a whole duck, you need to get the breast to like 135 degrees, maybe 140 degrees. So that, for me, took about an hour and 15 minutes. And as it roasted, the celery did, in fact, wilt over it. So my hope is that that celery imparts some celery flavor to the duck. Now, the original recipe says that it should actually be served with green peas and olive sauce, but Mr. Tesla seemed to prefer celery, so I'm going to make a celery sauce, which there is a recipe in this same book for that. And so for that, what you'll need is 1 head of celery, 1 tablespoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of flour, a half cup or 120 milliliters of chicken broth, 2 tablespoons or 28 grams of butter, a quarter teaspoon of nutmeg, and a half cup or 120 milliliters of milk. For this, you need to clean and trim the celery as before, but then cut it into pieces so that it will fit in a pot. Add the salt and fill the pot with water. Then set it on the stove and let it come to a boil, and boil for about 7 minutes or until the celery is quite soft. And pour it into a colander and let it cool while you prepare the main part of the sauce. This is just flour whisked into the chicken broth. Then add the butter and the nutmeg and the milk, stir it all up and set it over a medium heat and let it come to a gentle boil. Boil this for 10 minutes, giving it a stir every minute or so, and while it boils, take the celery and chop it into half-inch pieces. I don't know why the recipe doesn't have you do this at the start, because it'd be easier to chop raw celery rather than boiled, but that's what the recipe says. Once it's all chopped, you can add it to the boiling sauce and let it warm again, and then it's ready to go. So if you want a thinner sauce, you just add some more milk or more chicken broth, and it'll be a thinner sauce, because this is almost more like a stew that you kind of put over the bird, I guess. Anyway, while our bird finishes cooking, let's take a closer look at the odd eating habits of Mr. Tesla, especially as he got later in life. So I want to start by thanking Daniel and Akiva, who are the hosts of the Biographers podcast. They provided me with a lot of the research for this episode, and they recently did a 5-part deep dive into Nikola Tesla, and that's kind of what their whole thing is. They do deep dives into different people through history. So definitely worth giving them a listen. And they, of course, will focus more on the non-food related history of Nikola Tesla, but for me, it's all the food related stuff. So, the Croatian-born Nikola Tesla is a fascinating character and invented everything from the alternating current system to advances in radio technology, early fluorescent lighting, and a supposed death beam capable of destroying anything within 200 miles. Supposedly, after his death, the FBI came in and took all of his papers about the death beam and other things, and it has led to all these conspiracy theories about a death ray being out there. Anyway, what concerns me is not his ingenious and interesting and rather varied inventions, but rather his maybe ingenious and definitely interesting and rather varied opinions on food. And his dietary views have actually fascinated people since fairly early on in his career. In a newspaper article from 1900, it says, "Sometimes the ability to meet a prolonged and highly productive mental strain is curiously linked with the ability to digest a hearty meal," which is another way of saying that great thinkers are sometimes great eaters. In his early days, Tesla's views on food were very different than they would one day become, but they were nonetheless noteworthy, namely about how much the man ate. He actually told a story about when he was very young in Paris. He worked for Thomas Edison in his laboratory there, and he was so eager to please that he worked for the first 2 days nonstop, and within the first 2 weeks, he says that he had probably had less than 48 hours of sleep, so like 3 hours a night or so. And so the foreman at the laboratory, a man named Mr. Fulton, said, "Hey, Tesla, you're going to exhaust yourself, so let me take you to a nice dinner." So they go to one of Paris's nicer restaurants, and he says, "Order whatever you want." And Tesla proceeds to order the largest cut of meat that they could give him, along with several sides. And he said it was a meal at least big enough for 2 people, but he ate it all by himself. Then Fulton asked, "Is there anything else you would like? You are out with me, you know, and I wish you would order anything you want." Tesla looked around vaguely for a moment, as if making up his mind, and then said, "Mr. Fulton, if you don't mind, I would like another steak." Now, during these early years of eating a lot of meat, and then later fowl, and eventually fish, Tesla also was known as a bit of a drinker. He really enjoyed drinking whiskey, sometimes wine, and a lot of coffee. But he eventually gave up both the whiskey and the coffee. He gave up the whiskey when Prohibition set in and never seems to have taken it back up. And the coffee, he decided that the caffeine was actually not good for him, and so he said no to coffee and tea and even cocoa. But he loved coffee so much that it took him 11 years to wean himself off of it. And he later claimed that the cure cost me a good deal of money. For 11 years, I had the finest coffee prepared for me at my table every day and never touched a drop. He would simply smell the coffee, and then eventually the nuisance of having the coffee on the table just outweighed his desire to smell it, and he stopped having any coffee. So this, of course, was when he had lots of money that he could afford, you know, a fresh pot of the best coffee just to smell it. Those days when he was hobnobbing in New York, and he was rather wasteful with money. Like I said, always buying new collars every single day. But he did one thing that I'm really jealous of. He would visit a barber shop 3 times a week and have the barber rub his scalp for half an hour. He was insistent upon the barber placing a clean towel on his chair, but strangely enough, he did not object to the use of the common shaving mug and brush. And I do love a scalp massage. That would be a great way to spend money. Now, the reason that his friend was so surprised that he was fine using the shaving brush and mug that other people used was because, again, total germaphobe was Tesla. He would often go out of his way not to shake hands with people, having his hands behind his back when he met people. And if he did end up having to shake their hands, he would often get out of the situation that he was in long before any conversation was done, so he could go to the bathroom and wash his hands. He actually had a private washroom that only he could use in his offices, and he would wash his hands many times throughout the day, and every single time he needed a brand new towel to dry them with. Now, I kind of get it because he had cholera when he was young, so it's only natural to have a bit of a germophobia. But he also had a phobia that I don't quite understand. For if a woman guest at a dinner party to which he was invited wore pearls, he was unable to eat. Smooth round surfaces in general were an abomination to him. It had even taken him a long time to learn to tolerate billiard balls. So if you get invited to one of Tesla's fancy dinners, wear your emeralds and leave your pearls at home. Now, as time went on, Tesla began to eat less and less meat and less fowl, and instead turned to boiled fish, and eventually, he later almost entirely eliminated the fish and lived on a vegetarian diet. Milk was his main standby, and toward the end of his life, it was the principal item of diet, served warm. And that is the point in his life when newspapers and magazines really got interested in learning more about Tesla's eating habits, and he was more than willing to tell them all about his eating habits. He gave a lot of interviews, and it always came up. And this was like in the 1920s and 30s and even early 40s, and so he was in his 60s and 70s. And he had seen most of his work go to the benefit of other people, and what fortune he had made, he had burned through. And so his peculiar and rather rigid diet kind of puts me in mind of a quote that the great Olaf from Frozen 2 once said, "We're calling this controlling what you can when things feel out of control." He became more and more controlling about everything in his life, but especially about his food. And he became obsessed with the idea of longevity. He said that people in his family lived very, very long, some up to 140 years old, and he was determined to live to be older than 140. And one of the first things that he did to achieve this kind of longevity was to fine-tune the timing of when he ate. I have tried everything. 6 meals a day, like most Europeans. 3 a day, 1 a day. I have tried continuous feeding. Finally, I decided that 2 meals are most beneficial. Lunch is a superfluous meal. Lunch loads the stomach with food which it cannot transform quickly into energy for work. And I actually get that because very often after a big lunch, I just want to kind of take a nap. What else he said, kind of in contrast with his 3 steaks a day or 3 steaks a meal eating process when he was young, was that we eat too much. And we eat the wrong kinds of foods and drink the wrong kinds of liquids. Most of the harm is done by overeating and under-exercising, which bring about toxic conditions in the body and make it impossible to throw off the accumulated poisons. My regime for the good life in my diet? Well, for one thing, I drink plenty of milk and water. I eat but 2 meals a day, and I avoid all acid-producing foods. Almost everyone eats too many peas and beans and other foods containing uric acid and other poisons. I partake liberally of fresh vegetables, fish and meat sparingly and rarely. Fish is reputed as fine brain food, but has a very strong acid reaction as it contains a great deal of phosphorus. Acidity is by far the worst enemy to fight off in old age. Potatoes are splendid and should be eaten at least once a day. They contain valuable mineral salts and are neutralizing. In most of his interviews about food during this period, it's all about keeping uric acid levels low, except that his idea of what foods caused uric acid levels to be high was not always correct. Like no rice, no legumes, nothing like that, but lots of butter, completely fine. He actually was really into butter and cheese and vegetables. Cheese is the most nourishing of all foods, containing 140 grains of protein per ounce. I am fond of a fine cooked mixture of onions and chopped celery prepared with a great deal of butter. He also claimed that while he no longer drank alcohol, he did think of it in moderation as an elixir of life and suggested other people.
Babe, haven't you learned anything from this crap that looks are like not something you should go off of?
He would walk 7 to 10 miles every single day rather than taking cabs if he could possibly avoid it. That, and he attributed his health to hot baths followed by very long cold showers. And then he also found it rather important to share details about his sleep habits. In 1933, when he was 77, the New York Times interviewed him, and they asked him how many hours of sleep he got. "Oh, I don't sleep," he said. Sleep, he implied, is a racial habit growing out of the fact that we spend half our life in dark darkness because of the rotation of the Earth. With a diet from which poisonous substances are excluded, he thinks one might live virtually without sleep and attain very great age. Sometimes I doze for an hour or so, he said, and once in a long time, perhaps once in a year, I have a long sleep of 5, 6, or 7 hours. When I awake from that, I am so full of energy that I have to work it off. What's interesting is that article is often cited as the source of a story about Factor Actis. All over the internet today, you'll hear about Factor Actis, and there is a quote about this health-giving tonic that Tesla supposedly created for himself. And the thing is, the New York Times has an archive, and you can go read this article for yourself, and ain't nothing in there about Factor Actis. So where does this quote come from? Well, I'm going to share the quote with you, but instead of my reading it, I'm going to have Akiva from the Biographers podcast read it.
I walk 10 miles a day, pure thoughts, abstinence, hard work, an occasional glass of wine, and a strict diet of a product I call Factor Actis. It's a simple health potion equivalent to the protein value of a dozen eggs, made from 12 vegetables including white leeks, cabbage hearts, flower of cauliflower, white turnips, and lettuce hearts. The product can be eaten warm in a soup or as a powdered substance added to purified water. I also recommend fish, stewed prunes, marinated in honey, and fresh oranges.
So the reason I had Akiva read that quote is because he, Daniel, who's the other host of the podcast, and I recently recorded a podcast, and it is up, and I'll put a link in the description to where you can hear it, all about the difficulty of research today, and especially using the internet and other books and things online to find things, because there's so much fake information out there. Not just about Tesla, but about a lot of things. I did a whole episode about all of the fake food information about Da Vinci a couple years back. So we talk all about how difficult it is sometimes to track down the real source of some of these claims, and very often they're just made up. And we aren't sure if this is made up or not, this Tesla quote. Akiva thinks he might have tracked it down to someplace at the Smithsonian, but it's not digitized. So one of us will actually have to go there to see if we can find it. I don't know if that's going to happen. But it's just an interesting talk that we had. So I'll put a link to that in the description. Now the thing about that quote is, whether it's real or not is not clear, because it could be. It does sound like something that Tesla would have said and that he might have done, because he did have some very interesting views on food. Things like ordering an entire pot of coffee just to smell it, and to make a roast duck by smothering it in celery.
Yeah, I don't like this shit. It's like electronic warfare right now.
So once the duck is cooked, remove it from the oven and let it rest for 10 minutes before serving.
I turned everything off. So we're not even, I knew it has, babe, nothing's happened for months. Don't be like that.
Just for smelling, and a stack of 24 napkins. I don't know how he needed 24 napkins.
No,
I guess
it's people. This is people doing this.
Here we go. Also, I don't have a.
You know China can attack our grids, right?
Before bringing them out.
Yeah.
But so be it. So the flavor's fine. Nothing spectacular. I don't know that celery really does anything. You know, it's not a very strong flavor. The problem is that the skin is not only not crispy, it's like super soft. And so I kind of want to try it without the skin, and then I'll also add a little bit of this celery sauce. And again, by sauce, it's not really a sauce. It's more of like a soup that you would put on it. But that is, a lot of older sauces were like that. It's kind of like they would pour it all over and smother it. There's smothering in the celery sauce, but here we go. Now that is interesting. That's actually quite nice. Interesting complement between the celery and the nutmeg. It's not super strong, but it's definitely there. And it's a flavor you don't often get in things like this. Yeah, I actually like that, the sauce. The duck, again, I mean, I love duck, but very often it's, for me, duck is kind of about the sauce. I like sweeter sauces with it. I guess it's fine with this sauce. What I don't get is the need to smother it in the celery stalks. And the recipe does say, the description does say it was roasted, smothered in celery stalks. It's not that the celery is after it. It is cooked with it. It just doesn't really add much flavor. It's fine. I wouldn't do it again. That said, I will take some duck smothered in celery over some of his later, ideas. Just a warm glass of milk and kind of a puree of celery or boiled celery. He kind of went downhill in the deliciousness department, I feel like. So I prefer the young Tesla's eating habits, even if they were a little strange, to the older Tesla's eating habits, which were definitely very strange. But what a fascinating character he was, and definitely learn more about him. Again, I'll put a link to the Biographers podcast so you can listen to me on there talking about some of the difficulties of researching online, as well as you can listen to the whole story of Nikola Tesla. And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Require proof of citizenship when you register to vote and then photo ID to actually vote. It is gaining momentum in the Senate. It's now at that filibuster moment where senators have to decide, leadership in particular, have to decide whether they're going to allow Democrats to just say, nope, not going to happen, and then move on to the next day, or actually force them to stand in the well of the Senate for day after day, week after week, talking until they're blue in the face to keep anything else from happening in the Senate. That wouldn't be a good look for those senators. That's what I think Leader Thune should do, to force the issue and force these Democrats to defend the indefensible where they're on the other side of an 80-20 issue. The update on this story is twofold. Gavin Newsom revealed himself to be a liar or a complete idiot with regard to his birth certificate and proofs of citizenship. He also revealed that I think Gavin Newsom is illegally working in the United States right now as we speak. I'll show that to you in a second. But first, good news. A Democrat, a prominent one, a big name, has now stepped forward and agreed with the premise of the SAVE Act about citizenship, about the ID required to prove citizenship, and how all the opponents who claim that, oh, married women will never be able to do this, no one can find their proof of citizenship, that everyone saying that is full of crap. This is a big-time swing in the SAVE Act. And that prominent Democrat, no, not John Fetterman this time. Nope, it's this guy, Chuck Schumer. The problem is, it's Chuck Schumer from about 25 years ago.
Let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a Social Security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a Social Security card. This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Right. And that was when Chuck Schumer was in favor of an amendment that would stop illegal immigrants from committing fraud in this country, like getting a job and getting benefits, or maybe like voting. And he just said it. It's like he's been watching this show every day for the last 2 weeks. The identification required to prove your citizenship in this country are the exact same kind of pieces of identification that you show to get a job. What's that, Chuck?
Let's admit the truth.
Admit the truth.
Everywhere people go, they're asked for a Social Security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a Social Security card.
There you go. When you're asked for proof of citizenship to have a job, and that is a federal law, just like the SAVE Act would be, they compel you to fill out an I-9 form. You can either show a birth certificate, you can show a passport, or you can show a driver's license and Social Security number. And there's Chuck Schumer, out of his own mouth, 1996, 30 years ago, saying, let's be honest here. Come on, we know what's going on here. Yes, Chuck, we do know what's going on here. Just wait till you meet yourself 30 years from now, you liar. In fact, somebody put together this handy graphic here to show you all the things that you need an ID for in this country. It's amazing. We got a lot of people who watch from foreign countries outside of the United States, from England and Ireland and Europe and Australia, even Canada. And they must find this to be incredible. It's so routine and so normal. The one thing you don't need a valid ID for would be voting. Which brings us to Gavin Newsom. who's trying to lead the charge on this. His podcast, he had James Clyburn on there because James Clyburn is still living in 1961 when white racist Democrats, like Gavin Newsom, were trying to keep he and other blacks in the South from voting. And so he still thinks that this is a poll tax. He still thinks that it is racist to require a photo ID or something. And so here's Gavin Newsom, some could say appealing to Clyburn and black voters. Others would say pandering. Everyone, though, can admit that he's lying. Watch.
And of course, we're not talking about the other aspects of the SAVE Act that go well beyond ID, and it goes to which is also part of Jim Crow, the history, and that is when it comes to registration, you got to find your birth certificate. If you know where yours is, I have no clue where mine is. Or you have to passport, and 2/3 African Americans don't even have passports.
Passport, I was blocking on just then. But not only that, how many people go out, get married,
yes,
and then square their married name with their birth certificate?
And that would be thrown out under that law.
Under that law.
All right. So, of course, as we've already mentioned, women are stupid and incapable of getting their paperwork straight if they've been married, even though all they have to do is bring a marriage certificate. Doesn't matter. But you heard Gavin Newsom there about the birth certificate, right? You heard what he just said.
Part of Jim Crow, the history, and that is when it comes to registration, you got to find your birth certificate. If you know where yours is, I have no clue where mine is. Or you have to passport. All
right, so Gavin Newsom says he has no clue where his birth certificate is, or a passport, I suppose. So just to be clear here, and I don't know if Gavin Newsom has a passport. I suppose he does because he's been to Davos recently in Munich. Although if he's incapable of bringing that in as well, he says he doesn't know where his birth certificate is. Is this Gavin Newsom admitting that he is currently working illegally in this country? Because anybody who's working and drawing a paycheck legally in this country has to prove they're a citizen by showing their birth certificate or their passport. And somehow Gavin Newsom is capable of doing at least one of those things, even though he's claiming here he doesn't know where his birth certificate is. And he's the governor of the state of California. By the way, I've had to deal with the state of California and various counties in California over the course of my lifetime. He's right. The people who are in charge of paperwork and the bureaucracy of California that he's in charge of, nightmare. Very hard to get a document. But if you live in Orange County, it's not bad. You can get your birth certificate pretty easy, actually. Actually, it's not that hard at all. If you're motivated, if you really, treasure the vote, voting is the most important thing we do in this country. Oh, okay, then maybe you should hop through one little hoop to do it, to prove that it's important to you? How dare you, sir? How dare you? So I'm guessing Gavin Newsom draws a paycheck, although he is a rich man, independently wealthy. He married well. His wife has made a lot of money working with Harvey Weinstein. Everybody knows this stuff, right? Oh, yeah, all that's true. Fact check it. So maybe he's not drawing a paycheck, but if he is, at some point when he went in to fill out his W-2 at HR there in the state of California, he also had to fill out an I-9. And they said, show me your birth certificate or your passport. And at that point, Gavin Newsom said, racist! How's my wife ever going to get a job? It's outrageous. By the way, Gavin Newsom is so bad on this issue in California. Not only is he against this federal law that would require photo ID for people to vote, but he actually signed a law in California, Senate Bill 1174. This bill actually makes it illegal for any jurisdiction in the state of California to ask for an ID for someone to prove that they are who they say they are. So if a dude walks up to a polling place in Beverly Hills and says, my name is Meryl Streep, I'd like to vote, and the person at the registrar says, you're not Meryl Streep, and the dude says, yes, I am, and I'm talking about, this is like a big Chinese dude, right? Like a, walking up there, he is everything but Meryl Streep. But Meryl Streep is registered to vote in this precinct. This dude says he's Meryl Streep, and the person there at the polling place is not allowed to say, could you please show me your driver's license to prove that you are Meryl Streep? Nope. Gavin Newsom made that illegal. So if you go to vote, it is illegal for anybody in that state, thanks to Gavin Newsom, to ask for your ID. However, I have good news here. Not only have we found Chuck Schumer, the lone Democrat now that has conceded 30 years ago that it ain't no big deal to ask somebody for their driver's license, social security number, or their passport, or their birth certificate, or whatever combination of IDs to prove that there is citizenship because it's an anti-fraud measure, he said 30 years ago. Not only have we found that Democrat, but even more miraculously, we have found the one class of people, the one group, the one instance where Gavin Newsom believes you should show your identification. He gave a press conference about it yesterday. This is a big deal, everybody. There is one thing in the state of California that Gavin Newsom demands an ID for.
I want to applaud the members of the legislature that are here as it relates to unmasking of ICE agents. They should be unmasked. They should provide their ID, and they should be clearly marked. But obviously, the Trump administration continues to try to sow doubt and sow fear in our diverse communities, including, as you may know, recently threatening transit funding, specifically as it relates to California and other states' practices to support our diverse communities.
There you go. He demands that ICE agents, federal agents enforcing immigration laws in the state of California, they have to show ID. Not the targets of ICE activities when they go to vote. This is why earlier this week on his Verdict podcast with Ben Ferguson. Hey, Ben, how's it going, man? Senator Ted Cruz used a colorful phrase, but not uncommon one, to describe Gavin Newsom. This was when Gavin Newsom was claiming that it was absolutely outside of anything historically that we've ever seen in the United States of America to ever see these ICE activities that are going on right now. Ted Cruz gave a little bit of a history lesson for the California governor.
Let's be very clear, Senator. That is Gavin Newsom comparing American law enforcement to Nazis.
Yep. Which, by the way, is what Obama was doing too. By the way, just like AOC and Whitmer, Newsom is apparently thoroughly historically illiterate. He said we've never seen National Guards federalized in the states. I guess his history book does not discuss the civil rights movement. He's never heard of a president named Dwight D. Eisenhower. He's never heard of sending the National Guard into southern states when Democrats who refused to desegregate schools resisted. Eisenhower sent the National Guard in. The pattern is the same. In this instance, you have Democrats who are saying we refuse to comply with federal immigration law. Then you had, in the 50s and 60s, you had Democrats saying we refuse to comply with civil rights law. In both instances, it is lawless Democrats attacking law enforcement. Gavin Newsom is proudly following the tradition of Bull Connor, another Democrat politician.
All right, so you heard that phrase. By the way, it's quite a little podcast setup they've got there. I think I like my set better, though. That looks cramped. I like my microphone, too. I'm always judging other podcasts. You heard what Ted Cruz said there. If you missed it, let's just go right to it here. Not only comparing Gavin Newsom and the Democrats to the rich tradition of racist Bull Connor, but he also said...
Yep, which by the way, is what Obama was doing, too. By the way, just like AOC and Whitmer, Newsom is apparently thoroughly historically illiterate.
There it is. That was the phrase, historically illiterate, which is, listen, I call people historically illiterate sometimes, too, or morally illiterate or moral idiots, things like that. But when you put that modifier in there, right, when you say you're historically illiterate, what it means is you can read, you can write, but you don't know anything about history. You have no working, functional knowledge of our nation's history. That's what would lead someone like Gavin Newsom to go to Germany and say that for the first time in our history, we have federalized military to go and assist or carry out law enforcement in our streets. And you just heard Senator Cruz explain exactly how that's happened in the past. Well, Gavin Newsom took this opportunity to point out that not only is he historically illiterate, but he's also a moron. He retweeted that little video that we just showed you and said, Ted Cruz calling a dyslexic person illiterate is a new low even for him. So, couple things. First of all, I didn't know Gavin Newsom was dyslexic. Did you? Okay, fine. Oh, and by the way, Joe Biden is a lifelong stutterer. Sure, Gav. Number two, calling someone historically illiterate has literally nothing to do with their ability to read or write or whatever handicap or disability that that person may have that keeps them from being able to read or write, like dyslexia. So Gavin Newsom, first of all, has no idea what historically illiterate means. Number two, has decided to play the victim in this by claiming to be disabled. You can't call me illiterate. I have dyslexia. That's why I can't read. What is it? Why is there an impulse for that? Gavin Newsom is tall, good-looking, wealthy, successful man. He's married to a beautiful woman. I think he's got 5 or 6 kids, a beautiful family. He owns a winery. He will never need to work for the rest of his life. He was the governor of California 8 years, lieutenant governor for 8 years, mayor of San Francisco, I think, for 8 years. Worked for the Getty Foundation and received private investors from millionaires from the moment he graduated high school from a private school, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I mean, the man is living the American dream in every possible way. And yet,
influencing things, even trying to become president. It's disgusting.
Like, sadly, most liberals in America
he's mad.
Is to play a victim and to claim oneself to be a member of a protected class. I have children who are legitimately disabled, and I believe strongly in disabled rights. I believe strongly in protecting the disabled from discrimination and our society opening up avenues for growth and for accessibility for anyone in this country who has a disability. I feel passionately about that. And because I feel passionately, I must say, Gavin Newsom, go screw yourself. You're not disabled, dude. And no one's insulting you. You know, you talk to a parent who has a child with dyslexia. You talk to a parent whose child is on the autism spectrum and cannot articulate words, or who has to use it. My child is on the autism spectrum. He can read, thank God, but it ain't easy for him. And depending on the book and depending on the size of the print, he has to use aids to do that, to keep his eyes from wandering, because he has an acute type of dyslexia. Anyone who has dyslexia or knows someone who has dyslexia, any parent of a child who has that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know the little aids and different things. You can buy special books that have two-tone colored print in it with the page, and then you put a filter over that book so that the color is easier to read. That dyslexia is a real thing, okay? And here's Gavin Newsom, who has every single the man was born on third base and thinks he hit a triple. But he cannot help himself but align himself with some protected, discriminated class in this country, because I'm one of you too. I'm dyslexic. How dare you, Ted Cruz? That's a new low. Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Also, by the way, total bullshit. Here's a picture that Gavin Newsom tweeted out about himself back when he falsely claimed that Republicans like Ron DeSantis were banning books, even though we all know that it's Democrats who ban books. Take a look. Right there is To Kill a Mockingbird. It's liberals at the school board level who have been banning To Kill a Mockingbird because it's got the N-word in it. Not conservatives. But here's a picture that the dyslexic governor of California tweeted out of himself. Just kicking back, sitting there reading Toni Morrison. He doesn't seem to be struggling, does he? I don't think that's the dyslexic print edition of Beloved with larger print and lines, or two-tone with a filter kind of typeface. He doesn't seem to be using a ruler to make sure that his eyes only focus on the line that he's reading. And in fact, he's not even using his index finger to try to trace the line, as many people who have dyslexia must do to be able to read a challenging book like Beloved by Toni Morrison. In fact, he doesn't seem to display any indication of dyslexia at all. Wow. You know why? Because he's a liar. I hope he understood that. I know he's got trouble communicating and hearing and reading, and next thing you know, he'll be deaf. If he is, I apologize, Governor Newsom. I apologize. What I meant to say is, you're a liar. I hope that helps.
Yeah, I know my dog's being a begatus. Anastasia, I know you can hear me. You should come lay down. Hockey, the boom bumps. She's chirping away.
I don't know what happens if you don't make it because I completely forgot. Didn't even know if I was supposed to go. I mean, I watched. Well, she's got to do something. What do you want to do? There's nothing in there. I hope she's not starting to have to do more. The same with the blood loss could make her. Mm-hmm. They talk about the blood clotting machine and the YouTube algorithm.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. President Trump has long said that he hates the Cuban and Castro regime, and this may well be the precursor that is needed by the administration in order to topple that regime as well. Maduro has fallen. It looks like Mexico is popping off, and the Cuba chapter, the Cuba episode, may well be underway as Cuban Coast Guard kills 4 people. Are they Americans? This is a critical question. On registered boat in Florida after it entered their waters and opened fire. So what's going on here exactly? Who's to blame? Who's at fault? Don't trust the Cuban government. I've been to Cuba. It is a failed state. It is every bit of a failed state. It's terrible. I mean, the reports out of Cuba, you can go read, we will in just a second, like read the most recent reports out of Cuba. People are literally starving to death. There's no gasoline. There's no electricity. There's no coal. There's no medicine. I mean, it is a prison island by every definition. The absolute total failure of the communist regime there. It could topple by just kicking the door in a little bit and the whole house will come collapsing down. Is this the kick? The Cuban Coast Guard killed 4 people in a Florida registered speedboat after the vessel crossed into the nation's waters and opened fire. Now, this is what the Cuban official said. Cuban embassy said on X that the incident unfolded this morning when a speedboat approached 1 nautical mile northwest of the El Pino channel. The embassy said the border guard troops confronted the speedboat, leading the crew of the Florida registered boat to open fire on the Cuban personnel. The commander of the Cuban vessel was injured in the shootout. 4 people on the Florida speedboat were killed. 6 more were injured. Okay, so this is a boat with 10 people on it in Cuban waters. Very strange. Cuban officials said the 6 injured in the Florida registered speedboat were evacuated and have received medical assistance. Their nationalities are not known. The embassy added in a statement, in the face of current challenges, Cuba reaffirms its determination to protect its territorial waters based on the principle, national defense, and fundamental pillar of Cuban state, blah, blah, blah. Investigations by competent authorities clarify what happened. U.S. authorities have not commented on the incident. It's unclear whether the commanding the Florida registered vessel, who was in command, and were they Americans? Look at this. I guess we'll find out. Let's go ahead and see where did this actually happen, right? Like, and how and why? Florida Congressman Carlos Jimenez, who was born in Cuba, issued a fiery statement in response to the shooting, saying that he was calling for an immediate investigation and calling it a massacre. I'm calling on the immediate investigation a massacre. Now, some people are saying this may well be a false flag and that they are trying to create war with Cuba. 4 people on the boat killed after entering Cuban waters. 6 are alive. So what nation do they belong to? If they're all 10 Americans, it shouldn't be hard to extract or to find out that 10 Americans have gone missing or are dead. This is the statement from the U.S. Embassy, the embassy of Cuban embassy in the United States, correction. Florida registered speedboat in Cuban waters. Cuban Coast Guard approaches it and it opens fire. We don't know that, by the way. So it looks like right here. And this is, I mean, I guess this is relatively close to Cuba, but then here is like Florida, right? It's like only 90 miles. So what happened here? The boat involved in this morning's shooting off the coast of Cuba is registered to a 65-year-old Cuban-born man, but presumably a naturalized American citizen, per source provided the registration. He lives in Miami. The vessel was docked at a marina in the Florida Keys. The owner reported it stolen after being notified, and is considered not a suspect at the time. So what is this? Dictatorship in Cuba has attacked a boat from Florida. They've murdered those on board. So this is, again, Congressman calling, demanding action. The Attorney General of the state of Florida, James Uthmeyer, has directed a statewide prosecution to work with federal, state, and law enforcement, begin an investigation. The Cuban government cannot be trusted, and we will do everything to hold these communists accountable. So yeah, who's exactly telling the truth here? Byron Donalds. I believe there should be a full investigation. The bottom line is the communist Cuban regime must go. Again, it's very strange. I mean, again, the nationality of the people on board would be critical. You could see here on this map exactly how close Florida, exactly how close the countries are together. They're 90 miles apart, and so not hard. I've flown from Miami to Havana, and it is like a 15-minute flight. So here we go. Secretary of State Marco Rubio briefed Vice President J.D. Vance on the incident between a Cuban missile vessel carrying people. Rubio briefed me 15 minutes ago on it. Says, Vance, we don't know a whole lot of the details. Hopefully this is not as bad as we fear it could be, because we just don't know.
So this morning, we were made aware by Cuban authorities of an incident off the coast of Cuba. We immediately began to look into it. As it stands now, the Department of Homeland Security, the Coast Guard, others are involved. The majority of the information we still possess is what Cuban authorities are providing both the public and the U.S. government. We have our embassy on the ground in Havana working this as we speak, asking for access to the people that were on those vessels, if they were American citizens or permanent residents. According to the Cuban regime, the boat was registered in Florida. We're tracking that down. We will know shortly, and we will know quickly, many more facts about this incident than we know right now.
This is a broken, like, busted clip. I think it was they were trying to go be live, this C-SPAN clip. But anyway, you get the point. People are already making memes that Marco Rubio will soon be the dictator of Cuba. This is about to happen. What also could this be? It could be drug smuggling. I mean, these people could be criminals, right? This could be human smuggling. They could be carrying people from Cuba. They could be bringing people out of Cuba. You know, you're not allowed to flee Cuba in this manner. So they could be human smuggling, drug smuggling. There's plenty of that goes on. It could be illicit narcotics behavior. I mean, if you shut down what was going on in Venezuela, or if you squeeze the cartels in Mexico, then maybe this is, an avenue that they migrate to. I'm not sure. But I do know that this has the potential to spiral out of control. If these are American citizens and they were shot dead, there's going to be a lot of questions. And the administration, just like they were looking for a reason to topple the cartels in Mexico and Maduro, are absolutely looking for a reason to topple Cuba. And so we'll see. Master of your own hemisphere. ME-N-CHO Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
I don't know if this is worth looking at or not. What is this?
Claim to be autistic in order that they benefit from the money that's out there. Now, what does that mean? Number one, it means that a lot of people are getting rich off the generosity of American taxpayers, but more fundamentally and more importantly than that, it means that there are kids in Minnesota who deserve these services, who need these services, and they're not going to those kids. They're going to fraudsters in Minneapolis. That is unacceptable, and that's the sort of thing that we're cutting off with this action today.
Holy
Let
shit.
me make one final point about the spirit of this. You know, one of the things I love about our country is that we're a generous country. We're a generous people. We take care of our fellow citizens who can't afford medical care because they're down on their luck. We take care of people who can't afford to put food on the table even though they work hard and play by the rules. We recognize that we're all in this together, and part of the reason why we have Medicaid, or part of the reason why we have food stamps, part of the reason why we have these programs is we want to make sure that kids who grew up in families not all that different from the family that I grew up in, that they have access to the basic necessities. Food, medical care, after-school services when their family needs them, but they're unable to pay.
You can't do it with unfettered immigration.
In Minneapolis, in California, in a number of states all across our country, is that the generosity and the good hearts of our fellow Americans are being taken advantage of. We're taking that social contract that says that our American citizens, we take care of one another, and we're allowing a few bad actors to get rich off that generosity of spirit instead of providing the services to the kids who need it. This is disgraceful. It has happened for too long. Far too many people have gotten rich by taking what is the best of the American spirit and getting rich off of it instead of providing services to kids who need it. That is stopping today. We're taking a whole of government approach in the Trump administration to take this fraud seriously. What Mehmet and his team at CMS have done is really remarkable, and it's just the first step of our efforts. So without further ado, let me turn it over to Mehmet to say a few words about what he's doing, what his team has uncovered, and what they're accomplishing with this new action.
Thank fucking God.
Mr. Vice President, I appreciate the leadership on this. There's no question that his commitment, the Vice President's commitment to rooting out this fraud is going to make a massive difference in preserving and protecting our nation's public health programs. It's going to protect patients. I want to thank President Trump for pushing all of us to make sure we protect our most vulnerable Americans, the ones that JD mentioned, the ones he grew up with, the ones all of us know in our lives. It also protects taxpayers from attacks on our healthcare system. Secretary Kennedy has spearheaded these efforts, and thanks to his leadership, I'm proud to announce the largest fraud initiative, anti-fraud effort of its kind in CMS history. Now, why is this action necessary? Last night in the State of the Union address, the President spoke about the affordability issues that we have improved dramatically in this administration.
Look at emergency
Let's put some numbers on health care. The average family puts about $27,000 in the health care a year. They only pay $7,000 themselves, which is a lot, but there's an extra $20,000 invested for them.
He's cooking.
This is not a reasonable amount of money to spend. We have got to bend that curve downwards. It's unpredictable as well when you have to make these expenses, and the fraud that we're experiencing in America is making this already dangerous problem much worse. So we're going to fix these issues. The President last night spoke about the need for price transparency. That's going to help by making people more aware of what they're paying. It's also going to help us at CMS figure out what you should be paying and identifying fraud. To that note, the President announced last night that he's appointing our Vice President to lead the war on healthcare fraud, a wise choice. Your passion for this will make a huge difference. This is not about the money
billions of dollars
by itself. This is about people's lives and our culture, our shared values that have allowed these beautiful programs, Medicare and Medicaid, to survive brilliantly for 60 years. We believe
you can't have that with third world savages coming in.
$300 billion a year in healthcare in this country for fraudulent, abusive, or wasteful purposes.
It's $250 billion.
Let's put that in perspective. If we could reduce fraud by 5%, which is at $300 billion, we would take the trust fund that's going to take care of all of us as we get older, and we would allow it not to expire in 5 to 6 years. We would double its life expectancy. That's massively important if you're going to trust the social safety net to be there for you. You deserve that social safety net. It's there. It's created. We're not going to let fraudsters steal it from you.
He's going
the stellar
crazy.
CMS team, I want to call them out. Kim Brandt, who's videoing me over there. Dan Brillman, Capri Snap, Steph Carlton have worked tirelessly to put this together. They've been rooting out criminals all year long. I know as well what it's like. I visited all these areas, personally witnessed what it's like to see something you know is wrong and wonder why no one tried to fix it. It's infuriating. The vice president described it very accurately exactly what you see on the ground. These self-serving scoundrels, that's what they are, who rob our federal and state health programs, have decided it is worth the risk. I'm going to make a proposition to you. If you commit crime on Medicare or Medicaid in America, and you steal, let's say, a couple $1 million, your jail sentence, first-time offender, maybe a year. For a lot of folks, that's a good deal. We have to take these crimes seriously and treat them as seriously as if they were bank robberies, because they're more dangerous than bank robberies. People get hurt during them. Let me share some of these horrible stories. The vice president started highlighting autism. Let's get into the details of what's really going on in Minnesota. These are real cases from our group at CMS. These are
Put them in jail
numbers.
for 20
There's
fucking
a fraud
years.
scheme in Minnesota where
they go to jail for a year. Yeah, for $1 million.
Soon-to-be criminals pay moms $1,000 roughly in order to enroll their children as being autistic, falsely, dishonestly claiming their children are autistic.
This is exactly
they
what I
then
was
bill
telling you guys.
Medicaid. This has already happened. Millions of dollars for services that were never rendered, never delivered by a qualified staff member. These schemes disproportionately involve immigrant communities. They're insulated. They're able to organize efforts, and sometimes they don't understand what's going on. And it ultimately diverts resources away from kids who truly have autism. Because if every kid in the neighborhood has autism, then nobody has autism in terms of how you can manage them. There was one behavioral, and by the way, these kids, they carry that diagnosis of autism the rest of their lives. Their mom made a bad decision, the kid pays the price for the rest of their life. There's one behavioral health organization, Mr. Vice President, in Minnesota. They received $11.5 million in Medicaid payments, but the top biller submitted 450 days where they claimed they were working more than 24 hours a day. I mean, even in the White House, that's tough. It's hard to work more than 24 hours a day. How it didn't get picked up is shocking to us at CMS. There are other red flags in Minnesota, including hundreds of beneficiaries receiving treatment linked to one location, which was impossible physically to be true. We had 8 beneficiaries in one of these substance use disorder centers, 8 who were already dead, but the center was still billing us. Not only did they let the person pass, they kept billing for it. That's the level of average we're talking about. So CMS is done paying and chasing.
So they let them die, and then they just still collected money?
These criminals flee the country. Many are foreign nationals. Instead, we're launching the largest action against fraud that we've ever taken.
Get
the
our
money's
fucking
not going
money
to ever
back.
leave the building again. We're going to start draining the swamp of the crooks that have inhabited it and are defrauding us. There are 3 bold actions. The first, and for many of you maybe the most important, is we're going to, for the first time, take a massive action to defer funds to a state. Let's start with this Medicaid program in Minnesota, which serves pregnant women. Medicaid takes care of our children. 53% of kids are born into poverty. They're supported through Medicaid. Disadvantaged seniors, individual disabilities. It's imponderable that you would take advantage of these precious programs. Yet
They're animals.
They're
That's why
putting
they
it
do it.
at risk, all of it, by stealing the money. So it's our duty to preserve Medicaid, and what we're going to do is identify the scammers, which we have done in Minnesota. We've identified that they've hijacked, in particular, a certain part of the Minnesota Medicaid system. Said differently, and I'll just put the numbers out there, it's going to be $259 million of deferred payments for Medicaid to Minnesota, which we're announcing as I speak to Governor Walz and his team.
Holy
That's
shit.
based on an audit of the last 3 months of 2025. Restated, $250 million is not going to be paid this month to Minnesota for its Medicaid claims. Now that's $250 million of money. That's your money. It's your taxpayer money. And these home and community-based services, which again are services that are typically things you would do for your family, but for whatever reason your family's not there to provide them, are very hard to audit. And for that reason, there's been a lot of slippage. The guardrails have not been well maintained.
Y'all need
if you're
to
not serious
get
about the
Discovery
integrity of the
on the
program,
phones.
you'll see these problems happening in your state, which is why Minnesota's not alone, although they're the first to receive this action. These high-growth areas of fraud are difficult to police, so we require the states to take these issues seriously. This $250 million deferment is hopefully going to get on the radar screen for the state of Minnesota and make sure they are responsive to our requests.
It's a good speaker.
We did what
This
any
is
honest
great.
and patient-focused agency would do. We have notified the state and that we will give them the money, but we're going to hold it and only release it after they propose and act on a comprehensive corrective action plan to solve the problem. If Minnesota
Putting on
fails
a
to clean up the
performance
systems,
improvement plan.
the state will rack up $1 billion of deferred payments this year. Governor Walz has 60 days, sir, to respond to our letter. And if providers and beneficiaries are worried about getting their money and services, please call your governor. These are services the governor has already paid for. We are just not reimbursing the state.
I can't believe this
to make
all
it clear,
basically
there is a
started
rainy
because
day
of a
fund in
retarded
Minnesota.
version.
So we are very confident that people will not be hurt in Minnesota. This is not a problem with the people of Minnesota. It's a problem with the leadership of Minnesota and other states who do not take Medicaid preservation seriously. Any delay in services is going to be should be laid at the seat of Governor Walz. I believe he will take this seriously. They're not the only state that's floundering.
You got to cut off the funding.
We have more
announcements
with other states coming soon.
Oh,
Second big issue has to do with Medicare. So that was Medicaid in Minnesota. It takes care of our most vulnerable populations. Medicare takes care of our seniors.
Yeah.
Durable medical equipment. Most of you have not thought much about this category. These are the folks who they serve wheelchairs, canes. They sell knee braces, catheters, Foley
oxygen
catheters.
Machines. Yeah.
Durable medical equipment suppliers, because they ship prostheses and these items, they're a great target for fraudsters. Here's what they do. They can steal the beneficiary number, and they never ship the product. They pretend to ship the product, but nothing ever gets sent out. So there's no cost of goods sold, there's no inventory, there's no payroll. No one works in the place. It's empty. But they generate millions of dollars of fake bills. There was a national DME fraud scheme that generated $1.1 billion recently in fraudulent orthotic brace orders.
I didn't even know about this one.
Beneficiaries whose numbers were stolen and used, they couldn't get those products. Imagine if you're on an insulin pump and someone steals your number and orders an insulin pump fictitiously, bills Medicare, and then you come and want to get this to deal with your diabetes.
That's the shit that nobody sees.
That actually happened. And what happens to those patients? They don't know if their blood sugar's so high or so low that they might die. That's the risks that we're allowing by not taking this seriously. So today, issue number 2 is we're announcing a 6-month national moratorium, blocking all new enrollments for durable medical equipment, prostheses, orthotics, supplies across the board. These crimes are becoming a major source of fraudulent activity. And I'll just mention, Mr. Vice President, South Florida. Do you ever go to McDonald's?
Yeah. Too much.
We had rehearsed this.
Too much.
So there are twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's.
Wow.
And that's not because Secretary Kennedy is closing down McDonald's. That's because the amount of fraud is so massive that it's easier to open one of these suppliers than open a bank account, which is why we're working with Secretary Bessent. And part of the reason for this moratorium is it gives us time to be able to deal with these issues that have become massive. And if we just shut down South Florida, they'd all flee to California and to Texas.
Yeah, there's
we have to shut the whole country down.
Exactly.
This unfortunate necessity is going to allow us
roaches go somewhere
to get on top of what we believe is billions of dollars of DME frauds. We've already stopped $1.5 billion of billing, but we need more time to shut down these bad guys.
Put the scammers?
But it's going to be effective, and it's not going to touch the people who need these services. We've designed the system so that all the people who are already selling products can continue to sell products until we check them out, but no new DME enrollments, no ownership changes. All the things that fraudsters have done historically will be blocked. This way, we're preserving access, but we're not allowing tax dollars to be stolen. Now, you may be asking, why is it so important to crush fraud to assure the affordability of our nation? I'll just give you one example that we just finished dealing with. The Vice President's aware of this. We had skin substitutes that were generating, we believe, this coming year, $23 billion in billing.
Wow.
Because we're able to shut that down to where it's supposed to be, because they have a role when used appropriately. Every single senior in America, everyone, is going to get $132 extra money this year just from that one thing that we shut down. That's the amount of money we're talking about, and it affects all of us. And to that note, because every one of you are affected, we want all of you to help us. So the third big announcement is we want to crush fraud by crowdsourcing ideas. We're issuing a request for information. We need and we want your help. The Vice President, myself, the President, Secretary Kennedy, all of us know that all of us are smarter than any one of us. So what can you do? We want your input on how to prevent, detect, and respond to fraud in government-funded healthcare. Whatever ideas you have, we're interested in. Our goal is to supercharge program integrity over the next 6 months. So we've put in a request. That means providers and suppliers and payers and technology companies, patient advocates, beneficiaries. If you see fraud, you let us know. A state Medicaid director can show us patterns of fraud that we're not aware of. A provider can help understand compliance burdens and how to deal with those more effectively. Patient advocate, get cracking on making sure that people are aware of fraud. And like we have done already this year by pulling in those kinds of ideas, we've stopped almost $6 billion from leaving the building. But that leaves a lot more out there that we can take advantage of. So over the next 60 days, the Crush Initiative we just issued is us asking you to help us build something better. To help the brave patriots out there who want to play a role, call 1-800-HHS-TIPS if you see fraud, or just go to cms.gov/fraud. Those are simple, easy ways for you to help us address the problems the Vice President highlighted. God bless you all, Mr. Vice President.
Holy
Great job. Very, very, very important initiative, and we'll take a few questions.
God
I
damn.
didn't expect you to put me on the spot with Bobby Kennedy about my fast food habits, but here we are. Sir in the front.
Two things, Mr. Vice President. First, can you talk about the legal authority under which the federal government pauses legally obligated funds under mandatory funding from Congress, such as Medicaid? And secondly,
man's on a mission. Yeah.
About the situation off the coast of Cuba, where there's a speedboat shot. We've been briefed on that. You know, Americans were killed or injured in it.
Yeah, so on the second thing, actually, Marco
yeah.
briefed me about 15 minutes ago on it, but we don't know a whole lot of details, and so I'll defer to the White House to provide more updates as we get them. Certainly, you know, a situation that we're monitoring. Hopefully, it's not as bad as we fear it could be, but can't say more because I just don't know more. On the question of the legal authorities, I mean, inherent in Congress's assigning of the administration actually, you know, we're the ones who spend this money. Congress appropriates it. We're the ones who actually make sure this goes to the people it ought to go to. And inherent in that is making sure that it only goes to the people that Congress says that it should go to.
Yeah,
we shouldn't be sending money to fraudsters. We should not be sending money to companies that are committing mass fraud. We shouldn't be sending money to anybody that's trying to defraud the American taxpayer. So I know, you know, Oz and his team, he's got the best team, I think, in healthcare anywhere in the private or the public sector. It's one of the great things I love about working with Dr. Oz is he's brought great people along with him, and congratulations on this. But I feel quite confident we have the legal authority to do this. And again, I'd reiterate, we don't want to do this. Like, we don't want to be in a situation where the state of Minnesota is being so careless with federal tax dollars that we have to turn the screws on them a little bit so that they take this fraud seriously. You heard Dr. Oz say this. Tim Walz could call him, could call me, could call anybody in the administration, and we've given him 60 days to respond to this. All we need the governor and the administration in Minnesota to do is something quite simple, which is to show that before you give Medicaid funds to somebody, you're taking seriously whether they provided the services that they say that they're providing. And the fact that there are so many people handing out millions and billions of dollars of federal Medicaid money without even confirming that they're doing the thing that they say that they're doing, it's a disgrace. It's a defrauding of the American taxpayer, and we're stopping it. Caitlin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Two questions. One, on the 60 days that Governor Walz has to respond, what exactly is the condition that he needs to meet for this funding to be released back to his state? I just wasn't really clear on that.
What the fuck?
And secondly, on Iran, while you're here, can you explain to the American people why the United States would need to strike Iran to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon if the United States obliterated their enrichment program last summer?
Well, I'm not going to make any news on Iran today, Caitlin. I'll let the president make those announcements. As you know, he is sending two of his best negotiators to Geneva tomorrow in order to continue to try to strike the best deal possible for the American people. But the principle is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that. So the president sending those negotiators to try to address that problem, as the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically, but of course the president has other options as well. On what we need to see from Governor Walz, I'll say something about that briefly and then turn it over to Dr. Oz.
Put him in jail.
It's actually pretty simple. What we want to see from the governor of Minnesota, from the entire administration there in Minnesota, is some affirmative steps to make sure that the people who are billing us for Medicaid services are actually providing those Medicaid services. The main source of fraud, whether it's a small business or a bigger company, is you have people who are billing the government millions, tens of millions, billions of dollars saying that they're providing a service, but there's no actual confirmation. There's no follow-up to ensure that they're actually providing those services. We want to see that follow-up from Minnesota. Dr. Oz maybe can speak to a little bit more about how exactly we want to see that.
Let me combine both these questions. So on December the 7th, we sent a letter to Governor Walz asking for a corrective action plan, which is a mechanism for us to extract from the state what they think they can do to fix the problems. The answer we got back at the end of the month, which is what the deadline was inadequate. We alerted them to this. We issued guidance that we were going to defer income based on an audit of last quarter's money. So we actually went dutifully through all of the bills that were sent to us. We found that of these high-risk services, roughly half of them, you really couldn't trust the data we were looking at. It's not that the numbers don't add up. The backup to the numbers is not there. So what do we need to have happen? We need to know that the providers actually are the real providers.
That's what I did on
there's additional person that you can associate with the treatment itself. We need you, after you adjudicate who these providers are, make sure they're not already in trouble for doing bad stuff, and then evaluate all the current providers to make sure they're supposed to be able to provide these services. And there's a whole slew of tools that we can use, including checking before you pay the bill that the bill is legitimate. That prepayment review is incredibly important. It's cumbersome. It's clunky. We wish we didn't have to do it. But I'm going to highlight something that the Vice President mentioned.
Bring in
These
pirates. You've got to have anti-pirate measures.
That we normally would not pay for. They're services we give to you because your family can't do them for you. If it's a hernia operation, there's a dozen people who have credentials, licensing.
Deport the orcs from the Shire.
But if your service is transporting you to the doctor's office and you can't tell me who actually drove the car and why they billed so much and did the patient even go to the doctor's office, then we have to do our job, which you would want us to do, which is to ask for some backup.
Went to the doctor, there's no car, there's no patient.
ECHO, 60 days, that's the deadline. We expect to hear back. We've been following the rules meticulously to do this correctly, which is one of the reasons we're optimistic will be effective in Minnesota.
Great.
Wow.
Mr. Vice President, I'm just wondering about this huge
WTV doctor.
That you're talking about, $300 billion. Like, how did you arrive at that number? What number is realizable in terms of savings? And you've mentioned California.
Dr. R's legit doctor. Yeah, he's like
kind of snapshot of where
he's like a top tier cardiologist, right?
After and where you see these problems ruled by Democratic. I mean, California and Minnesota are both Democratic-run states, so just a little bit of a preview.
Well, you said ruled by Democrats. We didn't use that word.
Halfway.
You did. But here's what I'd say. $300 billion in the grand scheme of how much the federal government spends on healthcare services.
It's a lot, right?
It sounds like a ton of money.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's actually, the federal government spends well over $1 trillion in providing medical services to the American people.
Holy
And based
shit.
on what we've seen, based on the amount of services that we've seen that have been billed that are fraudulent, and also based on the fact that in a number of blue states, and this is true as far as I know only in blue states, where you have illegal aliens encouraged to get on the Medicaid program, we actually think $300 billion may be conservative.
That's
and we certainly, our ambition here is to get as much of that money back for the American taxpayer as possible. Again, we're taking the social safety net. We're taking something that exists for the benefit of people who can't pay for medicine on their own. We want to help our fellow Americans. We can't do that if those programs are being defrauded by people who either shouldn't be here in the first place or have the legal right to be here but are committing criminal acts by defrauding these systems.
Can I clarify one number?
Go ahead, please.
Just on the numbers, the $300 billion is from the Kaiser Family Foundation assessment of estimated 5% fraud in all healthcare, not just federally funded healthcare. So
only
5% of the total, roughly $6 trillion. We spend almost close to $2 trillion, $1.8 trillion of federal monies. So the federal portion will be about $100 billion, and we believe much of that would be achievable.
It's not
fraud,
2 hours ago?
It's fraud, waste, and abuse.
Everybody's been saying this.
Sorry.
Yep. No, man.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can go first and then you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vice President. As you know, the Kurds have been loyal allies to the United States for decades.
The Kurds?
You're fighting dictatorship in Iraq. We're fighting terrorism in the region. And recently, President Masoud Barzani worked closely with the U.S. Special Envoy to Syria to help find a peaceful solution to the conflict there. How do you see the future of the strategic relationship between the Kurdistan and the United States of America?
Well, look.
Kurds and Syrians are killing each other.
Focus on the fact that way too many people are defrauding the American population. But, you know, we have a great relationship with the Kurds. The president loves the Kurds. I know that the entire administration, we've had great
We don't have
contacts
any
and
answer for
great
you.
friendships with the people, the Kurdish people in various countries all over the world.
Totally
and look, our
unprepared for
attitude
this
is
one.
We want those people to be able to live in peace and harmony and prosperity with their neighbors. We've pursued a foreign policy of peace in part because we want the Kurdish people, but also the Arab people who live there, the Jewish people who live there, the Christians. We want everybody to be able to live in peace. And that has been the main focus of our policy in Syria. It's been the main focus of our policy really all over the world. Ma'am? Yeah. No, let's, thank you.
How do you intend to make sure that the consequences of ending these fraud programs in Minnesota don't impact the people who are enrolled in Medicaid?
They will. There will be collateral damage that will affect legitimate people.
Do you think that the polls
inevitable.
will show that Democrats historically have the advantage on healthcare? Do you think that these efforts on fraud might change that for Republicans?
That will happen
I'm not
for
really
sure.
worried about the politics. I'm worried about the justice of it all. I think it's offensive that American taxpayers pay into these programs and they are defrauded. And I think in some ways, more significantly than that, it's really sad that American children who need these services aren't able to get them because it's going to fraudsters instead of somebody else. So here's what I think. I mean, look, we're certainly going to make sure that our anti-fraud efforts go after the fraudsters and not after anybody who actually benefits
There
from
will
these
be
services.
collateral damage.
But I actually think the question is a little off.
It's
in
inevitable.
a way, because the problem is not going after the fraud. The problem is the fact that these programs are being defrauded to begin with.
Exactly.
They will not exist. Our social safety net will disappear unless we take fraud more seriously. So what I'm most worried about is that unless we preserve
exactly
these
what I was
programs
saying.
for the next generation, they're going to disappear and all the money is going to go to fraudsters.
They will crash out completely.
You're mentioning a lot about justice of it all. So what exactly would that look like? Dr. Ross has mentioned that jail sentences aren't necessarily the right way to go, but is there a way of clawing this money back?
I don't know what she's saying.
Refunds? Do you want restrictions on that? And then I have follow-up questions.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are certainly ways to claw some of the money back. It depends on the circumstances of the case. When you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars potentially
It's hard
in
to get
fraud,
that money back.
that's a big universe of cases. There are different ways of anticipating it. You know, you heard Dr. Oz say some of these people, they will commit a crime and then
Go to jail
leave
for
the
a year.
country. Obviously, we're not going to prosecute people who aren't even in the United States anymore. But I really do think that criminal penalties for some of these fraud cases have to happen. We have to make
it
sure
higher.
that we
Make it
stop
way
the
higher.
fraud being committed against the American people. And if you violate the law
Like 5X
in the
it.
process of defrauding American citizens, you ought to face the full consequences of the law.
Absolutely.
A few weeks ago that there would be
Not for a year.
an attorney general position
Yep.
to advance this effort. Can you give me an update on a timeline for when we might see a name announced, when you want the Senate to start working on confirmation?
Find him and
Yes,
put him
I
in
believe
prison.
we have
exactly.
the name announced. I would say that Colin is on the Hill maybe today or yesterday. Colin will be the new AAG to help us combat fraud. I believe he's had great meetings all over the Hill today as part of the Senate confirmation
because of the
process. I
YouTuber?
think he's impressed
Yeah.
a lot of people. He's certainly impressed me.
Nick Shirley did
And again, we have a whole of government approach. I mean, what Dr. Oz is doing at CMS is very, very hard work, but it's not the only thing. We're trying to buttress it with a whole of government approach. Scott Bassett at Treasury is going to work on this. We're going to have our great Department of Justice work on this.
He's
We
got to
wanna
go
take
after
this
the people, the
seriously.
banks.
It's a serious problem for the American people, and so we got to fix it. Go ahead.
We just got to debank the people that are scamming. Get their money. Fuck them.
Service a playbook for how you'll handle it in other states, or other tools that you'll be using that would help to treat you?
Well, I think you can, certainly. There are certain things that we're doing in Minneapolis and Minnesota that we're not going to be able to do in other parts of the country because the fraud is going to be different in each place. But yeah, I think this basic model of saying to people, hey, you get a massive amount of money to provide a service to people. Did you actually provide that service? The fact that it's even controversial that we're asking these questions as a government goes to show how much the culture of fraud has permeated Washington, D.C. Think about this. We're talking about people
They want to
who
enable
take
a bunch of
money
third worlders
from
to live here.
autistic children.
Yeah.
They pretend their children or some
Exactly.
other
Listen to
person's
this.
kid is autistic. They collect a fat check.
Yeah.
They don't provide an ounce of services. And then the very money that's supposed to go to needy kids isn't there anymore to help those needy
It's
children.
fucking ridiculous.
The fact that we have so normalized this, and the fact that I guarantee there are going to be voices in the media, there are going to be voices in the state of Minnesota who say, this is hurting children. No, it's hurting fraudsters. The way to protect kids is to go after those fraudsters, which is what we're doing. Sir.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions. Dr. Oz mentioned the word guardrails when it comes to this. Can we expect to see the federal government look to implement new guardrails to prevent the normalization of fraud like this from continuing? Do you believe it would be more effective for states that you're investigating?
Yeah, they weren't providing a service. It was
guardrails? Do you think
obvious.
that the best way to do it would be a mixture?
Needs to shout out
And
Nick
what
Shirley? Yeah,
message
true.
Should a move like this that you're announcing today send to other states that might be under the microscope?
I mean, look, we would love to better work with the states here. We need the states to combat this fraud. And frankly, if Minnesota had done a better job of combating the fraud,
none of this
we
would
would
have
not
happened.
be here at this press conference
'Cause Nick
today.
Shirley's
We'd send out
video
a letter
wouldn't have happened.
celebrating the fact that Minnesota had worked with us to cut down on some of the fraud. I'll let Dr. Oz speak a little bit more to that question. But look, the best way for this
Can't
to
be
work
acting like a high-trust
would be for the
society
federal
anymore.
government to work
Nope.
with the state governments.
Deport the
We'd
orcs.
love for that to happen. I think you're going to see
Get 'em
that in
out.
some states, even some blue states, but you're not going to see it in others.
The working family tax cut legislation, for the first time in a long time, aligned the president and vice president with the governor so they have the same goal. So we've been talking to the states a lot. We are generating some frameworks that we believe states could apply. Medicaid is run by the state. They know their most vulnerable populations well. It's different than Alaska on the North Shore slope where you can't get there this time of year to southern Alabama, lower Alabama, or LA as they call it.
Fuck this
But
Oz
the
guy?
reality
What do you mean?
is
He's
there
been
are
cooking the whole
similarities
time.
that govern some of these programs, especially
been
the
going
ones that
crazy.
are high risk. And so we're going to share those best practices. But the techniques that we're using in Minnesota can be applied in other states. But it's the fraud, however, that will drive that. And so there are some states, I mentioned Florida, that's a red state where there's a big fraud problem in the southern part. They're trying to get their arms around it. We've sent a letter to Minnesota, which has a Republican senator. We're very concerned about New York, where the single most prominent job in New York is a personal care service. Retail is not the top job in New York anymore. And so in California, there are more hospices, I believe, in Los Angeles County alone than the rest of the country. So these are aberrancies that are hard for the states sometimes to see, but your first
You guys hear
inclination,
that?
if you're the vice
It's fucking
president and you're
ridiculous.
running a task force, is to look at those areas and say, how can you ignore that kind of a discrepancy,
city of nurses?
especially when there's been a massive
City of
uptick
scammers.
in some of these services in a short period of time.
Great. We'll take just one more question here, sir.
What is your message to the people of Minnesota who are still upset by the ICE surge as well? And this is just one
Deal with it.
thing on top of
Shut up, you bald bitch.
Well, first of all,
Fuck
I think
you.
our message to the people of Minnesota
You
is
loser.
that we love them.
Little
They're our
nerd.
fellow citizens. We're
The
trying to
fuck
do
outta
right
here.
by them. And part of the reason, in fact, the main reason that we're
What a
doing this
pussy.
is that we want to make sure that the people of Minnesota have access to the services that they're
Jesus,
entitled
bro.
to. We want poor kids in Minnesota, lower income families in Minnesota to be able to get the health care that
Poor
they
kids
need.
and white
we got to
kids.
stop the fraud in order to make sure that happens. We want to make
Remember that?
sure that if you have a special needs kid and we have a program set up to help that special needs kid, that the money goes to the special needs family, not to a fraudster who's getting rich off the generosity of American taxpayers. Now, you talk about the ICE surge. Again, I think it goes back to the question I just answered, which is so much of what is broken in Minnesota, as far as I can tell,
by design.
is a lack of cooperation between
state
the
government,
state
the federal
government
government.
and the federal
There it
government.
is.
If you look at any blue
True.
city
So
or any
true.
blue state or red city or red state, the immigration enforcement that we were doing was going smoothly. We'd find out that there was an illegal alien sex offender at a prison. We'd
get 'em.
show up, we'd arrest that person, and we'd send him out of our country. Or maybe that person was a repeat offender and they were out of prison. The local authorities would say, you know what?
Gotta
Go
catch 'em all.
and go to this person's address and arrest this guy because we want that violent criminal out of our community.
That's right.
What was so bizarre about Minneapolis is that it was one of the few places in the entire country where they said, no, we're not going to help the federal government get illegal alien sex traffickers out of our community. We're going to do everything that we can to prevent federal immigration enforcement from happening, even when you're going after the very worst of the very worst.
That's right.
Similarly, I would think that if I was the governor or a leader in Minnesota, I would want the benefits that ought by right to go to needy children. I want them to go to those needy children and not to fraudsters, whether
The needy
they're
children
from the
don't
Somali
vote,
community or anywhere else.
but the
no,
Somalians do.
We haven't gotten the cooperation.
That's
So
why they do
what
it.
I would say to the people of Minnesota is that we want to do right by you. We think you deserve better public services.
Mm-hmm.
We think you deserve to have the benefits that you're actually entitled to, and that's why we're doing this. And we encourage everybody in Minnesota, whatever their political affiliation, to work on the state government a little bit, because if we had some better cooperation, we could have common sense immigration
Because they're
enforcement.
insurrectionists?
We could
They
also
are.
have less money going to fraudsters, which I would think would be a bipartisan issue. Thank you all.
Wow. I'm going to be real. Like, that was a really good one. Now, this is what I think is going to happen. And I think that they need to get ahead of this messaging. Whenever they cut off the spigot, you're going to have some people that should get paid that aren't going to get paid anymore. And they're going to come up with fantasies and fan fiction about how, like, oh, wow, it's this, like, autistic kid and now it's dead. Like, no. The thing is that if you didn't want them to do this, you shouldn't have been scamming for this long, and you should have taken preventative action. This extreme action that they're taking will have probably casualties. People will probably die because they're doing this, and it's the right thing to do. The reason why is that if you have a big problem like this, you can't solve it without collateral damage. It's inevitable. So I think that they need to make sure that they get ahead of that messaging and they explain that basically if there are any side effects, if there is any collateral damage or any casualties, this is because of the people that engineered a fraudulent system, and now you're having to take drastic action to change it, and you're doing the best you can, but because it was engineered in such a bad way, it's taking time and there will be people that will be unnecessarily affected. That's what needs to happen. They've got to come out and say that. And it's like when you let a wound fester and you end up having to cut off the entire arm. Yep, exactly. And Dr. Oz is going to run in 2028. I don't think he is, honestly. I don't think so. I mean, like, he lost the Senate race to John Fetterman, which I think was deserved. I like John Fetterman more than Dr. Oz in a lot of cases. But I think and also Dr. Oz didn't even live in Pennsylvania, by the way, so he never even should have been running, to be honest. But either way, you know, like, he really cooked in this. He did. Fettergut? No, bro, like, Fettergut. No, bro, like, it's not a fucking, that's an Ice Crown Citadel, man, relax. And so, yeah, did you see Trump declared war on fraud at the State of the Union? I did, I saw that, and I think it's a great thing. It's a very good thing. Fetterman's all talk, no action. Yeah, but at least he's talking. Nobody else is doing either. So, yeah, no, I'm very happy to see this. This is great, and, you know, we'll see what happens, you know, how things go, but overall, I am very, very happy about this.
Don't turn to the pages in your book to get your potted answers.
So, as mobs keep taking to the streets in Minnesota, the federal government keeps closing in on the schemes coordinated by the Attorney General, Governor Walz, and Representative Ilhan Omar. Plus, as the new details of these state-sponsored fraud operations get blown wide open, the federal government is making plans to keep troops in Minnesota indefinitely.
Massive fraud scandals have been rocking Minnesota for months now. Really years. It's just now we know all about them. And fresh scrutiny is happening on one of the state's biggest political names while all that fraud is going on.
Are you familiar with it? Yes or no?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Very familiar, aren't you? Because the people who ran the Feeding Our Futures program came to you and asked for your help in getting investigators off their backs.
We are showing the nation that regardless of what the tyrant in the White House believes, we know that we are here to stay and this is our country.
She's getting very reckless now, and that shows me, and I think the people who are listening, that she's desperate and she's afraid. And she filed a report, a financial statement that said she could be worth up to $30 million. And the year before, she had almost no money.
They have cracked the Hunter Biden playbook. And more importantly, they saw that the Biden family faced zero consequences for that scheme. And they decided to try and replicate the results themselves.
So Homeland Security's Operation Metro Surge, that might have ended. But look at this, they're still here, still arresting people, they're still cracking down. And nobody's talking about how this right here is nightmare news for the scam pipelines running all through this place. On top of that, all these rioters attacking Minnesota every single day. They thought they'd won when the border czar showed up and said things were changing. But they haven't won anything. They're losing because DHS is still here making arrests, and we're finding out just how much money Minnesota Minnesota has lost, a number that keeps growing as congressional investigations into these schemes heat up, revealing that fraud in this place has been a top-to-bottom effort for decades. And here's the other crazy part about this. When the border czar went on TV and said that things in Minnesota were going to change, the mainstream news did a premature victory lap and everyone celebrated, but there's still thousands of federal agents in this place doing their jobs. And this has the brainwashed rioters totally confused while they clamor at the governor's mansion day after day for answers, alleging there's some sort of cover-up going on, and there is, because Governor Walz doesn't want the mobs to understand that he's caved to the federal government just to preserve his power. And that brings us to the real reason the mobs in this place are so upset. The schemes going on here are getting uncovered every single day. Some of their elected leaders are in serious hot water, could end up in jail, and Trump in his presence, it hasn't gone anywhere because there's still work to do. There are still dangerous fugitives wandering the streets of this place who we were originally told wouldn't be found here at all by the very same people at the center of this fraud investigation who not only tell us all of this is purely political, but also tried telling us nobody walks the streets of Minnesota without a passport. While some of these leaders became insanely wealthy operating businesses which may have been fake this entire time.
We are going to be infiltrating Ilhan Omar's sketchy consulting headquarters that claims that they have $60 billion in assets under their management, yet they are located out of a co-working place called WeWork. This company is called Rose Lake Capital.
Are you trying to like meet with them or what is
This is insane. So a WeWork co-working operation where people are sipping lattes in one corner, doing some freelance work on a computer. That's the same place where you have a $60 million consulting firm. Those guys are sitting right over here, except they're not.
And it is co-owned by Ilhan Omar's husband, Timothy Minette. And similar to the winery, in 2023, it made up to $51,000, and it had a sudden and very suspicious increase in net worth up to $30 million in 2024.
Alex? Is there an Alex? It took visiting this place to realize that Tim Minette also had E Street Group registered at this WeWork place. And by the end of this video, you will find out how they made $3 million. Spoiler alert, it was super easy.
This doesn't look good. It does not look good at all. And as you're about to see, things keep getting worse. Because when these individuals get questioned about these schemes, they don't really have good answers, as you're about to see.
Shelton, you're in my courtroom now. You're under oath. So I suggest that you answer my questions. You the chief law enforcement officer of the state of Minnesota? Yes or no? Let's try another question. Are you familiar with the $9 billion in historic fraud out of your state, including the $250 million in the Feeding Our Future program alone? You familiar with that? Don't turn to the pages in your book to get your potted answers. Are you familiar with it? Yes or no?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Very familiar, aren't you?
I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that Minnesota's attorney general, who's supposed to shut down fraud, doesn't really want to talk about his involvement with alleged fraudsters, well, some of whom aren't even alleged. Some of these people were convicted, and they met with him, and he received money from these individuals.
Because the people who ran the Feeding Our Futures program came to you in your official office in the state capitol December 11th, 2021, and asked for your help in getting investigators off their backs.
Wow.
They complained to you for upwards of an hour about state investigators going after them, and they begged you to help them, and you agreed to it, amazingly. And we know you did.
That's not
because
true.
it's all caught on tape.
Wow.
Yeah, it is
Every
caught on-
single sentence
It
is caught
is.
on tape. Here's what you said. Let's
And
take a look.
obviously you didn't listen
said,
to the
it's not a
tape.
question. You said to them, send me the names of all these folks who are investigating them. You said to them, send me their
Wow.
names. And I'll take that list, and I'll call the person over at Education who was investigating them and say, what's going on?
Wow, what's going on? That's the question that a lot of people have about this. And look, here we have a congressional investigation, which is not a political show like some other recent investigations. Here we've got actual evidence of wrongdoing. We've got paper trails of money received by people who made promises to folks that they were going to shut down investigations. This is really what it looks like to get caught red-handed. And the reason this is such a scandal is because nobody involved in this ever thought they were going to get busted robbing our country. And why is that? What would have given people in 2022, 2023, 2024 the idea that, hey, it's open season on America's piggy bank? Have at it. What would have told people that that was okay?
Yeah, I was doing a bit of research into Tim Minette, Ilhan Omar's husband's various businesses, and his investment firm, it has no known clients, no known investment deals. It doesn't even have an active SEC registration. And his winery, which is also purportedly making him millions of dollars per year, has no online presence. So yeah, maybe there's a version of events here in which, of course, all of this is conveniently timed with his wife's election to Congress and her growing considerable influence in the Democratic Party. But I look at these events and I think they have cracked the Hunter Biden playbook. And I think that there are many other people in Washington, D.C. who watched the success of the influence peddling scheme that the Biden family ran. And more importantly, they saw that the Biden family faced zero consequences for that scheme. And they decided to try and replicate the results themselves.
Right, because they thought that if the people running America are doing this sort of thing, if they're peddling influence, if they're enriching themselves, and not just the Biden family, we've got people like Nancy Pelosi, we've got the Clinton Foundation, and you got people watching that saying, hey, I'm on the same team, I'm out in left field with you guys, I want to get in on this too. And once we realized that Tim Walz was supposed to be vice president, all of this would have been open season. It all would have been going on everywhere. Everybody would have been getting away with this. So not only did they see zero consequences happening at the top, they thought that that was how things were going to be for eternity until this country imploded on itself from all these scams. And now you know why the mobs are out there on the streets being backed up by these people who are saying that they're on the right side of history. They need an army to go out there and try to shut down these investigations and try to make it look like Minnesota's being victimized here, to just do anything possible to just get the heat to go away. It's not working. And as you're about to see, the boots on the ground insurrectionists, these people are very upset.
Is it getting better? What is it like on the streets right now?
We have heard the national narrative of, Bovina left, there are less agents on the ground, things are getting better. That is not what we're seeing. So we continue to get on average about 400 calls through our helpline each day.
Wow.
And this is from people that said, hey, I need support with rent, to I need support with getting my medication, to hey, I just saw somebody get detained, what can I do?
Wow, so here you've got this nonprofit which is out there helping people do everything possible to stand against the federal government. They exist for the benefit of folks who have illegally entered this country. They get resources to help those folks continue to break our laws, and they say they're still getting tons of calls. And they're not sure why this is happening because the federal government was supposed to have vanished by now. They were supposed to have won. This was supposed to be over. But that hasn't happened. And oh, how horrible that law enforcement, it's doing its thing, stopping the American people from being disenfranchised, getting criminals and fugitives off the streets of this country. However, the thing that these rioters do not understand is that the reason Homeland Security is here is because they don't just have a lot of fugitives to arrest. They've got other people that are robbing the country blind. Something which happened with the very help of the people in Minnesota who were supposed to shut this down and never did.
To say, I already have my team working on this.
Oh.
What day should we get together to discuss it again?
Wow.
You made pledge after pledge to them. You said, we've got to make sure this guy who's investigating them stops it. You said, you have my attention. I'm concerned about this. You said, let's go fight these people, meaning the people who were investigating the fraud. Why'd you do it? Why'd you help them?
Are you going to let me answer?
Please. We're all ears.
So first of all, you're cherry picking quotes out of there.
Why did you help them?
I thought you were going to let me answer.
Why did you help them?
Are you going to let me answer?
Why did you help
You
them?
let me answer and I'll answer you.
Tell the truth and I'll let you answer.
I will tell the truth.
Good.
Let's do that.
That'd be a nice change. Why'd you help them?
Now see, Mr. Chairman, I didn't come here to be insulted. I came here voluntarily.
You came here for the truth. Let's have it. Why did you help them? The quotes are here. They're in black and white, and every member of this audience can listen to the recording. It's 54 minutes long. It's all in public. You can Google it right now and listen to it.
And listen to it all.
Why did you help them?
First of all, I didn't help them.
You did?
Okay, so here we've got someone who's accusing the Attorney General of doing something wrong. Attorney General says he's innocent, but this is all public information, and it's all caught on tape. And these tapes are on YouTube. This is one of my favorite interactions right here. Earlier in the recording, you hear the voice of Salim Said, defendant number 3, co-owner of the Safari restaurant, which is where a $250 million fraud scheme occurred and was taken down. This person was convicted on all 21 counts he faced. This person who was convicted is described as a huge contributor to the mayor, Jacob Frey of Minneapolis. And the Attorney General is heard responding, I hope he remembers. So a convicted fraudster is introduced to the Attorney General as a major donor. And the Attorney General says, oh, I hope the guy you donated to, who's the mayor, remembers. What's the takeaway from that? Is it that I will remember if someone were to hypothetically donate to me? And the reason it's crazy is because Representative Omar, Governor Walz, and the Attorney General are all tied together in this thing in a way that they are alleged to have benefited from in ways we still don't fully understand. But as you're about to see, we're learning a little bit more with each and every question.
Office, it was your official office. You met with them for 54 minutes.
No, they didn't.
Asked you for help. You pledged it to them, and they talked repeatedly about money. In fact, it's all they talked about.
A lie.
Money, 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 money. They said, we will put our dollars in the right place. We will support candidates that will fight to protect our interests. You replied, that's right.
Whoa!
They said, if you are securing your donor base and securing your power base, you can act the way you want. You replied, money is freedom.
I mean, this is like the type of evidence that the Democrat Party in this country has been trying to get on President Trump for a long time, and they can't find it because it's not out there. The Biden administration couldn't leak it. No investigation has yielded anything like this. And the double standard that we're looking at here is absolutely insane. Here we have people who are on the other team who are caught red-handed talking about money, hearing from people that are mega donors that, hey, you know, we want to put our money in the right place. And they're like, yeah, put it with me, man. I'm the right place. Like, this is crazy. And it's happening. And these are free people walking the face of the earth with zero consequences.
Meanwhile, the House Oversight investigation into Minnesota Squad Democrat Ilhan Omar is going global. The committee is now looking into her husband's business dealings overseas. Maddie Rivera joins us.
House Oversight Chair James Comer says he wants answers after federal disclosures show Congresswoman Omar's husband's assets grew millions of dollars in about a year. The bulk of Tim Minet's wealth comes from two ventures, a California-based winery and a DC-based venture capital firm.
Which is being run out of a WeWork. Maybe it was being run out of a WeWork because all of the clients, as we're now about to learn, weren't in America. They were in other parts of the world and would never have to come here and meet with them and could save some money on office space. Hey, why not?
Minet's stakes there grew from $51,000 in 2023 to as much as $30 million in 2024.
That's like winning the lottery.
Now, the New York Post reports Comer wants the House Ethics Committee to look beyond Minet's businesses in the U.S. and include places like Somalia, Kenya, and the United Arab Emirates.
What would they
find there? The Post reports Minet's investment firm wanted to build solar panels in Africa.
Okay.
In a letter to Minet from February 5th, Comer writes, there are serious public concerns about how your businesses increased so dramatically in value only a year after reporting very limited assets.
And that's what has a lot of people shocked. People's wealth just doesn't explode without a valid reason. If you win the lottery, that's a valid reason. But to do it out of a WeWork with no business presence, no employees, no working website, I mean, something is very strange here.
Omar contends she did nothing wrong and says her wealth came from her husband. The House Oversight Committee began the initial probe into the couple, an atypical move given that the House Ethics Committee usually handles allegations involving lawmakers and their families. But it grew out of Comer's efforts to investigate alleged fraud in Minnesota.
That's what's got a lot of people upset about this. There are people saying that, oh, they're doing this in a way that's not by the book. This is unfair. They're unfairly targeting Representative Omar. She hasn't done anything wrong, and they're going after her because she doesn't like Trump, and she's standing up to Trump, and these are Trump's Republicans, and these guys are just going rogue. But is that really what's happening?
Committee Democrats find it strange that their committee is probing Omar.
I don't think that we should be playing politics with this committee. It's unprecedented to go after
all these
other
people
members.
do is play
There's a
politics.
procedure. There's a House Ethics Committee. We've never done that with members. There's a different procedure for House Ethics, which we have. So I
He
don't
doesn't
know
know
why.
why.
We're going to politicize the committee.
Really?
The Ethics Committee has jurisdiction over members of Congress. The two businesses in question are owned by Ms. Omar's husband. So the Ethics Committee does not have jurisdiction over a spouse, only a member.
Yep. Now, and that's the whole thing here. People asked Representative Omar, they said, hey, where'd all this money come from? And she said, my husband. It came from my husband and his businesses, which are immune to House Ethics Committee investigation. That's why she said that, thinking that, hey, I'm off the hook. I didn't do it. They can't investigate me. They don't have the guts to investigate me. Well, now they are. And people are asking some big questions.
Especially given Omar and her allies' long history of railing against wealth, profit, capitalism.
Right. Why are they ranting?
We need to make sure that we're holding special interests accountable, that we're getting money out of politics, that we are taxing the uber rich, right. That the 1% gets to pay their fair share.
The only people who benefit from this bill are toy spaceship billionaires like Elon Musk and Donald Trump himself.
Those kinds of spoils that they are rolling in are not earned.
Oh.
They aren't working for those billions of dollars. They're stealing them.
It's so funny. It's like the accusation is coming from people who are involved in the accusation with evidence mounting against them each and every day. This is just absolutely insane. But if your goal is to cover up what you're doing, the first thing you can do is to come out and be a crusader against it. And then when the people you're accusing of this, like Donald Trump, say, well, actually, it's her that's doing this, or it's these folks over here, and now we're going to investigate them, they're going to say, see, I've been calling them out for years, and now they're coming for me. I'm a victim. And there are people who want to believe that there really is a tyrant in the White House. There are people who have been fed that for over a decade now and really think it's true. And to them, the folks you see on the screen here are innocent.
You know what? This is a theatrical performance.
10,000. This is the truth.
It
This
has
is what
nothing
accountability
to do-
looks like, of which you've had none. You helped fraudsters defraud your state and this government of $9 billion, and you got a fat campaign contribution out of it. You ought to be indicted.
True. Well,
that's the truth.
I think we've made the point. Let's keep the tenor
Well,
just
for
a
the
little more
record,
calm.
I'll ask how I
he's
want to,
lying,
Senator Paul.
and that's the truth.
Oh no, this is all on the record,
no, sir.
Did you bother Did you bother to investigate where the money that you facilitated their fraud for, where it went? Do you know where it went, what it was used for, the fraudulent money? I do, because we just heard testimony about it yesterday.
Because we
the
were
funds
key
went
players
to
in the
hundreds of millions of dollars to.
The other thing that's very interesting about all this is you have to understand that the people who are defending fraud and defending an open borders agenda and want to attack the president constantly, they wish the tables here were turned. And for many, many years, that's been the goal. These endless investigations of Trump, all these people coming out and saying, oh, it's the most corrupt president in history, all this tyrant in the White House, oh, he should be in jail, he's not transparent, all he does is break the law and protect his friends. I mean, they wish there was this type of evidence that they could get on the president to turn things around. But that's not what's happening. It's like all the accusations are falling on the very groups of people who have committed actual crimes with evidence against our country. And it is fascinating to see the cover-up. It's fascinating to see the deflecting. And it's fascinating to just try and think of how a business in a WeWork can be worth $60 million. What do you think about all this? Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
American. And then he gave us this gem, again letting us know who the Democrats are and what they think of us minorities.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you.
Would make sense if he bragged about something, but it's far worse.
No better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy.
I don't know, is that a good score?
And I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. Okay. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business.
I think he thought he was getting laughs. I think he thought that was an applause break of him saying, I am illiterate. Again,
to be.
This guy really went to make a speech in a group of predominantly African Americans with an African American host saying, I'm just like you, I'm illiterate. Now, the worst part about it, sometimes you can say something, and I do too. You get talking, you start a sentence, you're very Michael Scott, you don't know what your point is, and you just kind of ramble, hoping and praying you're going to get to the point in the middle of your speech and you're going to remember what you meant to say. But no, here he is doubling down. Like Sean Hannity, we posted a 3-minute clip of him saying, a 960 SAT makes him like black Americans. Let that sink in. Essentially saying he's illiterate, and then saying, you don't give a crap about the President of the United States of America posting a video of Obama or calling African nations S-holes, but you're going to call me a racist for talking about my lifelong struggle with dyslexia. Spare me your fake outrage. And the funny part is, not even funny, this is horrifying. This is horrifying that he's the Democrat frontrunner, a guy that thinks that he could pander to African Americans by saying I'm illiterate and I get bad test scores. But then blaming dyslexia. But it wasn't long until people said, no, that was him talking to blacks saying, I'm like you because I'm illiterate. But when he talks to whites, it's this. Beyond parody.
You've written a hell of a book, and I don't say that lightly. I went through it in a quick hour and a half, almost 2 hours. And trust me, I don't read very fast, but it reads at an unbelievable pace. It's so well written.
Well, thanks for the promise.
And of course, it's so familiar because I felt a little bit adjacent to so much of the subject matter, but it's 18 chapters. It's an impressive piece of work, 263 or so pages to... You've written a hell of a book, and I don't say...
Yeah, so it says he can read a book over 300 pages in less than 2 hours. So can he read? Or can he not read? Or is his ability to read him trying to... What is it, code switch? Like when you see your friends, you talk a certain way. When you see your boss, you talk a certain way. I understand that. But this says a lot about what I think about my friends and how I'm speaking, and what I think about my boss that may have like a master's or a PhD or just be someone very accomplished in their career field. But if you think that your way to relate to the African-American crowd in Georgia is to say, I'm illiterate and I got bad test scores, and you saying, hey, look, I read your book in 300 pages in a few hours when you're talking to whites, shows us a lot about what's going on inside his head. Because sadly, this isn't the first time he's tried to pander to them. Here's him. I think this is the All the Smoke podcast, who they're two former NBA players. It's Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. I think their podcast is good when they're talking to NBA players, but they have twice now been used as the the urban outreach of the Democrat Party. And here's him trying to say he was poor like them.
But also, it was also about paying the bills, man. And it was just like hustling. And so I was out there kind of raising myself, turning on the TV, started, just getting obsessed, sitting there with the Wonder Bread and 5 stacks of,
it's like the White Stack 5 story.
They're all laughing at because he had Wonder Bread and mac and cheese. Is that what he thinks the black experience is? He thinks being illiterate and having low test scores is it, so I'm not surprised.
But man,
Come on. Kraft macaroni and cheese.
Yeah,
Go on, bro.
Are you talking about me?
Young YG.
That's it.
YG,
But
man.
every day in the backyard, just bouncing the basketball.
Every day.
Throwing the ball against the wall until...
Throwing the basketball. Being home alone. Every day he's hustling, yes.
The ball is just like fraying, man. And your arms
Entertaining
fall
yourself.
off. That's it. Whole thing. So just, and then, you know, then this student that was shitty student is in the back with his head down, all of a sudden started throwing the baseball a little faster than everyone else. And started, you know, make a few free throws because I was sitting there practicing 500 of them every damn night. And in high school, I look up in the stands, my dad's back up there.
Okay.
Oh, absentee fault? No. No way he tried to relate with them on the All the Smoke podcast by saying I had hoop dreams, I was forced to eat crappy cheap food, and my father wasn't around. No. You don't get here with this beaming face of like, yeah, you guys are laughing, even though he was met with silence and crickets here. This is what he thinks of you guys.
Dope.
And it's like, man, and then he's bringing his friends and you're captain of the team, and you're like, gee, you know, and it just saved me, and it got me into college.
Hoop
But
dreams
also-
saved him and got him in college. Now again, him saying Kraft macaroni and cheese and bread, but then again, you found this, and Wokeness said, Gavin, I grew up poor. Newsom was in the San Francisco Chronicle in 1991. Children of the rich. Isn't quite in line with the Kraft mac and cheese absentee father that wasn't there. Gavin Newsom, with all these other people, feature that ran in San Francisco Chronicle on December 12th, 1991. So this was him. And also, yes, I was born a poor kid. Most stylish Gavin Newsom. Even when somebody reposted this, Gavin Newsom, he was saying, oh man, I missed that scarf. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Burberry scarf. This is him in high school with a designer scarf that I think retails at like $500 right now. And I think the worst sin of all isn't him lying about this or him lying about this. Is him trying to say he made it through hoop dreams. He pitched for this team when you don't have to be a basketball or baseball expert, a basketball expert, or just anybody athletic to realize this is not an athletic man. But the funny part is Newsom talked about how he has low test scores, can't read, and Nicki Minaj, who's becoming incredibly based, slammed him saying his way with bonding with black people is to tell them how stupid he is and that he can't read. This means my first read on him was correct. He's been handed so many things and put in high positions he's never earned or deserved. Do you want to know the craziest part of this footage that will haunt him forever? He's literally slowing his speech down and speaking in a sporadic cadence. Wait, is he? Let's hear him talk to these people.
You've written a hell of a book, and I don't say that lightly. I went through it in a quick hour and a half, almost 2 hours. And trust me, I don't read very fast.
Okay, now here's him talking to predominantly African Americans.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better.
He's literally speaking like he's talking to kindergartners. When you're reading him a book, you say, oh, look, here's the I don't know here's a cat and he's in the hat. And see, everybody see the hat that he's wearing? Wow.
Than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy.
He's dumbing himself down. It's true.
And I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy.
And this guy's just gobbling it up. Obviously, there's people on both sides of the parties that just want to nod their head and smile no matter how they're being treated. I say, he's not telling them that they're probably stupid and probably can't read. He's literally slowing down his speech to make them understand the words that are coming out of his mouth, as if they're kids. Same thought. That means he really believes they're slow. He's not just saying it. He didn't misspeak. He believes it. Do you love it? Do you love it, black people? And that's the thing is, I honestly think this is the filter. When they say incredibly racist things, and they've said incredibly racist things a lot, is it's almost to filter out the people intelligent enough to say, hey, this is disingenuous. He doesn't think very high of us. This is like when Biden came into office, like all about equality and Trump is a racist, blah, blah, blah. And there was that lawsuit from the Ivy League and Asians saying, hey, with affirmative action, you are see, obviously I didn't go to the Ivy League. I can't think of the word right now. But you are not oppressing us. Your chat will probably know. But the idea is they're treating us unfairly by holding us to higher standards. So as soon as Biden got in office, and you might have forgotten this, but I hold it near, close to me, is Biden gets in office and says, we're going to go ahead and block that lawsuit from Asians in the Ivy League schools because they wouldn't admit them without stellar test scores compared to other races. But you know what? I'm going to have Korean supergroup BTS visit me in the White House. I'm going to play some of their songs. They don't know what the at that time, I think of BTS, it's 7 members. One of them spoke English. The other ones didn't. They sit there, have Biden speaking to them in English. They don't know what the heck he's saying. He plays their song, and he shows to the world. Biden knows what Asians are going through. He didn't invite Asians in Asian grandmothers in San Francisco that are getting beaten in the streets to come to the White House. No, he invited a K-pop supergroup because he thinks that all he had to do to pander to Asian voters is talk to BTS in a language they don't understand, and then move on excluding us from colleges. Yeah, he brought BTS to the White House and showed them a music video of themselves, and then just talked about how, oh yeah, we gotta stop Asian hate. And remember, Stop Asian Hate was gaining lots of steam during the BLM movement, or right after the BLM movement, and then Mohammed Anwar lost his life, was killed. Oh, thanks for the bits. When 2 black girls robbed him with a taser when he was delivering Uber Eats. And then that was during COVID when the lockdowns and the National Guard was deployed. They used a taser to rob him. The car tumbled. And then when he was losing his life, National Guardsmen didn't know what was going on. They were just crying about, where's my phone? Where's my phone? I gotta get my phone. That's what ended Stop Asian Hate. The movement, like the news outlets even said, hey, we gotta stop talking about Stop Asian Hate. And then Biden again hates on Asians by blocking a lawsuit and then brings on BTS to the White House. It is very, very demeaning. But again, this is just who they are. This is what they see. This is how they see minorities, because again, people talking about how this was a pretty racist statement to make, but this is something they've been saying for a long time.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Poor kids are just as smart and talented as white kids. And then you had this statement over here. This is wild from Governor Kathy Hochul.
Young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things.
The most racist thing I've ever heard from a politician's mouth, and that's coming right after Biden said this as well. But the craziest part is, Kamala also used all the smoke guys. Remember, we're not going to watch the whole thing. Vice President Kamala Harris doesn't do press conferences, but she will do softball interviews on a basketball podcast.
One of my guilty pleasures, especially when I'm on the road, are my Doritos.
Wow, what flavor?
Nacho. Old school, original.
OG,
come on.
yeah.
But when she's not talking about pressing issues like Dorito flavors, she's carambling her nonsense.
What is your economic plan moving forward for people who are living paycheck to paycheck and struggling for groceries and rent and homeowners?
So, look, I grew up, so my sister and I were raised.
Which she almost went back into that middle-class family line while wearing her middle-class Oh my God, the $62,000 necklace was the big thing when she would always try to say she's middle-class. I remember that. That was a big deal. But let me just get to that one part of the video. Watch their show, but something tells me at least Stack wasn't buying all of Karambola's answers.
My best friend from kindergarten is still one of my best friends.
That's crazy.
Right?
He doesn't.
Stacey Johnson.
Yeah, that's dope.
As you see him rolling his eyes here, but it immediately jump cuts to him smiling and nodding. Which means they went, exactly, they had a 50-minute video, had to cut it down to 47 minutes, even with the ads and everything. But yeah, they've been doing this for quite some time, the pandering on what they think of their black voters. Very, very sad and scary. But finally, you can tell how bad it's gotten when you have, from Overton News, Governor Gavin Newsom is even being called out by CNN because he's toxic. Yeah, he wants to be president, but anytime you platform him and show him love, you are essentially saying that the things he does and the way he sees the black community is the way you too see them, and nobody wants to be a part of that.
Eventually 20 businesses. We had about 1,000 employees at peak. Not saying that to impress you, but to impress upon you how entrepreneurialism is defined.
Wow, he just, I'm not saying that to impress you. I'm saying it to impress upon you is the most confusing statement ever. But again, whoever's advising him is regarded.
But it was also defined in relationship to the Getty family. And with that came this notion, rich. Well, it was handed to you. It was given to you. You inherited it, as opposed to the hard work and that grind that defined the lived experience.
Can it be both? You have the hard work and grind, and you had doors open.
Yeah. Oh no. And that's.
I mean, it's not just the Gettys. Your grandfather.
Yeah. Everything was handed to him on a silver spoon, including being mayor in San Francisco, governor of California. I don't think he's earned a single thing because he just has the familial connections.
And your father were both very connected in San Francisco.
I'm here because of all of them and their shoulders, and 100%. And it was those two. So all those doors, all the privileges of those relationships, remarkable gifts. And they're deeply mined and discussed there. And then again with a work ethic.
If he really cares about equality, he'd step down and say, "Hey, we should run a woman of color or a woman in the or somebody in the LGBT community." If he really cared about equality, he'd be stepping down. But no, he doesn't care about equality. He cares about his ego.
From my mom, and so it was both and so I was comfortable and uncomfortable in so many ways in both worlds. And I just navigated back and forth. If I was on a vacation, and we describe a number of interesting vacations overseas with my father and the family, these adventures, my mom was back home.
These adventures, these lavish vacations that has nothing to do with his mac and cheese and Wonder Bread adventures.
Weren't just adventures. You went on safaris, you took pictures from helicopters, you were partying with Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
His face doesn't know how to act.
Yeah, that's we described that in there. It was extraordinary.
Yeah. She calls him out to his face saying, "You are not this hoop dreams Wonder Bread kid that was all athletic, and that's how you got your father back. No, you're a con artist." But the bigger story right here isn't him being a racist on television, isn't him getting all afraid on CNN. Is Cam Higbee finding that California government paying protesters over $100 million. Shire LA, which is this what is this? What is the what do you call it? What do the letters represent? Doesn't even say. I just know that it stands for something. Chat will let me know. But they said the Shire LA is taking over $100 million alone in taxpayer. Oh, Chicano Resources LA. Okay. In taxpayer funds, according to state expenditure website. Based on the website, Shire LA. Its primary function is protest-related activities and left-wing advocacy. They have been protesting and advocating since 1986 and take credit in Newsom's policies. Oh, yeah, if you want to support Cam Higbee, here's all his resources. But they say, Coalition for Human Immigration Rights, 36K, 54K. I guess they got a refund. 36K, 54K. Oh, this is like a double payment. And 142K in one statement. My God. And here's the thing is, what exactly have we been funding? Well, remember those protests? This is back in 8 months ago. Forced them to do it, as these police horses are actually doing a great job at crowd control. But these war zones in California, Los Angeles County. This was funded by the U.S. taxpayer, apparently, because I jumped ahead. Sorry. By the U.S. taxpayer, and to the tune of $100 million over the however many years did it say? Okay, since 1986, but yeah, hundreds of thousands of dollars in one payment. This sounds like some Cuba stuff, exactly, because you see this from, what is it, Jimmy Russlin saying, the board members and staff of Shire LA, they have how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 10 people here making over 6 figures? In compensation alone, who knows how are they skimming all the top? Are they getting kickbacks when they do other operations? But all these people getting 6-figure incomes, what meanwhile like the state and the city is largely unaffordable to most of us and crime rated because of this same organization. It's insane to think that, yeah, Cam Higby also called out like this is his watermark on this thing. But Shire LA straight up on their Instagram account that apparently we paid $100 million to as abolish ICE on fire. Now again, kind of confusing because if you think that this is ICE and they have it on fire, that'd be anti-ICE. But this is like abolish ICE. This is like what's anti-ICE. Confusing, but again, we only give them $100 million, so we can't assume they're gonna be that smart. But this crazy part is Jinx Reality found everybody posting this thing from Cam Higby has his press office saying, false, the state has not given any money to any political organizations. But they keep on reposting the same thing over and over to anybody that posts it, and the more you scream and shout, this didn't happen, doesn't make me believe it anymore. Because we know you guys are liars. And the crazier part about this is Cam Higby found they gave $400,000 to another protest organization. A Community for a Better Environment is a partisan political advocacy organization that advocates against climate change and for the abolition of ICE. Again, what should be incompatible movements, just like how if you were Slava Ukraini, you were against Russia coming in, a fascist dictatorship coming in to take over your country, and then right after it you were Free Palestine. They seem kind of incompatible movements, but they're the same group of people. You would think climate change activists and anti-ICE activists would be separate, but again, same thing. One of their primary functions is hosting and organizing protests in California. CBE openly hires protesters on their Instagram page, so they're paying people money. But we apparently gave them almost $500,000. Yeah, what is it? Gavin's $500 billion train never built. It's all fraud and waste behind the face of what I see as just a racist. He's like outright racist. But somehow he became the face of the Democrat Party. And the worst part about this is the red pill that Californians are seeing, or Los Angeles residents are seeing. Homeowners in fire-ravaged Pacific Palisades say they're now getting non-compliance notices in the mail over brush clearance inspections, even as their burned lots sit empty waiting to rebuild, so they can't get to their land. I think that, what is it, Karen Bass told Trump, oh, we're gonna cut all the red tape, they'll be able to build in 48 hours. Over a year later, they can't rebuild, they can't get the permits. Now there's rumors that there's gonna be land grabs now, like people can go and buy the burned lots, but also they're being fined cash for not being able to clean up their area. It's wild.
This is one of the properties where the owner received one of those bills, and you can see they don't feel like there's a whole lot of brush back here, mostly just dirt, and they're angry. In fire-devastated Pacific Palisades, another punch to the gut for families struggling to recover.
It's one final blow, you know, after they screwed us over.
Because they don't want you to fix it. They want you out so they can build their 10-minute cities, or they can sell it to their buddies in China. Like, this is exactly what happened over at Lahaina in Hawaii. It's happening in Los Angeles, and you almost fear, what new real estate will they grab next?
And to take money.
Almost 14 months since the deadly fire, and some residents are now receiving bills like this from the city of LA, charging them $31 for alleged non-compliance with brush clearance rules.
I was a little astonished because there's no house and there's no brush.
Even on lots like Carol Sanborn's, where her home of more than 40 years was wiped away.
Well, I do know of several other people who've gotten the notice, and a lot of people are just angry about it.
Everything that you've lost, $31.
The sad part is they're angry about it, but are they angry enough to vote against it? Because it's sad. Like, California should be this Democrat utopia. The Democrats have run everything top to bottom in the state for decades. Why aren't more people in the country saying, man, socialism sure is great? Where are they kind of dabbling with that? Oh, over in California, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Sacramento, run by Democrats forever. How come it isn't this utopia that rich Americans and poor Americans, by and large, Americans, not immigrants, come over here because it's working so well? Why is it that they're losing so many citizens, they're losing seats in the House, they're losing electoral college votes because the system is broken so badly?
It's nothing but, you know, I'm not paying it. It's the principle of it.
Other
Arnold
neighbors
Schwarzenegger was a Republican almost in name only. He's like the original Rhino.
also receiving the fines for brush clearance. So where's the brush?
There isn't any. Really.
Oh, they're just getting fined. It's almost automated getting fined.
It's mostly dirt.
Christine Martinez with construction almost done.
I'm sure they didn't come out and inspect it because there's nothing to be in compliance or out of compliance for.
Automated.
So on the bill it says to call this number if you have any questions about the invoice. Let's give it a try.
The mailbox of the person you are calling is currently full and cannot accept new messages. Please try your call again.
The inbox is full. Give us your money anyway. I wonder if they'll be fined on top of the fine for not paying it.
So residents with questions about their bill can't even leave a message because it says the mailbox is full.
Their voicemail is full. Can't leave a message. So the next thing was they said to write. So I wrote. That was last week. I haven't heard anything.
Are you going to pay it?
No, have no intention of paying it.
Carol writing back to the city this letter with red ink.
I wrote, this is insulting and cruel. We have no house and we have no brush.
A spokesperson for the mayor's office says they're working with LAFD to look into these fines.
I'm starting to believe they don't want us back.
Well, many say they're not paying the fee out of principle.
It's disappointing to get something like this and feel that somehow the city's working against you instead of with you.
Reporting in Pacific Palisades, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
LA Mayor Karen Bass's office provided us with a statement saying, "This is unacceptable. No resident who lost their home in the Palisades should receive this charge. The mayor's office is in contact with the LAFD."
And again, nobody should be getting this charge. We'll be in contact in the near future. But also, didn't they say all the red tape was going to be taken away the week that the fires occurred, and they still haven't been able to rebuild? I think it's all lies. I don't trust anything she says, and it's sad because I don't know if this is disenfranchising enough to have voters actually do something about this and then stop supporting the Democrats. Or they say, I can't believe all this stuff is happening to us. My childhood home is gone. Time for me to move to Vegas, to move to Nashville, to move to Austin, and vote for the same exact Democrats that destroyed their last property.